Vamos a ver qué hay hoy, vamos a ver qué hay hoy. ¿Qué van a enseñar? ¿Qué van a enseñar? ¿Qué enseñarán, tío? ¿Qué enseñarán, tío? ¿Dónde lo harán? En Xbox, supongo, en el canal de Xbox. Tiene toda la pinta, ¿verdad? A las 2 empieza el Microsoft Flying Simulator. Que tengo un montón de ganas de ver este juego. Increíble ganas las que tengo de ver el Microsoft Flying Simulator. De loco las ganas que tengo de ver el Flying Simulator, Han puesto más o menos lo que va a ver. Los anuncios que van a ver.
If you're watching at home, we want to hear what you're excited about. So as we go through the show, use the hashtag #XboxGamescom to join the conversation. Now let's get into the content, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to clear the runway so we can welcome the Flight Simulator to the stage.
Es un poquito de gracia, tío. Mira cómo mira la cámara. Mira cómo mira la cámara con la camiseta de los Chicago Bulls. No. Chicago. Vamos a ver aviones. Let's go. Vamos a ver aviones. Let's go. Helicópteros también. ¡Eh! ¡Es la Sagrada Familia! ¡Cataluña! Hay helicópteritos también, nada de locos, Maxi Griff. Hostia, lleva un colgante del arma melee ese del Halo, chaval. Guapísimo.
Thank you so much, Maxi. It's great to be back here at Gamescom in beautiful Cologne, in person. Let's go.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
El año que viene me voy a Colonia. A ver, en verdad no sé si estará en Colonia.
We thought we have to rise to the occasion and do something special, and we had to come up with something new. So for the first time, we're doing something called City Update, which essentially means we made 5 new photogrammetry cities here in the area.
Creo que no había cambiado la zona, la acabo de cambiar, creo que sí, me he retrasado. In real time. Cuidado, Ahí la publi. ¡Oh! Esto es in-game. Esto es in-game. O sea, se ve increíble. Coño, parece un vídeo, ¿sabes? Parece un vídeo, no un... Ah, vale, aquí es para seguir a la gente. Parece un vídeo, no un juego, ¿sabes? Se ve de puta madre. Mírale, el estadio del Borussia. Del Borussia Dortmund. A la peña que le mole los simuladores tiene que estar haciéndose tremendo pajote con esto. A mí no me disgustan, pero sin más. El cielo te llama. Flying Simulator. Microsoft. Game Pass. ¿Ves? Aquí van a anunciar todo lo de Game Pass. Pues nada, Game Pass.
Cologne. I wonder if we have any Cologne fans. You're a Cologne fan?
Maybe a little guilty. I'm a big Bundesliga fan, and my favorite club is 1. FC Köln. so happy to put it into a video. But
sad cheering. I hear it till here. But yeah, really incredible, amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, photogrammetry is awesome. So just to explain, we flew all this last year. So basically we have planes flying really low, taking a photograph
Esto es el cabecilla. del juego. La verdad que tiene toda la pinta de piloto, la verdad.
But that's not the only thing that we did for Germany. So when we go into a region, we try to do.
Tiene toda la cara de piloto, ¿sabes? Típico que vas a hacer ahí un vuelo con Iberia a Mallorca. El piloto dicen que es este tío y que te lo crees que flipas.
And for this year, we said, what are we going to do to top this? And we are taking the sort of the father of the Junkers U-52. It's the Junkers F-13, which was the first metal transport plane in the world. So it actually started airline.
Aviones, el videojuego. Ay, Dios mío.
So we actually have a trailer. So let's take a look.
Otra vez. Más contenido. Más contenido. Más contenido. Más. Dámelo. Leyenda local. Junkers. La peña que entiende de aviones, tío, se lo tiene que estar pasando bien con este Humble. Toma ya, cabrón. Míralo. LOL. Ese castillo parecía el de Mario Bros, tío. Se veía un poco el de Mario Bros de la Wii. Se veía. O sea, de la Wii, perdón, de la Nintendo. La Nintendo DS, chaval. Se veía un poco trúculo eso. ¿Por la nieve también? Bueno. Tanto yo como la gente que no tenemos ni puñetera idea de qué es esto, a ver. Ah, es una empresa. Es una empresa de aires acondicionados. Del grupo Bosch. Bueno, no sé qué tiene que ver eso con un avión, pero bueno.
And I'm wondering, when you are choosing a plane like the Junkers F-13, like, what is the process like to make it as authentic as possible? I'm assuming you can't just like travel back in time and talk to the German engineer who you
Ese chaval detrás, tío, ¿de qué puto va?
It's a new feature. We need to put that in the flight sim. No, seriously. So it's a ton of research. The first thing we do is, are there any surviving aircraft? So this plane is from 1922.
Tiene que ser increíble, tío, desarrollar un juego y luego ir allí a Colonia o a Estados Unidos, a L3 y tal, a presentar tus juegos, tío. O sea, y de repente ves a toda la peña entrando, el hype que se crea en torno a tu juego, a la peña que le mola el tipo. Debe ser increíble, tío.
So it takes a ton of people, but it's great fun.
So does that mean when you, for example, decide on a new plane to bring back, you have a dedicated internal team that will look after it, or do you bring some outside people in as well?
We bring outside people in. So this particular plane is actually made by a German engineer, a software engineer. His name is Oliver Moser. And he works with the German Museum and a whole bunch of other people to really get it right. And the curators
Me he enterado de todo.
Museums, they live those planes. That's what they do in their life, right? So they know everything about everything. We can ask
a ver, cosas que tenga ganas de ver, porque este tío, por ejemplo, me importa poco. El Flying Simulator, a mí en lo personal, pues igual un día la juego por la risa, pero sin tener, por así decirlo, un buen hardware, en plan un buen joystick o cosas así, es un poco disfrutable, digamos. ¿Cómo lo busco, tío?
And I mean, that sounds incredible, but what's even more incredible is Flight Sim is literally turning 40 this year. Like, I'm 38. I can't even believe there's a game that is older than me. No, but it's really amazing. It's a milestone. And you announced at the Xbox Bethesda showcase that there will be a 40th anniversary edition. Before we dive into
Ha presentado más de 30 títulos
what does it
que
feel
llegarán.
like to run Microsoft's longest gaming franchise? Do you have any key elements that you could share?
Yeah, I mean, it's like
¿Hace cuánto fue esto? El 13 de junio. Esto fue en el Pale 3. Con Dios.
We always say we're standing on the
¿No?
shoulders of giants.
Sí, sí.
Bruce Ardwick made the first flight sim. He invented the genre. We try to stay very true to that fundamental vision. And I would say that what stands out to me is the fans. We talk to them all the time. There's people that have been with flight sim for 40 years. So they're in the 80s.
¡Eh!
They know everything.
Ah,
and they're very
pensaba que
vocal
se había
and
parado,
active,
digo, me
and
cago en
that's
Dios.
what makes it fun.
When you're talking about the community, what have they been asking for the 40th anniversary?
Yeah, so they have a lot of requests. Two that stood out for us was helicopters and gliders. And Seb and his awesome team at Asobo did a bunch of work. So Seb, just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so helicopters
Se filtran
and
esos
gliders, they
juegazos
both,
para
very
game,
specific,
para playing gaming.
and they require
Bueno,
a
pues
lot
no sé
more
estos.
accurate simulation of the airflow,
Assassin's Creed Origins.
around the aircraft. So for example, for helicopters, they have
¿En
the
serio?
gimbal Cabri G2.
La Tierra, Sombras de Mordor, este
simulates
juego es la
1,000
polla.
surfaces of the helicopter instead of just one, which was the previous helicopter model. And we have to simulate also the
¡Hostias!
airflow around the helicopter.
Se puede volar con el caballo en el Hogwarts Legacy. Hombre, el Hogwarts Legacy tiene pinta que va a ser un buen juego, la verdad. Bueno, vamos viendo la esta. No quiero spoilearme de las cosas que hay.
We have added a visualization so people can turn on and off a tool that allows to see how the air flows around the helicopter. So when you see the air really, how it creates vortices and how it creates turbulences around the helicopter. And so there's very important effects that account when you fly in helicopter. One of these is translational lift. Translational lift is when the helicopter
Este tío es como
goes forward,
el encargado de
it's easier for it to
diseñar los
catch the
helicópteros,
air
tiene pinta.
and climb up.
Pero no había
And,
helicópteros
we actually,
en...
flew the gimbal in
en
July,
esto,
and it's
¿no?
very strong, the
Ya,
effect.
qué
When you
guapo,
fly, you
chaval.
go forward, and as soon as you go forward, you get a lot of lift, and it really goes up. Yeah. Another effect we
No
have
había
is the ground
helicópteros
effect.
en el
When
Flight
the
Simulator.
propeller, when the
Creo.
rotor pushes the air down, it's for the helicopter like climbing a ladder that always goes down. And when you go closer to the ground, the air is blocked by the ground. It goes down slower, and the helicopter is more efficient at climbing up.
So does that make just a question like? Because you said July,
Claro,
and
ya
it's
supongo
very
que
hot,
cada
that makes a
juego,
difference, right?
o sea, que perdón,
Oh,
cada
yeah,
juego,
yeah,
cada
the
helicóptero de los
Gimbal
que
G2 has
haya
enough power
se
to
moverá de
easily
una
climb
forma
vertically
diferente
when
y
it's
se
cold.
volará de una forma
But in
diferente,
July,
porque
when
claro,
we
si
flew,
son
it was 100
muy
degrees
realistas,
Fahrenheit,
tienen
and
que
we
ser
couldn't
así,
even go up
obviamente.
vertically, we had to go up forward.
Porque es así.
And another thing you said, it sounds very dangerous. That's like this blade flapping. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have any aircraft knowledge this deep, but it sounds like it's a baby bird.
Grounded.
I don't know.
Almost, it feels like wings, so the helicopter physics is really very complex. We had to push it up from 100 hertz to 1000 hertz, so just to capture a rotor going around, because it spins so fast. And flapping is when the helicopter wants to go left, it needs to push on the left side, so the rotor goes up and down and up and down. It actually resonates when it turns around, but everything is offset by about 90 degrees because it's also soft, right? It takes time for the rotor to bend and push the helicopter on the other side. One important effect is the vortex effect with the ring vortex. When the helicopter spins, when the helicopter rotor spins, it creates a vortex. When you go down, it goes into its own airflow, its own vortex. And it's very hard for it to climb at that moment.
Tío, la propia idea de que... o sea, vamos a ver. Lo que es tío, es que en plan... La ingeniería de... La ingeniería... ¿Cómo se dice, tío? Es que la aeroespacial... No sé si es eso. Bueno, la ingeniería de los aviones, tío. La propia idea de coger una cosa que pesa miles de toneladas y que vuele es una locura. Y los aviones dicen, bueno, es que claro, van muy rápido. Entonces, como van muy rápido, pues quieras que no, entre las alas, tal, sí que como que por lo menos a mí en la cabeza me cabe más. Pero hermano, un puto helicóptero que literalmente son aspas girando. Qué locura, ¿sabes? El tema de jugar con el aire. Y la primera persona que pensó eso, no sé.
And it makes it very fun. You can glide along mountains. on the hills where everything is south exposed, goes up, and so it makes it a very complex and enjoyable experience with its visualization.
You spent clearly a lot of time in this. Have you shown this like to any pilots or other people outside?
Yeah, for example, the helicopter simulation, we show that to instructors of the same helicopter model, and they flew with it, compared it to the real-life helicopter. They were super impressed by how realistic this is, how it reproduces exactly the flight of the helicopter in all the different conditions.
Claro, es que eso es lo que digo, tío. O sea, me refiero, ¿cuántos aviones hay del Flight Simulator y cuántos helicópteros? Que cada uno tenga las características prácticamente iguales que la versión real de ese helicóptero, tío, que cada uno se controla de una forma. Uno va más suave, otro va más tosco, otro se gira más rápido, otro se gira más despacio. Esas cosas, tío, a la hora de diseñar es un trabajo del copón. Si trabajas en torno a los flujos de aire, por así decirlo. Si trabajas en torno a los flujos de aire es mucho más difícil. Si literalmente coges el helicóptero y le haces para que vuele sin tener en cuenta el aire y mierdas así, pues sí que es cierto que se puede hacer algo bastante bueno, pero no va a ser exacto a la realidad.
And I think the community can't wait. I mean, those things are typically just payware, and we now put it into the base. I think it's like a gift. Like, the whole idea of the 40th anniversary edition is like, it's a box of chocolate. Here's some gifts.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate.
What I like more is actually trailers. Do we have one?
We do. So just to speak to the rest of the... So we also want to celebrate aviation. You know, aviation, when you think about it, it's 120 years, and we have 40 of that. So it's like, let's connect those things together. So we picked some of the classic planes from the 1903 Wright Flyer, and we spent like 5 decades all the way to 1940. And we do have a trailer for that.
Me importa muy poco cómo se hace un avión. A ver, me gusta que me enseñen cositas del juego, por si algún momento me da por probarle. Eso sí me gusta. Hermano, qué puta locura. Qué detalles, tío. O sea, what the fuck. Spirit of St. Louis. Y se ve. Esto tiene que ser in-game. Se ve que, vamos, es una locura. A ver, los Flying Simulator nunca se han visto mal, ¿no? Pero... uff. Imagínate jugar eso con unas Oculus, con un joystick. ¡Qué locura! ¡Uy! Cuidado las torres y los aviones. Cuidado las torres y los aviones. No aprenden, ¿eh? Ha pasado muy cerca esa, ¿eh? Ha pasado muy cerquita. ¡Oh, jirafitas! Este es el pelícano, ¿no? Sé que hay un avión que es enorme, que va por agua y va por aire, que es el pelícano. 40 aniversario. Tiene 10 años menos que mis padres, solo.
Well, it looks like we have a few more surprises in this trailer, and we have some planes in there that we didn't see before.
That is exactly true. So there is a Curtiss JN4 Jenny, that's from 1915. It's actually the plane, they made thousands of these, and it's the plane that everybody in, like literally America and also in Europe trained. So that's when airplanes really took off, around that time, and that plane is at the center of all that. Then the next plane we added was the Grumman Goose 21A, beautiful plane. It's sort of, it's famous because...
Ahí va, vaya galipazo, vaya galipazo tú. Qué guapo. El cosplay ese. Es de Mortal Kombat, ¿verdad?
And then at the very end, I don't know if you saw that huge plane, that's the Hughes H4 Hercules. It's better known as the Spruce Goose. So that's Howard Hughes' you know, he was a big, ambitious guy, so he said, I'm going to build the biggest plane ever made. And forever and ever, this was the biggest plane in the world. And it only flew once for 20 seconds. And we worked very closely with the museum. There's a museum in Oregon called Evergreen Museum. It's part of the Smithsonian organization. And they have the plane. So they let us in there, take photographs. They gave us tons and tons of feedback. And they're so happy because this is going to be the first time the Spruce Goose really flies. So it's going to be cool.
That is really, really amazing. I'm not sure if that's the one, but I want to touch a little bit on the legacy, and maybe this is some of the moments that captured this.
No llego a entenderlo de atrás, tío.
What has fans
O sea, los cartelitos que hay. Esos son de algo, de algún juego, de algo, o sea, de algún juego, es obviamente. Pero digo, de juegos que van a enseñar, ¿o no? Después de esto va Sea of Thieves. Mira, esos cartelillos de atrás, donde está lo de Sea of Thieves, atrás del todo, arriba. Yo de aquí solo espero gameplay de Avatar. Es lo único que espero de aquí. Es lo único que quiero, gameplay de Avatar. Ya está. Solo quiero gameplay de Avatar, tío. Soy feliz, la verdad. Soy feliz con un gameplay de Avatar.
And the cloud. So we now suddenly could actually show every house, every building. We have 1.5 billion houses. We have 3 or 4 trillion trees. So we have literally every house and every tree on the planet, and everything looks right. So what people are doing now is what I call digital tourism. So there were always people interested in planes,
que yo no voy.
Also interested in the world. And
que yo no voy, que ya llama a la abuela.
And I think that's a new dimension that we've added that brings in people to this hobby, and it's a beautiful thing.
So, Sebastian, what's your experience in this?
I mean, aviation is so rich. It's 120 years of constant innovation. There's so many different things to discover, so many planes, so many aircraft, so many helicopters. It's just very vast to explore. And then the playground is the planet, right? It's huge. You have so many cities, millions of cities. You have so many
Pero cuánto, claro, es que en el Flight Simulator están todas las ciudades, tío. O sea, yo puedo ir por Toledo con un avión. Puedo ir por, yo qué sé. Puedo ir por Murcia con un avión. ¿Sabes? Supongo que no, ¿no? Igual está Madrid y Barcelona. Y ya.
Whatever the bridge is called. Awesome. I need to go. In the real world. Yeah.
What's yours, Sebastian?
It's going to be San Francisco.
San Francisco.
We've been there.
Tío, la peña de atrás es lo mejor.
I spent a month in South America.
A la peña le pones una cámara delante. Bueno, a mí también, la verdad. Pones una cámara delante y yo por lo menos me vuelvo retrasado. Así pasa. Así pasa. Así pasa. Y por eso estoy aquí.
It does, and there's nothing like taking your Halo Pelican and hover over your own street in Munich. I can just recommend that. So the important question, of course, when will fans be able to hop into the cockpit to take off with the 40th anniversary edition?
Yeah, I mean, so the 40th anniversary edition is releasing on November 11th. So that's 3 months from now. It's a full box of chocolate. So we talked about some planes. So it has 12 new planes. It has 14 heliports, 10 glider airports. It has 4 classic airports we didn't really ever talk about yet. Like Flight Sim always used to start in Chicago on Meigs Field. That airport closed. We didn't have it in our original sim. Now we have it. There's others coming. There's new missions. We're bringing missions back from the old sim. So I think it's a true celebration of the franchise. And just in case people don't know, the 40th anniversary edition is in fact free for people who are on Xbox, on Game Pass, and who already own Flight Sim.
Well, I love celebrations. I love everything that is free. So I can't wait to hit the
Tío, que esté en Game Pass desde día 1 es una locura,
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for coming here.
Jack Sebastian.
Say at the end of your trailers, the sky is calling.
El cielo te llama.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before we hear from the folks behind Planet of Lana, let's visit a spooky reimagining of Boston in 1925. In this uniquely macabre mystery, you inhabit the bootstraps of a dashing detective investigating a chilling murder with a demon as your partner. It's the classic kind of good cop, demon cop routine. It's full of puzzles, an eye-catching art style, great action gameplay, and a plot that will have you at the end of your seat. Check out the new trailer for this wonderful, unique-looking adventure. It is the last case of Benedict Fox.
¿Cómo? Juego de asesinato. Este no lo había visto yo. De este juego no he visto nada yo. Creo.
That's him. My father. What secrets did he take to his grave?
Glad you came back, my beautiful canvas.
Hostia. ¡Uy, va! ¡Qué cochino! Súper complicado el puzzle. Bueno, escudito y te meto puñalada. Oye, está guapo, Nada mal, Has abierto la ventana, no ha roto ningún cristal. Luego han salido cristales rotos, pero no. No. The Last Case Xbox Game Pass. Venga, pues nada. Lo de Game Pass, tío. ¡Oh, Dios! Lo de Game Pass es increíble. Y yo que me alegro, la verdad. Y yo que me alegro. Ah, mira, tienes puesto ahí los botones del equipo. Este también.
Thank you, Maxi. That was so great. And now I've learned about shellac.
It's a whole process, right? And
I feel like I'm in a secret beauty club now or something.
He really is. I do hope you take these techniques back with you to Seattle. Maybe Phil next, a Trends, maybe.
I'm in. Who's next? Let's do this. Let's get the Xbox nails trending.
Absolutely, we're going to do it. Right, to the here and now. How does it feel being back at Gamescom after 3 years and surrounded by this incredible community?
This is like a dream come true. I mean, you know, for us at Xbox, like it always starts with the fans. It's about the fans.
Always, yeah.
These are the
Aaron Greenberg
moments of all the years. We love the games, we love the products, but the memories we create with fans are ones that last forever. And to finally, after 3 years, to be back here is really special.
It really is. Talking of memories, do you have any favorite ones? And you can't say talking to me 3 years ago either. See, that was great.
Planted. So, no, I would say, listen, we have done FanFest. That's always been kind of the highlight of Gamescom. Fans here in Germany, fans
El Age of
from all over
Empire
Europe.
4. ¡Mira, mira!
Parties on boats on the Rhine.
Yeah,
we've done FanFest on a boat.
No hay nadie con mascarillas.
You know, we have a big booth here at Gamescom. We did a really great after-hours event just for fans last night, and it was fun because we started giving out prizes, and then
throwing controllers into the crowd.
I might have thrown a few things.
Sorry, HR.
But then it turned into like a sea shanty fest.
Yeah, it was great.
And fans were singing sea shanties.
Me importa una mierda esto, tío. Este tipo de cosas, tío, este relleno de mierda me cabrea, tío. Ese pavo que ni se le escucha, porque están hablando los otros por encima.
Well, we have tons of playable. So, I mean, so, you know, obviously Josh Sawyer and the team of Obsidian have been working on this incredibly rich narrative adventure, taking us back to 16th century Bavaria. So, of course, we had to launch it right here.
Quiero ver el Grounded, tío.
That's coming
Que obviamente sé cómo va y lo he visto, pero yo que sé, me apetece verlo.
Yeah, we do.
Those are also free for H4 players. We've got some great partner titles here. Liza P.
P.
So if you were looking for
Hecho no sé qué de mear, ha dicho.
Pinocchio meets Bloodborne meets Game Pass.
Exactly. A punishing childhood game for everyone.
Yes. It is in the like 18 plus section.
The secret bit over there.
Yeah.
You have to get into that.
Last case of Benedict Fox.
Yes.
That was a big highlight from Showcase. And I got to meet the team from Plot Twist. They're here from Poland. So that's also nice. There's a lot of developers here that are creating games for Xbox and for PC and for the ecosystem. And to get to meet those teams is also super special.
A ver, yo creo que es un buen momento para jugar a cualquier cosa, tío. Porque tiene la posibilidad del Game Pass que entran juegos, una barbaridad de juegos por poco dinero.
And I'm told that that's to scale.
no sé, tío, constantemente salen juegos. Hay muchas plataformas, sobre todo en PC y Xbox. Sí que es cierto que en Play tienes juegos exclusivos, pero sí, son juegos exclusivos que sabes que cuando salen te valen 60, 70 pavos. ¡No me jodas! Me ha construido el Minecraft. Me ha construido el Minecraft. Sí, soy yo, sí. Ese soy yo. Voy a dejar esto aquí y voy construyendo el Minecraft cuando haya parones. Y ya está. Y ya está. Y todos contentos. Cuando haya parones, me voy al Minecraft. Vale, quiero medir la isla por abajo. La isla que estaba construyendo. La quiero medir por abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque quiero ver cuánta distancia hay para cada lado, para hacerla más grande en el survival. Ay, tú que lo del Grounded, esa cosa que había ahí atrás, todo rara, era una puta araña, ¿sabes? Qué mal rollo. Yo es que con las arañas no puedo, tío. O sea, esta es la idea de la casa, es un poco el boceto. Que ya prácticamente la tengo más o menos terminada. Este es un poco el boceto de la casa. La idea principal de la casa, yo creo que no ha quedado mal. Yo creo que ha quedado bonita. Yo la veo bien. Ahora bien, la casa la tengo que hacer... La isla principalmente la tengo que hacer más grande. Porque la isla mide un total de... 1... Espérate, voy a ponerlo de weather. Voy a ponerlo de weather clear. Y voy a medir la isla. Tiene 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 bloques tiene la isla a cada lado, ¿no? O para un lado tiene más que otro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Aquí tiene menos de 14 porque luego tiene la saliente ese. Y aquí tiene 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. O sea, habría que hacerla de 20 por 20, la isla. Aprox. Habría que hacerla de 20 por 20, la isla aproximada. Yo creo. Aquí es donde irá el cultivo. Ahí ya, pero claro, hay varios problemas en esta casa. Y son muy simples. Y es que me cago en Dios. ¿Se quieren esperar? Hay un par de problemas en la esta. No, yo no quiero el cultivo, quiero el agua. No me deja, ¿no? Bueno, lo que me refería, que hay un par de problemas en la construcción en general. Y son principalmente este, mira. Principalmente este. Aquí solo hay un bloque de separación y dos abajo. Entonces, eso es un problema que no me gusta. O sea, está bien esta construcción, me gusta la construcción, pero habría que moverla un poquito hacia afuera, ¿sabes? Eso principalmente, por ejemplo. Luego, la idea de la construcción como tal me gusta. Están en publicidad, creo. Estoy escuchando. Bueno, termino esto y voy, venga. ¡Cago en Dios! ¿Qué cojones está gimiendo ahí?
Far across the sea, an island.
Ah, coño, están enseñando lo de la rata. Creo. A Plague Tale.
Things aren't always nice. You can change them. How? The way we always do. We fight.
A Plague Tale Requiem. Esto es in-game.
Requiem picks up a few months after the end of Innocence, right around the first days of
De puta
summer.
madre, hermano.
Amicia and Hugo are headed south, along with their mother Beatrice and the young alchemist Lucas, reaching places still spared by the devouring plague, the raging wars, and the rabid rats.
Hostia, la gallina esa se ha visto. Hostia, la gallina se ve un poco extraña.
Is that a fair?
Beneath the warm sun of 14th century Provence, the de Runes are almost able to enjoy a normal life.
You're great.
Tío, porque todos los juegos siempre ponen en cinemáticas de literalmente andando por las calles.
But for a
¡Niño, que te va a caer!
that Hugo has been having of a mysterious island that calls him.
These look like teeth. It's a two-teeth island. How come nobody noticed their disappearance?
Maybe nobody cares.
Maybe.
Si cambia la música, se pone truculento.
One day, the macular illness that's been
Parkour.
dormant inside Hugo awakens, and the
Hostia, qué
dreaded
puto asco.
living nightmare begins again.
¡Adiós!
In the wake, Amicia finds herself with no other choice but to trust her brother's dreams and head further south towards the
¡He criticado la canción de Quevedo! ¡No! ¡Vienen todos a por mí! ¡He criticado la canción de Quevedo! ¡Vienen todos a comerme!
They've locked the arena down. They let them die here.
Starting all over again.
Her mind is made up. She will find a cure in what dreams and prophecy may hold.
Get used to it.
With almost no one they can trust,
This is your life now.
Amicia and Hugo must traverse land and
El
water
primer juego, el
as well
problema
as
que tenía el
forces
primer
to
juego de la Plague Tale era el... que era un poco lento, o por lo menos la sensación que me dio a mí era un poquito lento. Tampoco jugué en exceso, sinceramente, le jugué un pelín. Jugaría un par de horas o tres, no más. Y me dio la sensación esa, que era un poco lento.
With several new tricks up her sleeve, she is now able to freely choose between striking from the shadows or unleashing hell with a variety of equipment and tools.
¡Oh, qué cabrón! Hostia, las putas ratas, chaval. ¡Uy, vaya dodge!
Wants more than ever to help his big sister and not hinder their progress.
We need to leave or we'll doom everything.
The macula within him is a double-edged sword that has deepened his connection with the rats.
Rats. They can feel people's blood. Now I can too.
This powerful ability can decimate entire squads of soldiers. It takes a
¿Que puedes controlar ratas?
Hugo every time he uses it.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Thankfully, their journey brings not only hardship, but also unexpected friends. These colorful characters help the de Runes carry their terrible burden.
It's not my first time.
While offering unique skills and resources to bring them closer to their elusive goal.
As soon as he's gone, it never
Joder, ¿por qué se ve tan mal, hermano?
For Amicia and Hugo, the road ahead will test the limits of what they can endure on all levels, and just how far they're willing to go. Reaching the island is only the first step to truly understanding the terrible affliction that's stricken their family. As the lines between reality
Nah, el niño está para la rastre ya,
and fate dissolve.
Qué de ratas,
Keeping
hermano.
it together and finding the cure to save Hugo will be nothing short of a miracle. But Amicia has
Oye, no
hope,
te mala pinta,
and hope is the last thing lost.
Others are burned in it.
If you kill, be ready to be killed.
A Plague Tale Requiem Releases October 18th on Xbox Series.
Xbox exclusivo, no sale para Game Pass, Saldrá luego. Ah, sí. Bueno, he jugado desde el primer día con Game Pass.
Infested France of the 14th century, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say, and it's in part thanks to this guy over here, Kevin Chateau, game director for A Plague Tale Requiem, releasing this fall. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm super happy to be here.
It's such a good day. So we're going to dive right into that trailer. As it mentioned, this is the follow-up to the smash hit Innocence. So I was wondering if you can catch us up to where Amicia and Hugo are up to now.
So the game takes place in the 14th century southwest France. They came from the southwest, but they had to flee because of the event of the first one. And so we joined them 6 months after the event of the first one on the road. They are arriving in the
Se ve muy bonito, tío.
so southeast France, and we are
Me gusta mucho cómo se ve.
this region, and also a bit of the Mediterranean Sea.
Clasiquísimo. Esta escena, o sea, esa escena de las hierbitas, tal, las hierbitas altas, alguien patrullando entre medias, tipiquísima. De 1000 juegos.
No, of course they should.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
No, it's we have not rebooted, but rethink everything in the game. So it's a brand new game. We have done everything to onboard everyone joining a Plague Tale universe. So even if you haven't played the first one, you can jump in. It will be good for you.
Absolutely. So I was actually wondering if you could talk a little bit about the sort of accessibility and the onboarding that you've done and what you had in mind during development. What are some of the key changes coming to Requiem, especially for those who loved the original as well?
So there's a lot of new things. Of course, you've seen it in a trailer. In terms of gameplay, it's much more wider, bigger, much more open than the first one was.
Yeah, I picked up on that actually. Yeah.
Bombita humo. Ay, Dios mío, es tontísimo ese pavo, ¿no?
To open it even further and offer new tools to Amicia, like the deadly crossbow she has now, or the knife.
Lleva una rata en la camiseta.
She's got with her now, yeah.
Yeah, and it's quite different for her because now she's using war weapon. It was not something she was doing in the first one. So she's ready to deal with death much more than
very ready. Deal with death and deal out death by the looks of the trailer. So you mentioned the word new a lot, and I think it's important to point out that this is a new console generation that we're working with at the moment. So what kind of shiny current gen features can we expect to see in Requiem?
So there's many things. Again, the first one that come into my mind is we have pushed the facial expression, the mocap even further. It was a brand new thing for us. We had no mocap on the first one, so we built up our studio. We've learned new ways to work, so we've improved this aspect of the game, and visually it's much more stunning than the first one was.
El niño pequeño tiene cara de rata.
We wanted a larger game, as I was saying, but we needed then more light, because light is a key element of our gameplay.
I love the way every new thing brings its own problems that you had to overcome.
So we had a much more wider area, so it means more light. Light is very expensive in terms of performances for the game, so it was a big challenge. But also, of course, wider space. We need
Gotta
more
fill it with
rats.
something.
Yeah. So we jump up from 5,000 to 300,000 rats on the screen.
That's a lot of rats to begin with. So sorry, say that one more time. That's 5,000 to 300,000 rats.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you lot okay? That's a lot of rats to put in the video game. Well, I was going to say. Well, thanks to all of those rats, it does mean
Lo de que es que no sé si realmente se pueden controlar las ratas o son cinemáticas, pero joder, qué locura, ¿no?
Especially now, and at the end of the day, they're actually still children. If there are anyone out there who didn't know that much background from the story, so how do you go about showing their relationship in an authentic way after everything that they've been through together?
It's super hard to do that because they've been through a lot. They have experience. They were almost.
Tiene toda la cara de haber nacido en Burdeos, este pavo.
Around them died, so they have to grow up, be much more mature than what they should be at their age. It's super hard to build up a story and convey convincing dialogue for children. Fortunately, the team is quite old now, and
age is but a
Qué puta locura.
But and we a lot of us have children, so we we can be inspired by them and try to feel the best way to convey children emotion to the players.
It must be a very difficult one to do, though. I mean, as a parent myself, I can only reasonably say that I hope I never see my children go through what happens in that game. So what's that sort of like to go, yeah, we're reflecting the childlike experience in the game, but also committing terrors to them?
Yeah, it's this is something we have no inspiration from to take from, because again
you don't want to be inspired by that too.
No. Of course no.
Yeah, well, fair enough. We're going to focus a little bit now specifically on Amisha. As in Innocence, we saw her wielding a crossbow. She's way more prepared, she's way more confident, dangerous, and all round, I think you'll agree, a bigger all-round hero to Hugo. So how do her tactics change in Requiem, and what does that mean for the people playing as her?
So, yeah, as the prepared is the
Me gustaría que enseñara un poquito más de cómo va el combate, porque tiene pinta el combate full sigilo. Y como que combate directo, pues tiene que ser o con la ballesta, pero como que no hay... Como que no hay un... ¡Ay, te esquivo el espadazo y te clavo la navaja! ¿Sabes?
But right now you can choose to approach a situation the way you want. So it's not that only the space that is wider, but also the way you will approach things.
Yeah, and by full combat, you mean, I mean, we saw some stuff from the trailer, like you all-out combat, right?
Yeah, yeah. You can burn people, you can use the crossbow to kill them instantaneously, or you can
y el otro se la suda.
Silently kill them. It's all there.
It's absolutely all
Hostia,
there.
vaya pedrada, tú.
Together and making the experience so much more cinematic, which I want to talk about now, because the other thing that's so fantastic about the title is the voice acting, and I think that becomes essential when you want to convey emotion. So I'd love for you to share a little bit of insight about the development process, working with the voice actors, and getting to the voices and the emotion that we hear in that trailer.
So it's funny because it's something that people don't really know, but when we are working on the game for several years, we don't work with voice actor instantaneously. So for like 2 or 3 years, we work with a text-to-speech, so robot voices. And for
no me gusta nada como se ríe, me pone nervioso.
Yeah, it's like when you use your smartphone, it's a flat voice with no emotion, no punctuation, nothing that makes really sense. So it's really hard to keep your focus on the story, on even sometimes to understand what is the purpose of seconds. It's after 16 hours of playthrough, you're like, I don't get the story at all.
Sure, interesting that it changes that much. I will say, first of all, I would love to see that version one day. It does sound wonderful. So do you want to, what was the process like working with the voice actors?
So when the voice actor arrives, it changed everything because we were able to work again with Charlotte McBurley and Logan Annan, which were the actor for Amisha and Hugo from the first one. And we were so in love with their acting. It was a game changer for us to have them back in the game.
¡Te agacho el pie!
Métele. Métele. Arrive in the game changed.
I was going to say, I imagine it's a little bit of a the next situation with voice acting. Who informs the character?
Ahí se han tenido que romper de todo, por lo menos.
Or does the voice actor come in and actually completely change a scene?
Actually, it's both. We prepared everything, and they react to what we've wrote, and they say, "No, I think Amisha should say it like that, or a bit more like that." So we change that on the fly with them, and adapt the game sometime to their feedback to make it even better and even more accurate. They are still children and we are not anymore, so
I love that they have their own feedback as well. It's their character, right? It's their character that they're conveying, so big love for them to feed it back as well.
No me gusta la ballesta.
Lastly, for anyone who is watching the segment out there
lo veo más
play Requiem in October,
pro.
which by the way is
pro.
And maybe not here in Gamescom as well. I'd love to know what you would like to tell the folks at home about Requiem.
So we're super glad to have it day one on Game Pass, because it means that a lot of players will be able to try the game.
Claro, es que está, a ver, espérate.
Because I really want to see their reaction, you know, I can't wait to see that. We've built up the games in several years and we write up this big story, and I really want to see
un segundín, please, wait a second. Que quiero mirar porque está aquí, está el...
Yeah, we're super
excited. A love letter to them via the courier device of
está
rats.
el...
300,000 of them to be
Mira.
300,000 rats.
Pero el Requiem ya está.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm a massive fan of the series, and I cannot wait to get my hands.
Está la Plague Tale, que fue la primera parte.
When it comes to self-care, you can't beat a rewatch of the Disney classics.
Ah, no disponible.
Yet in recent years, many of us have also
Próximamente, vale,
virtual worlds. Millions of players have found solace in games that allow
Es que digo, pedir por adelantado. Ok. Pero saldrá en Game Pass.
Our next trailer builds
Creo.
on that idea and takes it to a whole new world,
No sé.
so to speak. Here's an all-new look at Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Hello, everyone. I went on a wonderful
¿Cambia de juego ya?
today in Dreamlight Valley, and I want to
Un juego de Disney, let's go.
started with my
Justo lo que
favorite
quería.
song on the radio.
Justo lo que necesitaba, un juego de Disney. Buah, mi vida me estaba pidiendo un juego de Disney, de verdad. Quería jugar, que necesitaba. Para mí, vamos, la cosa más importante del universo. Jugar a un puto juego de Disney. ¡Oh, te puedes hacer tu logo! Guapísimo, joder.
I made my way to Chez Remy for brunch. I love cooking with Remy. I was feeling some Mickey waffles with jam, but it turns out
Remy.
we were fresh out of fruit. Raspberry jam is my favorite, so I headed up to the Forest of Valor to pick some. And while I was there, I heard a sound from the Frosted Heights biome. But I just couldn't cross the bridge. I'll have to adventure back there to check it out. My stomach started to rumble, so I headed back over to the plaza. And
¡Hola, este Frozen! ¡El pato Donald!
Remy. There are so many recipes to try to create the perfect Disney-themed meal. Ah, here we go. I even whipped up an extra and shared it with Kristoff. After brunch, the weather was just so perfect that I couldn't resist going for a walk and some shopping. While looking in the windows of Scrooge McDuck's general store, I ran into Scrooge himself. He asked for my help spreading the word around town about his shop. Of course, I said yes. So, I headed over to my crafting table, whipped up a few signs, and placed them around town. I was exhausted after so much excitement, and I just felt like relaxing a bit. So, I decided to move my house over to Dazzle Beach.
Me quiero dormir, la verdad.
When I set up my house, I noticed a strange pillar. Merlin had quite a story to tell about it. I put up the perfect hangout spot.
Pues la Plague Tale tiene que salir ya de... ¡La sirenita! ¡Uy, uy, uy!
It really was a perfect day in Dreamlight Valley.
¡Muchas gracias! Justo lo que necesitaba, joder. Un juego de Disney, let's go. Voy a jugar al Minecraft. 1 minuto 40. Hala. Yo a lo mío. ¿De 20 o de 30? Es que si lo hago de 30 bloques igual es pasarse. O sea, de 30 por 30 es un total de literalmente 60 bloques de largo. De diámetro. O sea, son 60 putos bloques de diámetro. A ver, voy a plantar semillitas. ¿Qué semillitas hay? Vale, hay zanahorias. ¡Sí, zanahorias! Patatas. ¡Sí, patatas! Trigo. Calabazas y sandías, claro. ¿Dónde meto yo calabazas y sandías, cabrón? Semillas de trigo. ¡Sí, de trigo! Y que me falta... me falta una, tío. ¿Qué puedo plantar? Remolacha me suda la coronga, la verdad. ¿Qué te da la remolacha aparte de absolutamente nada? Puedo hacer una que sea solo sandías y melones. ¿No? Por ejemplo, la de arriba. Que sea...
Ahoy there! Welcome. My name's Adam Park and I'm head of brand and licensing at Rare. And I am joined today by 3 members of the Sea of 3 crew. Sea of 3 crew? I mean, they're quite,
Se hablan de los de Disney y sigo jugando al Minecraft.
I'll go along the row. So we've got Joe Neats, executive producer on Sea of Thieves. We've got Mike Chapman, who's our creative director. And then we've got Joe, who is our senior community manager. So how is everyone?
Excited, tired, everything, all of the above. Like
That wonderful mix you get at events.
yeah.
Feeling the buzz of the live show.
Yeah.
Chatting to fans, the energy.
So,
awesome.
I mean, it is our first official show since 2019.
Yeah.
So how is it actually being, I mean, I'm sure everyone's asking the same question. How is it back at a show with people?
Right. Overwhelming, but in the best way, right?
Yeah.
Like it really
Venga, vamos a
is,
verlo.
Like, it's just
Da igual, vamos a verlo.
the passion, the excitement, the buzz. I think that we all have coming to a show like this, right? And kind of meeting the fans, but then giving back to us from everybody that we see. It's just like, it's incredible. Like we've brought so many of the team here. We've got about 13, I think, with us. Like, and because it's just so valuable bringing people to shows, getting that buzz, getting that energy that you just take back to the studio to kind of just pour into more Sea of Thieves, basically, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 2019, but it feels so much longer.
Yeah.
Like the first live show for us since 2019, so exactly what Joe said, feeling the buzz from the fans, and we get to take that energy back to the studio to keep making this here.
And so, Joe, this is your first official Sea of Thieves event.
Yes, first official Sea of Thieves event and first Gamescom in general. It's amazing. Like, obviously, we had a little taste of this end of July with Sotfest.
Yep.
And that was wonderful to see the fans in person
Jo,
for so long.
se
And
llama
for the first time
Joe.
for, I think, a lot of us.
Joe.
And now we've brought it to
Joe
Gamescom.
Clifford.
Some of them are here and you're seeing them again and recognising them, and you get that real sense of what it means to them to be a part of this community.
And we've got all sorts going on the stand. So, go on, show off. So we've got tattoo stand. We've got Gold Hunters Live, which people can tune into. You can come and win things, photo ops, meet the team. So it's great being back. But, so obviously it's been 3 years since we've done anything like this. What's gone on generally, Mike? I'm going to ask you to start with.
Sure.
Sea of Thieves, has anything happened in the last 3 years?
What haven't we done?
What?
Honestly, I think like, our passion has always been to keep building out this pirate world. And over the last 3 years, you think back to the things that we've added the emissary system. The fact that players can go and roll
Mike
players
Chapman.
Mike Chapman.
El grande de Mike Chapman.
We brought in our adventures, we brought in our mysteries, we brought in like all these new ways to play. And one of the key ones, of course, was our collaboration with Disney on A Pirate's Life. And you know, since 2019.
100 niveles, oh wow!
Thank you, sir.
Let's keep going.
Yeah. And one of the big ones was what happened with the Pirates.
Vale, esto, coño, Sea of Thieves, cojones. Han anunciado antes lo de Disney y yo ya estaba todo rayado, hermano.
Working with this team, we've worked together for so long. All of this incredible bonds and relationships that we built allowed us to get through what was a very hard time, but come through it stronger as a team, and we're more passionate than ever.
And obviously, Joe,
Nuevas prendas. Nuevas prendas bien prendidas,
It's the best thing. Like, you get a real sense since day one of how closely the team
Tío, le pasa algo en la cabeza a esta señora que me da mal rollo a mí raparme el pelo por eso, tío. Y es que si te fijas, si se ve de perfil, tiene como una, como algo así, mira. Tiene así la cabeza y luego hace así un poquito y sube. Obviamente no tan exagerado, pero eso me raya a mí mucho con los cascos, Me raya un montón con los cascos. Digo, un día me voy a rapar y voy a tener la cabeza literalmente así. Hay veces que me pongo los cascos así, ahora no porque tengo la coleta, pero antes me ponía los cascos así, me ponía los cascos así incluso a veces. Me los pillaba así con la silla y no sé, tío, hacía cosas muy raras porque me daba mal rollo eso. La verdad.
You kind of get that same thing, like I said, it's just you feed off the energy, like, and even though we're exhausted and we've all got sore throats and
Mira.
got a cough
Lo
sweet in
tiene
my mouth
un
at all
poquito.
times, like water on hand, like, but it is water, I promise. It's just. It just gives you this energy and desire and passion to just like want to go back to the studio and just pour it into your work and pour it into the game, and you kind of want to take it and bottle it, right, and then take it back to the whole studio like we always do when we go back. We take photos and videos and do a big presentation and really try and just get people to understand what it's like to meet the fans, right? And
you get the afterglow, and this is what we'll experience next week. We'll have this wonderful Gamescom afterglow as we get to take that back to the studio, like Joe said, and put it into all the ambitious things we've got planned for this year and beyond.
Well, before we get on to that, teases and the like. So you did, like you mentioned it, one of the things we introduced in the last few years was seasons. Season 7.
Yeah.
Just gone live a couple of weeks back.
Mira en Twitter.
It's a biggie.
Un segundo.
It's a biggie. So, like, what have you?
Sí.
I'm going to start with you, Mike, but I will come to
Sí,
you.
en
What have you kind of
plan.
enjoyed seeing people
Han
do?
subido algo de
What has
tema
season 7
de
introduced
los
to
horarios.
Sea of Thieves?
Well, season 7, you're right, is a big one, and the idea of being a pirate captain in our world, the idea that your ship becomes an embodiment of who you are in this world and your pirate journey.
Aquí está, los horarios, eso es.
Extends that pirate journey. It allows
A
you
las
to,
2
as a community
Microsoft
often requested, to
Flying
name your
Simulator,
ship
que
for
se hemos
the first
visto,
time.
luego a las a menos 20 era el Plague Tale, que es en el que estamos, a las 3 Sea of Thieves Panel, luego a la y media Lies of P, a menos 5 Gunfire Reborn, luego a las 4 y cuarto High on Life, o sea, básicamente Gunfire Reborn, bueno, sí, y 35 Planet of Lana, a las 5 menos 5 Grounded, 5 y media Paintman, 6 y 5 Under the Waves, que es el que vimos ayer, 6 y media Minecraft Legends, que es el que tengo ganas, y luego a las 7 y 5 Age of Empire 4, que dura 55 minutos el Age of Empires, porque si acaba a las 8, qué puta barbaridad, hermano. Qué puta barbaridad.
There's so many ways to play in Sea of Thieves now. There's so many ways to be who you uniquely are as a pirate, where the sandbox has got richer. There's new activities, there's new quests, there's new enemy threats. There's just new ways to play. So captaincy coming in now and rewarding you for all the unique things that's now in the sandbox. It kind of just puts this lovely new layer to that pirate journey, and it just celebrates this rich game that Sea of Thieves has become.
And I suppose, Joe, from a community perspective, you must have seen this played out in real time. Like, how has the community taken to captaincy?
That's the thing. Like, from day one, they've been asking, when can we name our ships? When can we do this? And then we've not only delivered that, we've delivered so much more on top of it, that people now have this pirate identity that until now was just conversations or role plays. And we've got people that are going for all those.
El Sea of Thieves está muy guapo, tío. El Sea of Thieves mola un montón. Lo que pasa es que, claro, necesitas amigos. Yo no tengo. No, pero el Sea of Thieves es un muy buen juego, la verdad.
Playing how they've always played, but now they're rewarded for it with their own identity, and they absolutely adore it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, a big part of that is beyond just the notion of being a pirate captain.
Yo no había antes tantas cosas customizables para el barco, ¿verdad? Ni de coña.
They become the rock stars of the world. So, as part of captaincy, and that's a big update that we brought in, there's a set of perks and conveniences that captains now have. So, when you own your first ship in the Sea of Thieves, there's a unique cashing point just for you in the Sea of Thieves world to make offloading that treasure, you know, as part of going out there and having adventures, making that feel so much more efficient, using the harpoon to harpoon the treasure off the deck, cashing in that treasure really efficiently. But alongside that as well, you've got the new trinket system, so this new progression system that allows you to unlock these trophies.
Sistema de beber, ha
Who you
dicho.
are. There's the captain's voyages, so you can select exactly what you want to do and store all of the voyages that you could do on this bookcase immersively in the captain's cabin. As part of that as well, you can go to the shipwright and you can purchase resources right there from the outpost and have them delivered to your barrels. So the idea that if you are a ship captain in the Sea of Thieves, you can get your ship ready quickly, you can pick the adventure you're going to go on, and you can just walk straight on that ship and have your adventures. And then that adventure be persistent. There's that sense of consequence for your actions. Your ship showing the battle scars of all your adventures. You choosing to, maybe you want to keep that. Maybe you want to role play with this kind of battle-scarred ship. Or you can pay a small amount of gold to make the hull pristine again. So it really strengthens and really amplifies everything that's already unique about Sea of Thieves.
That second option is me. I have to pay to get it redone. I get in too many fights.
I love that though. I love the way it just allows players to be more uniquely who they are.
Yeah.
And like being out on the waves and looking through the spyglass and seeing all these ship names and how players have chosen to represent themselves. I mean, that's the magic, and it's enriched the sandbox of Sea of Thieves, and that's what we always want to do.
So, I'm going to go now. So we mentioned ship names. It's a biggie, big part of captaincy. you don't have to tell me, but I'm going to ask a couple of you this. What did you name your ships?
Hermano, tiene los ojos super pintados. El chaval ese.
My rare loadout brig is Get Red.
Nice.
And
nice.
my galleon, which is the one that we use the most. So if you see it on the seas, come and say hello. That's the purple loadout, and that is the Purple Rain with the quartermaster sails.
Very good.
Nice.
And what about you, Mike?
Okay, so I've got a sloop and a brig. So for the sloop is called the Golden Blade.
No, puedes cambiar ahora, puedes cambiar todo, tiene pinta. Esto no se podía hacer antes. Nada de nada.
For fans, maybe someone that's really into the lore, but my sloop is called the Golden Blade, and my brig is called Inferno, and that is actually a reference to One-Eyed Willie's ship Inferno in the 80s classic The Goonies.
And why, Mike, is the Goonies so unique? Because it's something that comes up, like, right back, and Joe?
It's because the 80s was the best decade. Te
imaginas, está hablando, le corta y pega un hostión. Qué gracioso, no me he enterado. Qué risa.
We hired a cinema out, didn't we? We hired the Electric Cinema out in Birmingham, very lovely independent cinema. But yeah, had some pirate-themed cocktails that they put on, and yeah, we took the whole team to see it because it was all about that camaraderie, that adventuring together, right?
In all seriousness, like
it's hard
not to get emotional when Joe, like, such an incredible memory of the development of Sea of Thieves, and in such a deep and meaningful way. When we went to watch the Goonies together, it felt like we as a team were about to embark on our own pirate adventure, like the characters in that movie. And we knew we wanted to create a game where the bonds between the crew felt like the bonds between the characters in the Goonies. They're on this pirate adventure, they don't know what's going to happen, they're going to be surprised by all the dangers and the perils that come their way. So the Goonies for us is just, it's a lovely memory, but it really feels in tune with the spirit of what Sea of Thieves has always been.
Yeah. So Joe, instead of asking you what your ship's called, no one's asked me.
No one's asked you.
Mine was Notorious BRG, which works verbally, doesn't work when written. Anyway, some of the favourite ships you've seen, though.
What I love about the ship naming throughout the community is obviously people.
Yo solo escucho porque estoy intentando pillar algo, pero no me entero.
It's going to get a reaction or get a chuckle from people when they look through the kind of spyglass and see it and stuff. So, like SOT, so SOT Final Boss, like that gave me a little chuckle, right? That did. Like, it's like you see that, it's like, yeah, I love that. People like role playing as the fearsome kind of AI threat in the world, but I just love it. I love that. Anything that makes me chuckle is what gets me, right? And there's so much of that, but that was one that stuck in my head that I think someone tweeted from God of Reddit or something. But yeah.
And what about you, Mike? Any favourites?
That is a great example, and obviously, how awesome players have got this new way to express their creativity in the Sea of Thieves world, and the fact that we can laugh about it together. But honestly, there's so many examples. But Usain Bolt. Yeah. Referencing Usain Bolt, the Olympic medalist, that made me chuckle.
I like the way that you felt like you had to explain that.
Well, I want to make sure. It's all right. The world-known Olympic medalist.
No me entero de nada, hermano. Es una cosa loca, ¿eh? Estar aquí partiéndose el culo y yo no sé ni si están... Vamos, no sé.
That really made me chuckle.
That is good.
It's very clever. It's very clever.
And how about you, Joe?
Honestly, the really obvious ones are the ones that make me giggle. I ran across a galleon that was just, this boat is big. Yeah. And I was like,
yeah.
Yes,
it is.
Little salutes on your way.
Aye, it is.
Yeah.
And it's those ones that I like, but you see them, as you say, you've got the role-playing ones where they've gone for some variation on something we've got in game, or you've got just the funny puns that we've seen as well. And it's that creativity that you see, and you're like, you can almost judge what kind of pirate they are.
Yeah.
But not all the time, and I love that.
Yeah.
Hay un montón de peña, chaval.
Muchísima
gente.
You can imagine approaching them maybe and like having a laugh with them, right, and speak to them over, using the speaker jumpy or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Actually, it really adds a kind of different sort of feeling, doesn't it, to encountering other ships?
So I do actually have the top 10 boat names.
Oh, okay.
Right. This is where we would have top of the pops music. Okay. For people of a certain vintage.
¿Qué le pasa a la voz a ese pavo, tío?
Did you prep them to like? Okay.
Well, actually, does anyone want to guess?
Parece que la han operado de tiroides, tío.
Flashed it at the camera.
Like a tour.
Like a tour.
That would happen.
We knew you'd do that.
I am a conservative MP.
I would say knowing our fans, knowing our community and the role play of the world and generally how things go down, I would predict something like the black pearl.
And you would be quite right, mate.
Yeah, and
collect your gift.
There's a lot of black pearls out there, and how awesome is that?
And that's that original creativity and humour that we love to see from our players. Yeah, it's
Come on, let people role play. Let people role play. Is what the game's all about.
Está diciendo, ya, cállate, ya, calla.
You would be quite right.
Top 3?
Casi tiro todo.
actually,
Ya, cállate un poquito, ya, cállate. Cállate un poquito, amigo.
Usain Bolt.
Correct.
There you go. That's in there.
So others in the top 10. I'm not going to do an exhaustive list, but we have Sloop Dog.
Sloop Dog. That's
very good.
We have Y.
Why?
The letter Y.
I don't want an existential crisis while I'm sailing.
Why?
Why?
Why? Is this just what everybody's just like, why?
Don't come at me with those difficult
Don't
questions.
get, look at that. You looked really troubled by that, Mike.
I am troubled. I don't understand that one.
No.
And then, so,
If your ship's named Y, get in touch.
Yeah.
actually, yes, let us know why.
Please.
And we hope it's not rude.
Yeah. So we've also got Unsinkable 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I
Titanic
thought there'd be
reference.
Titanic in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Jackdaw.
Jackdaw.
Yes. Real
1000 Sunny.
Oh yeah.
Right, okay, yeah.
Going Merry and Queen Anne's Revenge are all in there as well.
Right.
So there we go. Right, so moving on then.
Were any of those Sea of Teasers? No.
We're just getting to that section now.
Yeah.
Everyone just like, "Ugh." So,
No.
Adventure 6 then.
Adventure 6.
So it's live right now. People are playing it as we speak. So can you, Mike, probably best, give us an overview of where this fits within the lore and the story? Where are we?
Yeah, so we're in a really interesting time in the Sea of Thieves now in our storytelling, where it's set against
Tiene este tipo de fantasmas y movidas así, del estilo Piratas del Caribe, pero medio raro.
Players will know that last year, as part of the Pirates' life, the Dark Brethren emerged, working with Davy Jones, and of course Davy Jones got defeated because of the valiant efforts of their players, but the Dark Brethren are still around, with Amaranta, their new member, who's an ex-Sea Dog, and we've got everybody's favourite, Duke. So there's the Dark Brethren, there's of course the one and only Pirate Lord and his pirate legends. Players are often part of that. And we've got the third area of that, faction, which is of course Captain Flameheart. So Captain Flameheart and the Reaper's Bones and the Servant of the Flame. So what you're seeing now at this point in Sea of Thieves history is this factional war between these pirate groups that have all got their own vision for the pirate's life and the way they want the pirate's life to be in the Sea of Thieves. And unfortunately, poor Merrick has got himself ensnared in the middle of that. And in Adventure 6, players are recruited by the Pirate Lord to go on this daring rescue mission into the Sea of the Damned, to the new hideout of the Dark Brethren, which is the Twisted Sea Dog Tavern, a memory of that iconic Sea Dogs Tavern from the main world. And you work together with crews to save Merrick. But one of the big
Se van a hacer largas las 6 horas.
already realize is
Me cago en la madre que lo parió.
Of Merrick's story that began with the Hungering Deep, continued with the Shrouded Deep, to the Forsaken Hunter, where Merrick was unfortunately killed and went to the Sea of the Damned, to now in Hunter's Cry. It brings this chapter of Merrick's story to a touching conclusion. The story's not over.
Por eso tiene que tener menos estabilidad, chaval.
So definitely worth experiencing that story because it's going to have important ramifications for the rest of the world.
So I met someone yesterday and they were a massive fan of Merrick and they wanted to talk to you about that. They came to the stand, they're down there like with a cutlass. But like no, they were like they wanted to talk to you. They had some questions.
El de las gafas está hasta los cojones de las risitas, eh. El de las gafas está hasta la polla de las risitas. Está diciendo dejarme explicar mi juego, pesados. Que sigue muy gracioso decir jaja cohete, jaja bola, boom, jaja. Espérate, voy a closear la torre.
So how far are the adventures planned? And like, and without teasing anything or giving anything away, like how far out are we looking? In terms of where do you know the story is, how far out?
Really far. So I think like,
what's really?
Really far.
Well, I'd say like thematically, like where we want to go and the direction we're heading into and how we want to represent the pirate's life in all these different ways in the Sea of Thieves. That is planned out a multiple years worth.
Voy a quitar esto porque no va a salir absolutamente nada de Avatar, la verdad. Entonces lo voy a cambiar. Voy a poner...
It's probably a year and a half's worth of storytelling and adventures that we've got planned out. And we need to do that because that's the way that you make things meaningful and make it feel authentic to the Sea of Thieves. When we know what's going to happen to a character in a year and a half's time, we can start seeding things early. Start bringing players organically into that storytelling, and we love to do that because it makes everything feel more meaningful.
And how do you think the community
Legends.
The lore? Is it? Because obviously it's not a prerequisite.
Legends, ¿sabes?
But those who love lore.
Oh yes, they do. I was going to say you have to get those specifics right because if one thread is out of place, if one character isn't in the right look, they're going to notice and they're going to tag Mike on Twitter until he answers for his lore crimes. they know their stuff, that's the thing, because they've been so invested since day one and we've now stepped it up with the amount of lore we're delivering.
Es el malo maloso.
And I know across our social channels and on Discord we've got separate channels and we had to separate out the lore section because we've got mysteries and adventures and then general lore and they're all over it and they're sharing theories and they're swapping stories and they thoroughly embrace that side of the storytelling that we've got now.
And I love that. I love that. I mean, that to me shows that a lot of our community are invested in the world and they care about our world. And you're right. Of course, it's not a prerequisite to play Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is this wonderful sandbox adventure game where you get to choose your own adventures. But we've always believed that the more meaning and purpose we can put into the world, the deeper we can make that world feel. The easier it is to immerse yourself in those adventures and that role play. So it's there, waiting, full of surprises for players that want it, but it's not a prerequisite for Sea of Thieves.
And how do we bring in like expanded universe into this? Like, you know, again, with the planning, we need to know what's coming, but like, you know, say the most recent novel.
Hay peña por ahí jugando a cosas,
Was it 2 years ago?
Flipas.
We had the first Tracy.
Quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. So how do you kind of keep all of this? Is there a big board with lots of?
We do have a lore Bible, which is quite high level. If it was too detailed, it would get hundreds and thousands of pages probably. But it's a lot of meetings, it's a lot of discussion, it's a lot of building up that knowledge together as a team. I mean, you're right.
¿Hasta cuánto duraba esto? Lo tengo abierto.
So what players have seen before with the Tales of the Sea of Thieves lore book, the 2 novels that we've now got out, the RPGs and the expansion, all of those stories are canon to our world. And there's a huge
Esto dura hasta las...
Experiencing any of those materials should be just another window into the Sea of Thieves world, and when you play the game,
hasta
it should
35.
strengthen and vice versa, both of those elements. So we have to get it right.
Parar un poquito antes, hasta y media o por ahí, yo creo. Calculo.
So we had our first decision point adventure, where the community effectively decided
wrongly.
Come now.
Can we edit this out?
Come now.
Exactly today.
So the community were able to decide the fate of the world. So we're going to start by asking what side were you all on? So
I was Ruin Golden Sands.
Golden Sands.
Yeah.
And you even have
yeah.
Don't remind me, Joe. I'd actually forgotten that you were on that side.
No.
Save Golden Sands.
You're surrounded.
All the way. I am. I'm ensnared in the
really
sandwich
like
of the Reapers.
Okay.
Reaper sandwich.
No, I think... As we've seen today, interacting with people here at Gamescom, Merrick is such a beloved character, and what Merrick stands for, and you know, he's a salty pirate that's lived his life in the Sea of Thieves, and people love that character. And I think for me, it's a more interesting story, and it's unbelievable that the community chose to go that way. The fact that they bonded together to take positive action to defend Golden Sands.
So which side were you, Joe?
Tiene cuervos biónicos, cabrón.
Golden Sands, like absolutely, and
obviously all on the side of Sea of Thieves.
Sorry?
I'm not going to move away from that. I was going to make a Sunak trust.
No, let's not do that.
But we won't do that.
Hay un stand de Ford ahí.
That's the thing you could ever do. To be.
But, all right, moving on quickly, did we have the result you expected? Like, genuinely?
No.
It was, well, I couldn't predict. Like,
I kept watching the conversations happening, and we'd made all these fun things across our Discord servers so that people showed their allegiance rather than anything else. And the Reaper's hideout was just burning stuff. Yeah. Merrick's was coordinating loot, and I had no way of knowing which way it was going to go. And as much as I wanted to ruin it, I'm not going to lie, I spawned in my first play session afterwards on Golden Sands and was really happy. I was like, look at it.
I think as a designer, you think so much about the psychology of players and how they'll react to certain things. And I genuinely believe personally that it would go the way, it would go to that negative choice. It would go to the Reapers.
They choose chaos.
Who wouldn't want to see what happened if the Reapers won? Because Golden Sands, it's about taking it back to that neutral state, which it will evolve now because the choice has been made. But I always thought people would side with the Reapers. So just blown away by the fact that didn't happen. I thought that was a lovely surprise, and it's going to be really interesting as players see throughout this year what's going to happen to Golden Sands now and how that's going to play out.
¿Qué están haciendo ahí abajo? Estaban cortando algo de una mesa o algo, bro.
And where we're leading to. Like that is going to be another huge moment for our community to have to again make a choice, right? And the impact that's coming with that, like without teasing too much. But it's like, you know, later this year there's going to be another big one. Like I think bigger in terms of kind of emotional
I think,
impact.
the emotional investment in the next one I think will be bigger.
Well, so I'm going to ask again. You've kind of preempted the question, but so we're having another decision point. That's happening.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, there we go.
Right on the screen, that's
And it's a big one.
But so that was my question.
Tío, está todo el rato el cachondeo. Este pavo, el de la derecha, está loco, tío.
What can people expect?
Es un cachondo de cuidado. Y en cambio, el de las gafas, tío, está hasta los cojones de risitas. De un momento a otro va a sacar un puto revólver y va a decir: ¿queréis risitas? Estáis todos de risitas, ¿no? Vamos a jugar a la ruleta rusa. Va a sacar un revólver con una bala y va a empezar a hacer así a la gente.
We've seen how players interact with it. We've learned some lessons about how to set up these type of live storytelling events, and now we're going to go even further. We're going to be even more ambitious with this second choice. So look out for that.
And also mechanically, again, without spoiling it, but you've learned a lot from how we designed the first one and the activities people were doing, and how we're going to be.
He visto un coche derrapando, supongo que será el Forza, en el Forza todo derrapa.
The activities people are going to be doing, and how that's going to play out, and how it's just, I think, going to make the whole Sea of Thieves feel so different during that time period.
Yes. It'll be a real moment in time, and Joe's right. We've deliberately in adventures so far done very different things. One's more focused on the pure gameplay. One's more focused on the storytelling. All these different set pieces, because we're learning, and we're going to take those learnings into the future adventures that we've planned out. We're already doing that.
And you've touched on it slightly there, but how is it planned? Like in terms of production, as executive producer. In terms of production, as design director, like how do you kind of prepare for that decision point though? Like, you know, do we have both tracks ready to go, or is it more a case of, well, we assume this will happen, or we have a more neutral state?
That genuinely is probably one of the most complex things we've ever done.
Well, you got like 2 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. But you've got to plan for both outcomes. We deliberately don't.
No paran de reírse, tío. Y te lo juro que el de las gafas está hasta la polla, tío. Y están los otros dos riéndose sin parar, y el de las gafas, te lo prometo, que de un momento a otro saca un puto hacha de doble filo y mete así para un lado a la señora de la izquierda, y mete así para el otro y le mete un hachazo en el pecho al otro. Y dice: ríete ahora, gilipollas. Y ya está. Te lo digo, yo está hasta la polla de risitas ese pavo.
We're going to wrap up in a moment, but like from what you know of the next decision point, like do you think we're going to see that kind of groundswell from the community again?
I think they're gonna go wild for the next one. I think it's really exciting, and with that other decision point, they've seen how they can alter the world that they're playing in, and that most of them spend a lot of their time in. And I think this next one really is going to step it up, and I think we will see that resurgence of the passion that we saw in the last decision point, and then some.
So to wrap up, then, we're here for a couple more days. What can people expect, like from us at Gamescom?
Just come to the stand, basically. Like there's always going to be Sea of Thieves crew at the stand, right? And each day we have like there's a meet and greet slot that we've tweeted out. I don't know when, but it is 5 o'clock today, 5 p.m. today.
5 o'clock today.
And then 1 o'clock, I think, every other day, I think. But and then you can come play, you can win the medallions, like you can watch the stream, but the whole point we're here is just to chat and meet with fans, right? That's why we brought so many people here. That's the energy we want. come and give my feedback and questions about everything.
Specifically on Merrick.
Yeah, specifically on Merrick.
Well, I love it. Honestly, that is the privilege of being at a live show like this.
Tío, no pinta mal el del chicas de ladrones.
We want to learn. We want to make this service of Sea of Thieves and this pirate world the best it can
Del Sea of Thieves, la verdad. Pinta bien. Está guapo, tiene buena pinta, no sé. A ver, es que últimamente, o sea, Sea of Thieves está haciendo bien las cosas realmente. A la peña que le mola Sea of Thieves está muy contenta. Están haciendo buenas expansiones, están dando mucha comunidad de juegos. La colaboración esta que hicieron con Johnny Depp, bueno, con Piratas del Caribe, realmente. Johnny Depp.
We'll see you on the seas. Indeed, yes. Thank you. Bye.
Hasta luego. 25 han cortado.
Humanity is hanging on by a thread. But you know what? It's not all bad.
No me mires así, no me mires así, que te meto un cabezazo, no me mires así.
And seriously, who doesn't love a dinosaur? Seriously. In this exciting new glimpse at Second Extinction's full release, players get to explore more of Earth than ever before. The full launch adds a new vast open map for players to roam, more dinosaurs to fight, a revamped progression system, and tons of exciting new features. I mean, I'm talking about co-op, first-person shooter, and mutated dinosaurs. I am so in. Here's a brand new trailer for Second Extinction.
The Second Extinction. Oh, mami. Trailer. Este trailer no me lo esperaba yo, Este trailer no me lo esperaba yo. Uy, un dinosaurio. Uy, qué feo. La Tierra se ha fallado. Cuidado. Es su casa ahora. Hostia, bola. Este juego está en Game Pass. Creo. Take it back. Recuperémosla. Un tericino. A mí los dinosaurios me flipan, chaval. O sea, a mí los dinosaurios me vuelven loco. Me parecían de juguete, no me jodas. Más que cazar. Uf. Pero es un DLC. Entiendo. Full release en octubre. Pero ese juego no está en Game Pass. Ese juego está en Game Pass. Ah, Game Preview. Todavía no ha salido. Ah, wait, hostias. Pues pinta guapo, A mí es que los juegos de dinosaurio me molan. Pinta bien, pinta bien, pinta bien. Para jugarle con amigos, pinta de puta madre. Pinta de puta madre para jugarle con amigos, sinceramente. Vale, lo que estaba pensando, la forma de plantar las semillas de calabaza. A ver, yo creo que lo mejor es pim, 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 pim. Y luego aquí pim, 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 pim. Uy. Pim, 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 pim. Luego aquí. No, pero así no se aprovecha suficiente, yo creo. ¡Ay, no! ¡Qué liadita! Bueno, ya que estoy aquí. Vale, sería mejor, yo creo. Sería mejor, yo creo. ¡Ay, la puta madre! Hacerlo así. 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 Y luego así. Así. Y así. Creo que así es la forma más productiva posible. Creo. Algo así. Si crecen, tienen que crecer para adelante todas. Porque para el lado tienen otra semilla. Y no creo que la aplasten. Creo que no pueden aplastarla, de hecho. Vale, aquí hay que poner... uy. Aquí hay que poner... creo que antorchas para que crezcan las plantas. Porque como no le está dando la luz del sol, creo que hay que poner antorchillas. Me está bugueando la música del este. Se me está yendo la olla. Me están entrando ganas de matar personas. La verdad. Porque es que el domingo empieza. Es que el server empieza ya. Vale, cuidado que acabe esto. Reader Carol Coldy. Tenemos tráiler. ¿Tráiler de qué? Pues buena pregunta. Hola. Sí. Hasta por la tarde, si esto dura un rato, sí. ¿Por? No, ir al médico. Algo de la vacuna y poco más. Después... Vale. Después de esto viene el Lies of P. Bueno, pues vamos a verlo. 3:35. No sé si este será el tráiler del Lies of P o será otra cosa. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? Uy, te como rápido, no me ha dado tiempo. Vale, este es el que vi. Este se vio ayer. Este se vio ayer, que me hizo gracia lo de la pala. Este jueguillo se vio ayer. Que no tiene mala pinta.
Finally, we meet, son. The stage is set.
Que me hizo gracia aquí porque sonaba igual que el Hollow Knight de Hollow Knight. El boss. Bonk. Vale, gameplay, Eso no se vio ayer, creo. No, ayer no se vio gameplay 100%. Oye, no tiene mala pinta, se ve bastante bien. Muy Dark Souls. Muy Dark Souls, pero una barbaridad. Muy Souls-like. Muchísimo. Muy Souls-like. O sí que se vio, sí se vio, creo. Sí se vio gameplay ayer. Muy Souls-like, muchísimo. Muy, bueno, más que Souls-like, muy Bloodborne, muy Bloodborne. Parecido al Bloodborne en muchos sentidos, con la pistola. En Game Pass va a estar, madre mía. 2023.
Charlie here
Hello.
with two of the brilliant and twisted minds from NeoWiz who created a game that's reimagined Pinocchio as a ruthless killing machine to cleanse a plague-infested world. Made by the studio behind beloved fantasy MMO Bless Unleashed and coming from a team of developers who worked on the absolutely awesome Monster Hunter world, I am super excited about this one. Please welcome Ji-won Choi and Jason Park.
Hello.
I told you they were twisted. It's lovely to meet you, whoever's underneath there.
Son de los creadores de...
This is haunting.
Espera, vamos a ver.
Truly haunting. Should we have a look and see if we can find the humans underneath? Yeah? Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the slow reveal. Here they are. Jason and Ji-won.
Capcom.
We have a Joker.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
There they are. Amazing. They've joined us. Welcome. Now,
No.
when I think of Pinocchio,
Esta es la que el Black Myth Wukong. Es el que vi un vídeo yo ayer.
where the idea of Pinocchio as a killing machine actually
El
came
Souls-like de Pinocchio.
Our team is called off, and this is the first time
It
we've
sounds like
developed
the
a
Pinocchio.
single-player console game.
No, tiene muchísimo los Souls-like. O sea, es muy Bloodborne. O sea, es muy Bloodborne, Dark Souls. Vamos. Es muy parecido. El de Wukong es el que vi yo un tráiler, creo. ¿Pinocchio? Me recuerda más a Bloodborne que a... Mira, hermano, mira eso. Mira esa interfaz. O sea, mira esa interfaz. Se puede copiar más, tío.
The story shouldn't be childish and we should be able to enjoy it as adults. And last, the game should be full of adventures and unforgettable characters.
Que no tiene mala pinta, ni mucho menos. Pero es muy Souls-like, muchísimo.
I had loved Pinocchio when I was a child, but I was shocked when I read it again more carefully recently.
Joder, le pone la barrita abajo en vez de arriba. Bueno, menos mal. Una diferencia. Por fin vimos una diferencia. Poner la barrita abajo en vez de arriba. Let's go.
I bet it is, and now we're at Gamescom showing it off to the world.
So, when you prompted the initial idea of making a game based on the story of Pinocchio,
no, Pinocchio no.
Not convinced at all. Yeah, I was thinking that Pinocchio is a story for kids, not sure for online soul-like games. However, even though I read Pinocchio story a long time ago.
Pero el Pinocchio se llama el tío. Me está quedando muy claro, la verdad. Lo que tiene no sabe en inglés.
And what I've learned is that Pinocchio is not just a character.
Hermano, es igual. Es igual, la puta madre. Es igual. La madre que lo parió. Tiene cosas de todos, tío. Ha cogido así estos chavales han mirado From Software y han dicho, vamos a ver, ¿qué juegos tenéis? Han dicho, pues mira, tenemos 3 Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro y Elden Ring. Bueno, Elden Ring no me interesa. Vamos a ver el resto. Vamos a ver los 3 Souls. No, me lo han dicho, también tenemos Demon Souls, tal. Bueno, eso ya muy viejo. Vamos a ver los nuevos. Ha visto Dark Souls 3, ha visto Bloodborne y ha visto Sekiro y dice, venga, vamos a hacer una mezcla de las 3 cosas. Y ha salido esto. La verdad, es así. O sea, esperamos que no son los primeros que lo hacen. Repito, pinta bien el juego. Se ve de puta madre. Y la historia pues va a ser completamente diferente, ¿no? Seguramente tenga historia, por así decirlo. Porque los Souls no tienen una historia clara. ¿Antonio? Y esto sí que tiene pinta de que va a tener historia interesante, por lo menos. Joder, hermano, sí que hasta los títulos, tío. Hermano, hasta los títulos, tío. Cambia los títulos por lo menos, loco.
They're in Rise of P. They're not just rabbit. They're brutal warriors. They are still carrying a coffin and always trying to squeeze you into it. I really want to see how you guys survive when they're hunting you.
So, in order to go up against them, I have seen from the trailer so far that there are some ridiculous weapons, and you can even take some enemies to the wood shop with them, if I saw that correctly. So talk us through the combat we can expect.
Que saldrá y lo jugaré y me lo gozaré, seguro. Se parece a cualquier juego de From Software. No se parece, son calcas. Una cosa no quita la otra. Talk about.
Weapons are divided into 2 parts: the blade and the handle, and can be combined in countless ways.
Diferentes armas, a una mano y a 2 manos. Las puedes combinar. Hostia, puedes combinar las armas. Eso puede estar guapo. Wow, la curación. No me suena de algo. algo. Me suena de algo cómo se curan. Me suena de algo. Lo de marcar así, cómo se cura.
They are particularly flex and dynamic and can also be strengthened.
A ti te ponen este juego. Lo digo totalmente en serio. A ti te ponen este juego y te dicen que es Bloodborne 2 y no te lo crees, pero te lo puedes creer. ¿Sabes?
So I just want to let anyone know out there that this game is so difficult, you are going to absolutely love it. But to answer the elephant in the room, obviously the original Pinocchio game had a big emphasis on his nose growing with every single lie. So I have to ask, does this element of the Pinocchio story play into Lies of P at all?
Yeah. First of all, I think that lying is the most important aspect of the original story. Yeah. And when you really think about
a mí de este tipo de juegos, rollo Souls-like y tal, me da mal rollo una cosa, tío. Y es que, por ejemplo, From Software, los juegos de From Software son difíciles, porque son difíciles. Joder, Sekiro es difícil, Dark Souls es difícil, Bloodborne es difícil. Son juegos difíciles, pero están en el límite, me refiero. O sea, son difíciles, pero se lo puede pasar con mucho esfuerzo algunos y con menos esfuerzo otros, pero se lo puede pasar la mayoría de la gente. Muy frustrante si en caso de que seas malo, y no tan frustrante si eres bueno, pero se lo puede pasar la mayoría de la gente. El miedo que me da es que hay muchos juegos que copian Souls-likes, que hacen juegos literalmente iguales que Dark Souls, y claro, sabes que no, bueno, a ver, no puede ser que no, pero en general no van a ser juegos tan buenos como los de From Software. Entonces acaban apostando por hacer un juego muy difícil que tape un poco la falta de. Y eso es lo que me preocupa de estos juegos, porque hay juegos que igual son absurdamente difíciles y no merecen tanto la pena como un Dark Souls, por ejemplo. ¿Sabes?
Actually, in Korea, the majority of games are online PC and mobile games. So there aren't many developers with expertise in single-player games for console.
Oh, okay.
Ha dicho no sé qué de Corea y de MOBA Games, de MOBA.
But this was unavoidable. Despite these challenging circumstances, the fact that our team, has a lot of developers who already have experience with console game projects was a major help.
Que tiene muy buena pinta, joder, que mola un montón. Se ve de puta madre y dan ganas de jugarlo, dan muchas ganas de jugarlo, pero se copia.
I would like to give all the credit to our team members. They are the reason why Lajo P could come this far. And I'm really proud of our team.
And I'm sure they are so proud of you both sat here today representing the game as well. So shout out to you two in particular.
Yeah, it is the first time for us to make a single-player game. We all have a lot of experiences on developing action games, but only limited to online games. At first, I was thinking that making single-player games would be easier in terms of technical perspective, like no network sync issues, etc.
A eso, por eso, porque hay una pistolita, me refiero que me recuerda a Bloodborne. Madre mía, que te acaba de pegar.
Yeah, our game needed a lot of features we haven't even imagined when you develop online games.
Okay.
We only have one playable character, which is easier to make because online games normally have more than 5.
Porque se para. ¿Por qué se para? Bro, ¿qué ha pasado? ¿Se ha pillado mi ordenador? Esperando caché. Se ve en directo. Si el directo no se ha caído. Es mi ordenador el que ha medio colapsado. Un poco raro esto. Sí, es mi ordenador que ha colapsado un poquito. Creo. Sí, es mi ordenador que ha colapsado un poquito. ¿Te callas?
appreciate that you brought the chaos to us here in Germany. But before we run out of time, I do want to give you the floor to share anything you want with everyone out there about Lies of P before its release.
Actually, we didn't expect the Lies of P to get this much interest and love from gamers. We really want to thank you all for the tremendous level of support. We'll do our absolute best and are sure that you'll be mesmerized by the city of cards.
Tiene buena pinta el jueguito, tío. Tiene buena pinta. Yo qué sé. Está muy guay, tío. Se ve guapo, se ve muy bien, la verdad, las cosas como son. Se ve muy bien, los combates parecen interesantes. Tiene un estilo dentro de que se parece muchísimo a Bloodborne, a Dark Souls y a Sekiro algunas partes. Dentro de que es una calca literal, tiene cosas bastante guays, tío.
Thanks again so much for joining me. But now, dancing robots, creepy crash test dummies, and theme park rides you really don't want to visit are just some of the trippy treats crammed into this wonderfully weird next trailer. Set in an alternate 1955 where robotic technology has grown nail-bitingly powerful, it's up to one rogue agent to take a stand for humanity. And if he doesn't, well, let's just say that's not good for anybody. This is a brand new look at Atomic Heart.
Vale, otro trailer. Juegos que no están... Atomic Heart. Juegos que no están muy avanzados, pues van metiendo trailers así de risillas. Oriana. Hostias, vaya cambio, ¿no? ¿Cómo se embarazan? Pues es este juego, hermano. Una voz. ¿Qué pollas es este juego, loco? No sé, pero está guapo, en verdad, Y esto es full in game. Es como de zombies, pero robots. No, un otaku, tú no quieres luchar. Natasha. Juego basado en la URSS, por cierto. O tiene toda la pinta. Ahí le está. What the fuck. Hostia, qué guapo lo de los golpes, tío. Se quedan, o sea, la marca de los golpes. Oye, tiene muy buena pinta esto, Este juego yo no lo había visto. Yo de este juego no he visto nada. Tiene pintaza, en verdad, ¿Y esto qué coño es, tío? Game Pass. Oye, de puta madre, ¿no? Está muy guapo ese. Vale, 30 segundillos no da tiempo a nada. Voy a poner dos bloques, voy a poner dos bloques. Joder, Ismael. No me jodas. Me hago en la madre que lo parió. No, ahora está abajo también, bugueado. No me da tiempo, trailer. Gunfire Reborn. Este es el de que van a enseñar ahora. Historia cooperativa. Octubre, el 27 de octubre el Game Pass.
Hey, welcome back everyone. I'm here with Stephen Takowski from 505 Games.
Alopecia. 100%, yo sepa que tiene alopecia, o sea, es así. Está totalmente calvo, no tiene ceja, no tiene nada, tiene alopecia totalmente.
On October 27th. Stephen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Listen, no problem at all. We appreciate it, and welcome to Gamescom.
Cáncer, pero...
Thank you. I mean, I'm having a great time.
Good to be back, right?
Absolutely.
Good. Okay, so Gunfire Reborn's been around for
Queremos que sea
a little
alopecia,
while
que no
now,
pase nada
right?
por tener
It's
alopecia.
coming to Xbox, console, and cloud for the very first time, which is great news. So give us an introduction to the game.
Sure. So Gunfire Reborn is a level-based adventure game with FPS, roguelike, and RPG elements. And you pretty much play with several characters who will have various abilities. And you will go on adventures through 4 different environments, and in those environments there's unique levels, enemies, and bosses.
Great, and you can see from the footage there, it's super bright, super colorful, super fast. Now, it's a roguelite as well, right? So
correct.
I'm right in thinking that every time you start a new run, it's going to be a different experience, yeah?
Sure, yeah, it's a true roguelike. Each route is going to be different each time you play, so it'll always be different from one gameplay to the next. You don't know what drops you're getting, so you have to adjust to your environment because you really don't know what you're going to have. And but you know, along the way, you're going to find different weapons. You're going to find weapon inscriptions, which are different rarities of weapons, and you don't know what to expect. But you just got to be prepared, and you'll know
Oye,
there's
pinta
going to be
guapo,
a
¿no?
boss at the end of each level, which is your
Muy
typical roguelike experience.
estilo
But yeah, that's pretty much
concreto,
it.
pero pinta guapo.
As well. You can play it solo, and you can play co-op, multiplayer, which is awesome. But let's talk about solo first, right?
Sure.
What is that roguelite Gunfire Reborn experience if you're just playing on your own?
Well, the solo experience is great. A lot of games, you want to play roguelike with friends. This one plays solo. It's the best way to level up your character, unlock new characters, and upgrade your character. So solo experience is more like an RPG. And, there's 4 environments that you have to go through. It can be challenging because you only get 1 revive for the entire experience.
Right. And so in solo play, you're essentially, as you say, you're leveling up.
Está viendo que se veía perfecto y se escuchaba bien.
You're working on your profile.
Es el caso.
And take it into multiplayer, is that right?
That's correct. And, multiplayer is super fun with Gunfire Reborn. You can play 4-player co-op, and it's just a great experience. It's such, clean combat. It's really exciting to see it on, Xbox Game Pass because you play with your friends on Xbox, and it's just a really smooth combat. And
Está guapo, pinta bien. Yo que sé, para echar una tarde con los colegas o algo así, pinta bien. No sabía revivirla. No sabía revivirla. No sabía revivirla.
Excellent, I love that. Let's talk about those heroes then. I think we got a sense of them from the trailer, right? We've got a really colorful cast of animal heroes.
Yeah.
Talk us through them and pick out your favorite for us as well.
Sure. So we have a cat, we have a dog, we have a bird, we have a snow leopard,
nice.
We have a rabbit, and we have a turtle. They all have their unique abilities and perks. Some of them are optimal for like elemental damage. Some of them are great for delivering, melee damage or crits. So, you do have to spend some time. I mean, the game has a lot there. So if you want to spend the time and drill down and learn the game, you will be rewarded. It's an excellent game that you can really spend like hundreds of hours on, and we have a massive community online who really appreciate it. You see guides everywhere on optimal builds. You'll see tier lists for everything, and it's just a really popular game, and you have to decide which hero is best for you. Nice. For me, I would say getting started, the Crown Prince is a very well-balanced character. Definitely recommend it. Any weapon he can use, and he does corrosive damage with his bomb, which is really important. And then you have each character has an optimal strategy. You just got to decide what.
Este juego duraba hasta las.
You mentioned the community. I want to come back to that because there is this incredible community already built around Gunfire Reborn. So, I want to give them a shout out and come back to them. But speaking of animals, you've got the animal heroes. I think I also saw an animal being used as a weapon, right? Like a lizard as a weapon.
Yeah, that's called Justice, and very lizard. Creative weapons. There's a whole arsenal.
Están sacando
different classes of weapons to choose from. You could be short range. You got your shotgun long.
Han sacado trailers y he perdido.
You have to decide what do you want to do. Pistol? Do you want to use melee?
He perdido la puta foto, tío.
On your strategy,
aquí.
Based on your class, your hero, you can decide. But it's roguelike. So
este es hasta las 4:15. Un poquito antes. Será hasta las 4:10 o por ahí.
An item for you, then you have to pick up that weapon, or you choose not to pick up that weapon, and you can also refund.
Me cago en la puta, lo he quitado, espérate.
So you have a lot of options for your gameplay, and you look at the stats on each of these weapons, and
no pinta mal, la verdad. Yo qué sé. Se ve, pues eso, para echar la tarde con los colegas. Tampoco hay mucha. Hombre, tampoco es un juego que te puedan meter ahí 60 horas, pero. Te echas las risas con un grupito de otras 3 personas y ya está. Está bien.
Throughout the levels that you can get some pretty sweet rewards from, whether it's like a weapon or a goblet or a scroll. And then you have the bosses at the end of the levels, and usually you'll get like a legendary scroll, 2 weapons, goblet, soul essence, and copper. And those bosses definitely can be challenging at first, but once you play the game and get used to it, you realize they all have a strategy to defeat. Some people we've seen, they jump into it, they can be a little bit challenging, but after you really do a little bit of research, they become much easier, and it's just all fun.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've experienced playing. In my early runs, I was really getting rinsed by the bosses. But, as you go through in true roguelite style, you level up, you get it, you work it out. But some of the bosses are huge, right? I mean, I caught sight a couple in the trailer there.
Oh, yeah, they're huge. But, as you win and you gather soul essence and you level up your character, it just gets easier from there.
Yeah, and especially when you're playing with your friends in co-op as well, and you can bring all that firepower to bear.
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, we talked about the community. You mentioned them earlier. Huge community already in place for Gunfire Reborn. Community keeps coming back for more. How are you working with that community and that fan base to develop the game? And what can we expect in the future for Gunfire Reborn?
Sure, so we're always listening to the community. People write guides and make videos, and the game is constantly getting balanced in order to deliver an amazing experience. Like I said, there's millions of players already in the community who are really enjoying it. And, we pay attention to them. We do have a lot of content that's coming. We'll be announcing soon. But, we take in community feedback in order to create an optimal experience, because we want them to keep playing.
Love it, love it. So I guess the Gunfire Reborn community is going to be a great place for Xbox players to start when they start playing. But given that, this whole new Xbox community is coming to the game, both on console and cloud and PC through Game Pass, you know, what do you, how would you sort of say to them, why should they jump into Gamefire Week?
Sure, so it definitely has amazing replayability. It's very accessible.
Estaba entrando
You know, if
gentecita
you're a
al
roguelike fan or you're brand new to roguelikes, it's a
directo
great experience. Very,
Digo, al
very
directo de estos
clean
tiene 6.000 ya, 6.100,
it
antes
doesn't
tenían
take too
4.000 y
long to
pico.
pick up. It takes a while to master, but you
Están
can
por las
just
horas
jump
también,
into it,
supongo,
have
que ha
a
empezado a
great
las 2,
experience. If you have 3 friends
a las
standing
2 de
by
la
ready
tarde.
to play,
Más
it's
complicado.
the perfect co-op game to have a great time, and you'll spend endless hours with your friend, and you get to
Ves, todo el rato dicen lo que estoy diciendo yo. Para jugarlo con amigos. Este juego no se puede jugar solo. Te mueres del asco jugando solo este juego, yo creo.
I'm so excited to play it, and it feels like one of those games you can get together with your friends of all ages and just have a total blast.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Graham. Appreciate
Stephen,
it.
it's been a pleasure. Really appreciate it. Okay, so there's nothing quite like Gamescom, and it turns out you've all missed this incredibly special event just as much as I have. So here's a glimpse of what this brilliant show means to the Xbox family all over the world.
Perfecto.
What I love about Gamescom is the fact that this is bigger than an event. This is an opportunity for all of us from the whole world to meet each other, to play together, to have
Qué orgullosos están los de Xbox de Halo, Qué locura.
Also, you can buy stuff that will remind you one day, yeah, this year I've been on Gamescom. So looking forward to be there again, and I'm so excited to have a chance to meet you all. See you.
See you.
For me, Gamescom is not only the
Strachowski.
expo, but most of all, it's huge gaming celebration. Opportunity to meet the people, meet the gamers, meet the fans from all around the world is really special. And I think that everyone who has opportunity should go to the Cologne at least once.
For Gamescom, I'm most looking forward to meeting some
Next
new
bomb.
friends, as well as being reunited with some old Xbox family that I haven't seen in so long in person. So I can't wait to see and hang out with everybody, all in the name of games. It's going to be fun.
One memory of Gamescom that I will never forget is the 2018 FanFest boat party that they threw. It's a really cool place to meet other Xbox fans, but also it was the first time I ever met Graham, and I'll never forget it because he and I clearly have great fashion taste because we were wearing the exact same shoes to the party.
Bonjour from France. What I like the most about Gamescom is discovering.
No puede negar que es francés, la verdad. No lo puede negar.
Working on the tomorrow's games, discovering new worlds, new stories, and especially talking with fans about our favorite games. Enjoy the Gamescom 2022.
Favorite. ¿8 minutos? ¿Dónde vas? Cabrón, ¿dónde vas? 8 minutos, ¿sabes? Vamos a jugar aquí. 8 minutos. ¿Dónde vas con 8 minutos? Me da tiempo aquí a hacer literalmente 3 mansiones y 25 lugares de entretenimiento para chicos jóvenes con ganas de pasárselo bien. Ay. Vale, triguito aquí abajo. Sigo diciendo que la casa tiene que ser más grande. Estos son de unos 13 bloques, hay que hacerlo de unos 20, creo. Creo que con 20 para cada lado puede quedar bien. Puede quedar una casa decente. 20, 25 a lo sumo. De hecho igual la intento recrear, pero bueno, lo veo un poco complicado. Porque tampoco tengo mucho tiempo. Entonces voy a utilizar esta casa como base. Y luego en el server la haré un poquito más grande. Y ya está. La haré igual, pero un poquito más grande. En general, la zona de los cofres sobre todo es la que más se queda atrapada, así que no se ve realmente bien. Esa es la peor zona, entre comillas. Luego está bastante mal también la de las zanahorias. O sea, la de las zanahorias, perdón. La de arriba de la habitación, que no tengo muy claro dónde voy a dormir, la verdad. Puedo hacerlo igual hacia atrás, pero es un poco trambólico, la verdad. O hacerlo arriba. Algo me inventaré para aprovechar el espacio. A ver, las conferencias han estado bien. La del Lies of P han enseñado un montón. El del plague este de las ratas también ha enseñado un huevo. Joder. Bueno, del de ahora también han enseñado bastantito. Se han enseñado mucho de todos los juegos, cosa que está bien. Y han anunciado que todos van a estar en Game Pass. Menos uno. No, creo que van a estar literalmente todos. Creo que van a estar todos en Game Pass. Creo. Vale, la casa queda así. Coño, yo lo veo bastante fresco, Tengo que ver ahora cómo hago mi habitación, por así decirlo. Porque aquí tienen la entrada. La entrada luego está la puerta esta que va hacia afuera. Que voy a poner esta, yo creo. Igual que aquí. Ahí eso queda un poco... Así me mola más, yo creo. Luego tienes aquí toda esta sala de aquí grande. Que lo que dije era que me gustaría que esta sala... Claro, pero es que si no era tapaba esto, cierto. Pero que tape esto me importa. Creo que bastante poco, ¿no? De hecho, podría hacer aquí ventanal grande también, ahora que lo estoy pensando. Podría hacer aquí... Oye, no está mal. Yo creo, dejas esta parte aquí. Aunque no me termina. Prefiero dejar una zona aquí de puro chileo. Que llegue un poco más lejos incluso. Pero como que no llegue hasta el final, porque no me apetece. La verdad. No me apetece que llegue como hasta aquí y se quede aquí pegada. Esta parte de aquí me gusta tenerla así. Luego aquí no sé qué mierda se estaba haciendo. Esta parte de aquí podré poner algo, un cuadro o algo. ¿Qué haces aquí? Cabrón. Qué desgraciado, qué susto me ha dado, chaval. Digo, por un momento, claro, por un momento me ha venido la vena de superviviente y digo, bueno, me muero. Digo, bueno, adiós, Master, ¿sabes? Lo primero que he pensado. Así va a quedar, así queda mejor, yo creo. De hecho, aquí yo haría también algo del palo. Poner todo esto como de blanco. Y dejaría como esta parte así, como media abierta. No, la verdad no, esta parte abierta no. Esta parte así, cerraica. Y aquí lo que tengo la duda, tío. ¿Dónde mierdas pongo mi cama, sabes? Aquí va a estar la zona de encantamientos. Eso está claro. Y mi cama, que la pongo aquí arriba. A ver, una solución es, obviamente, pero... Una solución es, definitivamente. Porque si esto, con suerte, va con ascensor, como que no va a haber gasto, por así decirlo. Entonces, sí, pero aún así se queda raro. Porque me gustaría ponerlo aquí, en vez de en el centro. ¿Sabes? Me gustaría que fuera el ascensor, estuviera aquí. Entonces subes hasta arriba. Y ya tienes espacio para poner la cama aquí. Puedo poner aquí la cama. Puedo poner aquí como cierta decoración. Esto no lo puedo romper porque son las escaleras, que acabo de joder, la verdad. Ahí está. Y yo qué sé, aquí quedaría bien. Luego podemos poner aquí alguna mesillita, algo así. O dejar la cama simple, es que no sé. Tampoco se puede poner mucha más decoración, ¿sabes? Subes al piso de en medio y luego al piso de arriba. Es la mejor solución tener la cama arriba, de hecho. Me mola la idea de poner esto así, la verdad. Sí, me gusta la idea de poner esto así. ¿Qué hacen? Parece Cebum este pavo. Solo que con 20 veces más tatuajes porque el otro no puede llevarlo, obviamente. Este es el juego de la pistola. De la pistola con ojos que habla.
Starts out on Earth, you're kind of an aimless teenager, you don't really know where you're going with your life. Aliens show up, they discover that humans are the best drugs in the universe, and you pair up with a talking gun that you find to sort of stop them from ending your species, basically.
Content from the intro tutorial
¿Dónde está
level to start. You know, some fast forwards sort of through here, but it's just because we can only fit so much in the segment.
So is that like the typical game from Squanch games you would have?
Yeah, so we kind of have weird games, like if, you know, we kind of found each other, we
like
making weird stuff.
Este juego es el que tiene buena pinta, tío, no sé, este juego me hacía gracia. La verdad, no hace gracia, pero no me hacía, me hace.
It's just a leveled up version of things we've done in the past.
Amazing. So I would say let's just jump right into the gameplay, right? Because it's what people want to see.
Sounds great.
Nice house you got here. Real ritzy. Way better than my bench.
Oh, wow, you really made yourself at home, huh?
Oh, there you are. Who's this weirdo? And why
Hay personas de verdad.
up a huge alien computer in our living room?
Okay. First of all, that alien computer is a very expensive and surprisingly operational Bounty 5000. So, you're welcome.
Justo la luz verde de la cama apagada y pensaba que se había apagado la cama. Digo, no me puto jodas.
A small-time local gangster by the name of Nine Torg. She took my favorite knife. She's got an operation out in the slums. Maybe you kill her and get my knife back. Then we'll talk. Maybe take you out to Glumpy's to celebrate.
All right, so we just head out to the slums?
No, moron. You gotta use the Bounty 5000 to initiate a bounty. That's what I went through all the trouble of setting it up for.
Ni de coña.
My knife! We're looking for the gateway to the slums, I guess. Look, it shouldn't be too far. Listen, just follow the waypoint.
So I just noticed it's a little
Qué guapo, la verdad.
Is that the usual demo? Is that a cut for?
Muy rollo Ricky Morty.
We're actually showing
Muy rollo Ricky Morty.
For the purposes of this video, we're just sort of fast forwarding to make time.
Muy rollo Ricky Morty.
Was that my house? Where do I live in there? Is that my family?
Yeah. So early on in the game, Kenny gives you the ability to teleport your entire house to escape from the cartel. So when you teleport your house, your sister's in the house. So you kind of bring her with you.
Es un juego único, la verdad. Es que es un juego único, las cosas como son. Es un puto juego único. Eso, tío. Es un juego único. Una puta pistola que habla, tío. Y para recargarla literalmente la tienes que hacer una masturbación. A ver si la hace. Es que no va a disparar, creo. Pero literalmente la hace. Uy, está Sadji.
Well, look what we got here. Fresh meat. Hey there, fresh meat. Welcome to the slums, fresh meat.
Le empuja, le empuja.
Kid.
What's wrong, fresh meat? You scared of a little
Le va a meter una bala en la boca, ya verás.
I'm sorry. This is annoying. What's this all about?
Well, honestly,
Hijo de puta.
basically. So we implemented this patented squanch shove tech, basically, where characters get in your face and push you around. It's such a funny little mechanic, and he's one of the first characters you encounter that's doing this to you, and he's really pressuring you to shoot him, but you don't have to. You can skip it. Yeah.
La mata. La mata.
He's actually 30. So,
okay. Okay. So
a ver si le recarga, recarga.
And it's your choice.
Okay.
Mata a un puto niño, tío.
You can't pass through here. It's 9 Torg's turn. Jesus, enough with everyone getting in our way. We just want to kill 9 Torg. Yeah, right. You kill 9 Torg. Get lost. Heal.
Que sí,
So
tú
this
vas
is
a matar
exciting. We're in
a
our
Nine
first
Torg.
combat.
Mira, mira.
Yeah, who are we
Pajote.
fighting in this Kenny's
Pajote,
primary
espérate.
ability?
Yeah, so this is the first time you're really getting to use Kenny, and these aren't the main enemies you're fighting. These are sort of a lower level set of goons, and they actually think they're the strongest enemies
Este juego me
in
le
the
paso en
game,
directo.
but they find out by the end of this
100%.
mission that they're really not, and they're just the ones in the first level. It's really funny. It's a really funny sequence. And for Kenny, you're seeing basically his primary fire right now. This is early in the game, so you're learning how to use him. But throughout the game, he'll get alternate abilities. Each gun kind of has 3 modes. One of them is always going to affect traversal. And then on top of that, there's mods for each gun.
Oh, hey, you want to see a cool party trick I used to do? Aim me at those spinny platforms. Come on, give it a shot. It'll be fun. Yeah, I told you. Did you see how fun that was? I call it my glob shot. It comes out of my trick hole.
Okay. I'm afraid to ask this
O sea, el
question.
tío, la pistola te va diciendo lo que tienes que hacer más o menos.
I'm sorry.
Qué guapo.
But apparently not. So all the guns in the game have 3 separate abilities, so primary, secondary, as we mentioned, and then there's an ability fire. What you're seeing here can be used in combat, but it can also be used to open up new traversal areas. And each gun in the game will sort of open up new areas. You can go back to areas that you were before and kind of explore, find content, collectibles, and also get new NPC interactions.
Yeah, we're really trying to push that light Metroidvania feel. So the levels are really dense.
I'm sick of this. I want to tear through someone's guts. Oh, I think they're talking about Gene's knife. You.
Got it, freak. We've had enough of your bullshit.
Yeah, it's your fault Stemulax is dead. I was in love with him. Did you know that? I loved him. And now his head's cut off. Just the way it should be. Him. Hey, guess what? I have another secret trick you can use. The power of negotiation. Let's try reasoning with these guys. Knock on the door. Tell me how you want to play this.
You insufferable. When I'm loose. Who's there? Who are you?
Hey. Hello there, friends.
Oh, I think it's the buyer. Hey, are you the buyer?
No, I'm just here to do my laundry. It's even clean. I'm a laundry head. Can't stop washing stuff over here.
This room's off limits. Everything you need is in the front. Get out of here. Good luck with your laundry.
I mean, I have a ton of laundry at home, especially after Gamescom, but I've noticed there's a lot of dialogue in this thing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we actually started out kind of writing out a big dialogue tree. Our head writer, Alec Robbins, amazing writer, and kind of makes twine games in his spare time, so we had it down. And then once people got in the booth, we kind of encouraged a little bit of improv to keep things fresh.
Está guapo, tío.
And then all of that amounts to basically a huge selection of dialogue choices. And so
Está divertido el juego para echar las risas.
If you knock on the door before that, you don't even have a chance to give that answer because you don't know that information. So there's a lot of stuff like that throughout the game that you're kind of opting into.
Hostia, el cuchillo.
They told us this buyer was a real prankster.
Oh, you, come on.
Tío, tiene bracitos en la tripa, qué puto asco. Qué puto
You
asco.
got him good. Okay, though, but enough of that. Let's show them the product.
All right, here's the product. A genuine talking knife. I gotta be honest with you. He's a real piece of
He's extremely violent. He basically only talks about wanting to kill people in very disturbing ways.
You, I'm gonna carve out your cavity. Gonna make it 3 times as big. Your it's just gonna drop right out of there.
See what I'm talking about?
Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, great. Go ahead. Feel free to inspect it. Try him out. See how he feels in your hand.
Yeah, Free me. Let's go psycho on these f***ers.
Actually, you want to just swing out the air a bit, like far away from us? Yeah, thanks.
Come on, what are you? Oh, fuck yes, thank you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Knifey. Now use me. Let me stop these fucking hands.
Don't do anything crazy when you're holding the knife. Just like look at it, see if
What
you
the
like
fuck?
it, put it back.
Está guapísimo, ¿eh? Toma.
Yes, fire. Yes, more. I need more stabbing.
Definitely 9-Torg, but let's put a pin in the whole gene thing. How do we get out of here?
With my tether ability. I'm more than just a knife, you racist.
Qué
I can
puto
tether
loco.
too. Look up and latch on.
I can't believe it. I'm sorry, but these lines, guys. But I remember Knifey from the first trailer, and I think for fans, he has been fan favorite from the debut. Tell me everything about him.
Yeah, so he's by far my favorite weapon in the game. He's voiced by Michael Cusack, who's awesome. He's so funny. And throughout the game, basically, he functions as a knife, but he's there to kind of always pick on you and say funny stuff. He also has this tether ability, which affects traversal through the levels. So once you get him, you can kind of go back, and some of the levels were horizontal, now they're more vertical, and there's things you can get that you couldn't get before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The levels really open up once you get Knifey, and then there's a bunch of other traversal abilities you can use in tandem with him. And you also can't open chests until you get Knifey, which you'll see right here. These are our lug loxes. Hopefully we'll be selling plushies of these, plushies and Knifey.
Es un cofre, es eso. Muy bien.
So you're actually also getting pretty close to the end of the level here. You're gonna fight the...
Mira la cara que pone, tío, la pistola. Es que es increíble. A ver si dispara otra bomba gorda.
Abilities that you've learned in the level together. So your primary, your secondary, you're going to be tethering around the arena.
La pelea con la minita.
Deflecting with Knifey.
Esta la
So you put it all
9-Torg.
together, you fight 9-Torg.
We're hurting you.
Pone una cara increíble, tío, cuando aplastas. Cuando la botón al ataque cargado ese. Qué cara de psicópata por el puto cuchillo.
I can deflect attacks. Did you know that? I'm not just all about stabbing. Well, I'm mostly all about stabbing and tethering, but I can also deflect attacks. I'll slice them to death. I'll cut their heads off. I'll rip their limbs off. Do everything. I'm gonna cut right into them. I'll cut their.
La verdad que muy difícil no parece de momento el juego, pero oye, la puta recarga del pajote, tío. Es que este juego es una maravilla. Toma. Perdón.
I'm taking you with me. Stay alive. I think she's basically done for.
Está muy guapo.
No, how does it end? I want to see more. Is that it? Is that it? Are you sharing
that's
anything?
the whole game. That's
Are you sharing anything else at Gamescom?
Yeah. So actually, we're showing this full playthrough of what is essentially the first bounty you get. So we're showing that behind closed doors to press. There should be full videos online of the whole playthrough for people to check out, and we're just so excited to finally get it in people's hands and see their reactions. And it's been a real labor of love for us and the team.
Amazing. Well, I can say this is a glooby globby blast, right? But when can people get their hands on the game?
So December 13th it's going to come out. We're really excited for everybody to check it out. We're working really hard on it.
Este vago se parece al que trabajaba en la Resistencia antes.
Like, this is really a
De verdad.
special game to us, and we really hope you guys like it.
Well, Mike and Maddie, I have to say, first of all, thank you so much for us.
Thank you.
Letting us bleep in your game. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for having us at the show, and enjoy the rest of Gamescom.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
And now we are going to take a look at a game set in the Warhammer 40k universe. So just a little
Universo
change of
Warhammer.
pace here. I don't know about you, but nothing signals the end of summer like a good co-op shooter. And just as the darkness starts,
Los Warhammer 40.000 que vimos ayer, creo.
slice of shooty socializing for you. Set in the city of Tertium, play as one of 4 types of recently released prisoners as a last resort to protect the city. It's
Necesitaba levantarme
time
un
for the
poquito ya.
rejects to rise. This is Dark Tide.
Necesitaba levantarme un poquitito. Este es el Warhammer 40.000 que vimos ayer. Sí, 100%. Que tiene buena pinta, la verdad. No tiene mala pinta.
Welcome to Tertium, a sprawling hive city on the brink of destruction. You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight, and, if necessary, die for the Emperor.
El puto Darth Vader. Se puede cooperativo hasta 4. En plan, tiene buenas cosas, la verdad. Está bastante bien. Se le ve ya muy terminado. Se le ve terminadísimo. Este juego tiene que salir ya. Este juego saldrá en octubre, noviembre. Este juego sale este año 100%. Game Pass. Y otros 4 minutitos que me van a venir de puta madre para seguir construyendo en el Minecraft, hombre, no. Uy. Uy. Bueno. No seré yo aquí genio y figura. Pues no ha quedado mal del todo la casa, sinceramente. A mí me gusta. La verdad que a mí me gusta cómo ha quedado. Creo que ha quedado guapa. Tampoco creo que haya quedado increíble, porque sí que creo que ha habido cosas que no me terminan de convencer de la casa. Pero oye, bien, también está, yo creo. Y por fuera, a mí me parece que está de puta madre, la verdad. Por fuera. Voy a terminar el tejado. Esto se retoca ahora con algún arbolillo por ahí. Se pone algún arbolcito por aquí. A ver, decoración, árboles. A ver, brotes de la jungla igual es pasarse. Yo creo que los abetos quedan bien. Vamos a verlo. Uno por aquí, por ejemplo, otro por ahí. Claro, pues no crece este. Si le pongo más en la punta, crecerá. Sí, si le pongo más en la punta, sí. ¿Tú quieres crecer o tampoco? Tampoco. Si le pongo aquí, tampoco. Es esto a lo que me refiero, que la casa se está quedando muy pequeña. Que por ejemplo no soy capaz ni de plantar un árbol, ¿sabes? Alguno cuela, pero para que cuele uno. Yo creo que si pongo aquí otro ni de coña, ¿no? Efectivamente, ni de coña. Alguno cae. Algún arbolillo cae. Pero sí que es cierto que si la isla fuera un poquito más grande. Porque es que sobre todo la parte de esta, tío. Sobre todo la parte de los... Espérate que no me está gustando la mierda. Así mejor. La parte de aquí dentro, esta parte. La parte de los cofres. Se está quedando súper rara. Se está quedando súper rara por dos motivos. El primero, que no puedo poner esto aquí. O sea, tiene que ir las baldas. La balda esta rara. Tiene que ir como por fuera. La losa. La losa tiene que ir por fuera. A esta altura, a la altura a la que iba, uno más incluso. Pero no puedo no ponerla a esa altura. Entonces es un problema, porque claro, si yo quiero llegar al otro lado, a no ser que lo haga simétrico con las escaleras, cosa que no puede ser porque aquí la pared mide 4 y aquí mide 2, ya es más complicado. Puedo hacerlo con escaleras normales, sí, pero no sé. No, así ya no bajas. A ver, ¿se puede hacer algo aquí para que... Mira, se he encontrado aquí un vacío legal. La verdad. No, tráiler o algo, seguro. Es, cabrón. Se me escapa una. ¡Oye, un juego cuco! ¡Un juego cuquito! ¡Un juego cuquito! A game by Wistfully. Ser una ballena. Ah, vale, este juego creo que se vio ya. Creo. ¿No se vio este juego ya? Mira el gatete. El gatete por decir algo, porque el gatete es... Está guapo. Mola. Bonito. Es bastante bonito, tío. Si tiene buena jugabilidad, ya eso gana un montón. Es bonito. La arrastra, la arrastra. Hay muchos puzzles, muchas cositas. Hostia, yo no me metería en el agua, Literalmente en mi huevo con patas. Se ve cuco, tío. Se ve bonito. Bueno, vaya ballena. Yo a este juego ya no lo juego. Ay, mar, me da miedo. Ay, mira, puedo montar en bichillos. Ven aquí, hombre. Está bonito. Pero de este juego no van a hablar ahora, creo, ¿no? Ahora hablarán de... Planet of Lana. Ah, sí, pues van a hablar de este. Un ratillo. Sí, un rato largo, la verdad. Planet of Lana.
That was nice, wasn't it? Nice little moment of tranquility there in amidst all the fun of Gamescom. How's it going, folks? Welcome back. I am excited to welcome Aaron Harnius, the creative director and lead game designer at Wishfully, to talk about the absolutely gorgeous Planet of Lana. Adam, thank you so much for being here. I cannot wait to talk about how beautiful this game looks. But first of all, right, give us an intro to Planet of Lana. We just saw the trailer, but what should we expect?
Yeah, so Planet of Lana is a side-scrolling sci-fi puzzle adventure, right? And you play this young girl called Lana.
Adam
and at your side you have this little cute creature companion.
Yeah.
And together you go out on this epic adventure, you know, through the world of this this planet that's set far away in a galaxy. And you're going on a rescue mission to try and save Lana's big sister that's been taken away by an invading robot army. Yeah,
love that.
That's the gist of it.
So super exciting for everyone attending Gamescom here this year, and for you as well personally, I'm sure, is that you can actually play Planet of Lana for the first time here, right?
Yeah, so excited about that. You can play Planet of Lana here in the Xbox booth as well as in the Thunderful booth here in Hall 8. So very excited about that. And this is actually the first time we're showing the game to media.
Se ve muy bonito, tío. Se ve muy bonito, tío. Está muy bien.
Yeah, so the demo is quite an early part of the
La
game,
verdad.
right?
Está bonito.
It's actually
Me gusta.
the first part where you just met Mui. So it's the first part where you get to play with her at your side. So it's like an introduction, and you can think of Mui kind of like a kind of like a dog. So you can tell her to go places and tell her to stop and follow you. She's really a valuable companion on this epic journey that you get to experience in Planet of Lana.
Wicked. What kind of feedback are you getting from people that play it?
I mean, we've gotten incredible feedback like yesterday and today, and it's just a big queue over at the Thunderful booth, so it's just been absolutely unreal. You know, 5 years in the making now, this game, and yesterday was the first day that we showed it to players and media for the first time, so yeah, exciting.
Right, let's talk about Mui, because she is so cute, and I can see her on screen here just now, waking up Lana. Tell us about Mui and what she brings to the party in Planet of Lana.
So, Mui, what she brings to the party, as I said before, you know, Lana is this, like, you don't have any weapons in this game, right? You're playing as this 11-year-old girl, and this creature companion that you meet and that you befriend, she's quite agile, so she can jump higher than you and reach places that you cannot. But she can also like bite off cables and do things like that, push down things for you to reach. And then she also has this hypnotic ability that you might have seen in our like in the gameplay trailer we had just there. So you gain that a little bit later in the game, and then Mui actually can hypnotize like these weird creatures that you come across that has the same like glowing white eyes.
Se puede parar y la Silva se viene.
Opens up just a whole set of possibilities of how to interact with the creatures of this world, which is a lot of fun. Yeah,
great. I played the demo myself, and one thing that really struck me was the way that Mui's abilities kind of, you discover them slowly and they kind of build on each other, and the puzzles become more complex. That must have been a really fun thing to work out as you designed the game, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a super important thing as well, you know. We've been focusing a lot on like having a good ramp up of the game, you know.
Yeah.
We want this game to like reach a really broad audience, but it's also important, you know, in this kind of games where you have logical puzzles, because everyone is at a different level and have different abilities.
Vale, puedo mandar para que se quede parado.
So, you know, it can't be
para que vaya a un sitio. Mira que salto. Toma.
It can't be frustrating either. You just have to, you know, balance that challenge of just right, I think. So, yeah, and that is a challenge in itself. I think we've done a really good job.
Did you ever consider like a co-op mode where two people can, you know, play as Lana and Mui and solve those puzzles together?
I mean, a lot of people asked us that like throughout development, but it was a very conscious, creative decision from the like core idea from the get-go that we shouldn't have that, because I mean, we're going for this relationship with Lana and Mui that you kind of have in real life with a dog, like the relationship with a human and a dog. So, and if we would like have another controller and put that in the hands of a friend to control Mui, you will lose that kind of magic, you know, that we feel, because Mui is very much her own creature with her own personality, you know.
Right.
So,
yeah, and I think that really comes through in the
Stop y a la vez pulsado hold, o sea, follow.
It's so like adorable the way they communicate to each other. Like, tell us how you like did that through sound design and through the language in the game.
Yeah. So we're telling the story without words, right? And that's something we want to do from
Ahí va a decir, iba a decir, si no, el gato es un puto superhéroe, tío.
He invented this language for the inhabitants of this planet, of Novo. And it just adds so much. It adds that extra layer of like a way for the characters to be able to express emotions, you know. And also since Lana and Mui is constantly communicating with each other, so it's just yeah, it's details that like that I think really.
Está muy bonito, tío, mola un montón, la verdad. A ver si sale en Game Pass, tío. Y se le ve bastante pulidillo ya. No sé cómo irán de desarrollo, pero vamos, puede salir para este año, la verdad, perfectamente.
Alright, so we talked about Lana and our faithful companion Mui. But tell us about the overall story here, because one of the things I've noticed, you know, in the trailers, you've got these really beautiful contemplative moments, but then some moments with real like drama and speed and, you know, these big robots as well. So what's the overall kind of...
Pondré el sitio, gatito.
Yeah, so what you can expect playing our game is really an epic story that will unfold over like 5-6 hours when playing the game, and we're really going for...
5 o 6 horas tiene de juego, eso literalmente se pasa en una tarde.
Like we're bringing these companion-based mechanics, but also we're really focusing on telling quite a classical saga, this story of this unlikely hero, this 11-year-old girl, and Mui going through this incredible journey through the planet on this rescue mission to try and save her sister. And you come across so many environments. We have like this old shipwrecks that's been buried in this swamp for several hundred years that you get to explore. and you get like pieces of information that
Los robotos, chaval.
the players that have more
Los robotos que parecen arañas. Qué mal rollo, hermano.
story that we've created for this world and the lore of the world. So that's really exciting. And then also all players will get an answer to why humans are living on this planet and why the robots have come and why they've invaded the planet and so forth. So yeah, it's really a classic, like, epic adventure that you get to experience with a lot of twists and turns as well that I won't spoil right now.
Love that. Now we've got to talk about the art style. It just looks so special. Tell me about your inspirations and how that art style has evolved over the 5 years you've been working on the game.
I mean, there's just so much inspirations. I mean, I grew up with games like Another World and Flashback and Oddworld as well.
Plague Tale, por cierto, el nombre de antes, no me salía,
in the
Plague
game,
Tale.
as you can see, and then just, you know, Studio Ghibli films, especially Miyazaki's film like Spirited Away and Ponyo on those, and like modern games like Inside. But really, it's just like going for, like, at the start, the game actually started like with these concept images of the game that was like beautifully hand painted, and then going from that concept art into the game that we have today was a long process and a lot of iterations to, you know, because we wanted to create that, you know, depth and immersion that we have in the world now, but still keeping this hand painted style. So it's like this 2.5D mix of, you know, 3D and layering of 2D layers, and then we also have put a lot of emphasis on bringing these art style to life as well. So we have this wind system, for example. Right. There are talented programmers that have created where we can go from calm to full storm. It's just, you know, it's really. We have such a talented team, and it's like,
y me mola mucho la idea de que sea en poco tiempo. En plan de que igual en 6 horas te la termino. Eso me mola porque literalmente me pongo un sábado o un domingo o algo así y en toda la tarde me le paso. Eso me gusta. Este tío no tiene ni un pelo de tonto, Perdón.
And he's known for creating the music for The Last Guardian, among other things. And he's just like a prolific composer, and it's just been unreal to have him on the project. I mean, it was very unreal from the beginning, but we just get along so good creatively. And I mean, it's also, from the get-go, we've decided, you know, that we also want like the sound of this planet to speak its own language, you know, and then have music come in to emphasize
calvo más calvo, o sea, calvo contra calvo.
Scenes to like emphasize emotions, and music also plays like a pivotal part actually both in the gameplay and in the story.
Alopecia y el otro
se
rapa porque
having him on board, and it's just
porque genéticamente es calvo.
I think.
Now you've also announced that Planet Alana is coming to Game Pass, which is amazing news for all of Game Pass subscribers. What does that mean for you as an indie developer, especially with this being your first?
¿Ha confirmado?
Yeah, I mean, I can't emphasize how much that means to us, honestly. I mean, having the game on Game Pass day one, it will just we're making
Game Pass desde el día 1.
I mean, we want as much players as possible to experience the game.
Lo paso,
and having it on Game Pass just lowers that barrier of entry of people to experience it. So it's just amazing. And also, I just have to say that Xbox has actually played a pivotal role in the success that Planet of Lana has gotten up until this point. I mean, we got so much support from Xbox, and it's just been really, really amazing. So very happy to have that collaboration with you guys.
That's amazing to hear. Listen, we're happy that you're here. This is absolutely incredible. It's great to talk about it.
Hombre, que una empresa como Xbox te diga que tu juego va a estar desde el día 1 en Game Pass y que te va que te van a entrevistar en la Gamescom, en el stage de Xbox. Joder, un juego que se ve que no es un triple A, porque el Planet of Lana no es un triple A, es un juego indie.
It's just the right decision, you know. I think the players will be happy in the end that we made the decision not release the game prematurely. Yeah, I think that's always a good decision.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. Something special deserves all the time it takes. That's great. Right, before you go, is there anything else you would like to share with our audience? Any highlights from Gamescom? Or?
I mean, it's just unreal being here, really, just experiencing all the love and support that we have gotten from the game over the years and here at Gamescom.
Ya queda menos para el Minecraft Legends. Después de esta va Grounded, ¿no?
Adam, absolute pleasure. Okay, everyone, that's the gorgeous Planet of Lana coming to Xbox Game Pass in spring of 2023, day 1. thank you, Adam, for joining us today and bringing such a beautiful game. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
All right, coming up, my co-host and pal, Charlie, will be speaking with Shyla Schofield from Obsidian Entertainment about the much-anticipated release of Grounded 1.0. But before that, we've got even more Grounded 1.0 content to share. We're going to hear from Phil Spencer himself and the creative director of Grounded, Adam Brennecke.
Grounded.
What we can expect.
Grounded. Lo estaba buscando, pero vamos a Grounded.
So what I like most about Gamescom is that I come together with different people from around the world that I usually don't really see very often because we don't live in the same city or country, and Gamescom is the perfect opportunity for me to finally meet them and to enjoy video games to its fullest.
What I like the most about Gamescom, without a doubt, is the close community atmosphere. The best thing is to be able to see each other again and enjoy in person, side by side.
¿Dónde está lo puto, tío? Si lo he visto antes, cabrón.
And of course, it's amazing to be part of it and enjoy of everything that Xbox has prepared for this event. Thank you and enjoy the Gamescom.
Hi everyone. I have been at Gamescom twice, one as a journalist about 10 years ago and one with the Xbox team in 2019, and it has always been very special for me. I had so much fun there, and I think it's really great to have in Europe a big gaming moment like Gamescom where gamers can meet and enjoy video games together, as well as discover new titles or even make new friends. This year I will not be able to attend, but I cannot wait to see what's announced at Gamescom and hope everybody enjoys it.
My favorite thing to do at Gamescom is to be just outside of the booth right when the gates open on Saturday morning.
Sale una española ahí mostrando terreno español.
You really start to feel
mostrando
how big
terreno de
Gamescom is, because it is like the running of the bulls, but like with more gamers and less injuries. But it just shows the dedication and the commitment of gamers in Germany and throughout Europe, and I'm definitely missing that this year.
I miss Gamescom. I'm not there this year. I miss walking around the show.
The
show floor is just massive, and there's thousands of people, and just seeing what.
Tío, no me da el aire. Me estoy muriendo de calor.
Certainly, I work in it, but seeing it with other fans is a ton of fun. I miss that. I miss Xbox Fan Fest, and of course, I miss the Curryburst.
Y otros 3 minutitos para construir en Minecraft como un campeón que soy. ¡Ole! Vale, lo que estaba intentando solucionar era este problemón. Pero este problemón no tiene una solución como tal. Porque obviamente la idea de que la balda vaya por aquí para si tú vas por encima, que creo que no se va a poder. Espérate. Creo que no se puede, a ver. Habría que hacerla. Literalmente habría que hacerla así. Para que puedas pasar por abajo. Al tipo puente. La idea está bien. Pero claro, pasar por aquí ahora mismo sí, ahora mismo está perfecto, ¿sabes? Pero, y yo puedo mirar estos cofres y demás. Pero yo si quiero venir aquí tendría que hacer aquí un saltito, que sí que se puede llegar, pero yo que sé, es un poco incómodo, la verdad. Si necesito algo de aquel cofre, tener que intentar hacer aquí un poco parkour para pillar bien el momento y sacar algo de este cofre, por ejemplo. Entonces es mi problema, que no sé qué hacer. Tu hermano, eres muy pesado y me estás poniendo muy nervioso. Muérete ya un rato, anda. Vale. Pues esta es la cosa, que no sé qué hacer. Yo qué sé. A ver, se puede quedar así, que tampoco lo veo mal. Pero claro, el problema es ese. Qué horrible queda esto, ¿no? Muy feísimo, what the fuck. A ver. Oye, así no me disgusta. Sigo diciendo que el problema es este, tío. Si la isla fuera más grande, yo podría echar eso para allá, otros 2 bloques por lo menos, y ya tienes aquí más espacio, ya puedes hacer las cosas un poco mejor. De todas maneras, aquí hay un total de 5, 10, 15 cofres. 15 cofres son muchos y a la vez son pocos. O sea, 15 cofres están bien, pero bien. Ya. Entonces, bueno, esto dije, no, es verdad, llevas razón. Lleva usted razón, dije que esto iba a ir hasta arriba. Por eso era lo de la zona esta, porque dije que los cofres estos iban a ir hasta arriba para tener todo aquí almacenado. Pero no sé yo, esta parte igual me está empezando a gustar menos de lo que debería. A ver, otra opción que se me ocurre es meter esto en la pared. No puedo. Tráiler. Tráiler suito.
Hey everyone, Phil Spencer here. Really excited. We're going to get to talk about Grounded. Great game, a game I love playing. We have Adam Brennicke here from the team.
Yo hasta que no salga oficialmente yo no lo
I'm the game
juego.
director, and thanks so much for having me. I'm super excited to, be here finally. We're at the end of the runway for Grounded, and it's a super exciting time.
Yeah, I mean, Grounded is a game we've been playing, for like a couple years now. Started in game preview, in Game Pass. I think it's been amazing to see over 10 million people have played the game to date. I've played a ton. I love it. Can't wait for the 27th of September.
Septiembre, 27 de septiembre, Game Pass.
GA, story mode, all of the great things that are coming. To me, when I think about all of the games that we're building, one of the things I really love about Grounded is you find a passionate team, which you lead, a passionate team that has a real creative idea, maybe something that isn't exactly expected from the studio, but you had a vision about something you were going to go build. And that we could work together, foster, grow that to the point we're at now, where it's getting ready to release. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's wild to be in this position to be able to make something so creative. If this is the first time you're hearing about Grounded or seeing Grounded, Grounded is a survival game, and you have to survive in this backyard environment. The main goal is to get home.
Me voy a morir, también te digo, porque el tema de los insectos me da, mira que esa araña.
This is the final update for the full complete yard.
It's the biggest update yet, right?
Yeah. We have a bunch of cool surprises, a lot of cool new environments that are going to be really fun to explore.
Yeah.
The team's pouring their hearts into it right now, and I think it's just been so fun to work alongside the community too that we built with the early access and game preview programs. So many players have given us great feedback along the way, and it's really shaped how we developed Grounded. Right now, we're actually checking out one of the early adventure areas in the game. It's the hedge. You're shrunk down to the size of an ant.
Yeah.
And
actually, I think the ants are bigger than you are.
They're a little bit bigger, right? Yeah. The players right now are going through this hedge maze, and it's nestled on the side of the house. You're trying to figure out how you got
Es que pinta bien, tío, el Grounded. Es que el Grounded, cuidado con el Grounded, la verdad. Para jugarlo con amigos, tío, jugarlo con 2 o 3 amigos, el Grounded tiene buena pinta, la verdad. Cuando salga del tirón, porque no me le quiero comer con bugs ni cosas así, quiero disfrutarle del todo. Y para eso tienes que esperarte un poquito a que salga.
Adding a lot of characters and storylines to the world.
Yeah, I think there's for me, I played in game preview, Game Pass. It was a great co-op game because we get together as our friends. One of the fantastic ways to go play, build our base. I happened to go visit right around the Xbox Bethesda showcase. It was fun to come out to the studio, you and I getting together. Got me re-energized, so I went back into the game, but so much had changed. And now I'm so waiting for that story mode, the setting, because the story, it's a great setting for a story. Kind of have a guided beginning of the game.
What the
and then
fuck?
the sandbox will obviously just open up for players. And how will you deal with, I assume you'll have some players who will be like me, returning of the 10 million people who have played when it comes out. And then you have other players who are brand new, where the idea of, okay, now it's at 1.0, now is when I'm going to go dive in. Like, you as a team, how do you think about those kind of different players coming, and how do you design for that?
Yeah, so I think the one thing that, you know, we want to invite all the players that have tried Grounded, you know, even 2 years ago. We want them to come back and try it again and experience the full story, experience the full yard, because there's so much content in this yard. It's a big open world. There's so many cool environments, cool creatures to find. But I also, like, for the brand new player, you know, it's a survival game first and foremost, but it's definitely
es que me va a dar miedito, tío, las arañas y los bichos, tío. Va a aparecer una avispa y literalmente me va a defecar en el pantalón.
Even just right now, we're looking at the Broodmother fight. So this is one of our boss fights in the game, where you fight this giant spider in her spider den. It looks kind of funny, because we have a arachnophobia mode. And that's one thing that's really important to us, is making the game
puedes bajar la
we have tons of game options. So even if survival seems,
puedes bajar la aracnofobia, tú. Y que literalmente sean bolas. Hostias.
With a lot of options to play the game how you want to play. I think that's really important to us.
And we saw that in the community. Like, certain people just focused on the base building and building, I mean, frankly, almost levels or bases.
Hostia, qué guapa la construcción.
Which was awesome. I think you're going to get a lot of people who want story. I think the boss battles and the kind of the circle of collecting items, building up your crew so you can go in and take down different parts of the game. Awesome.
People built huge fortresses and spent an enormous amount of time building these crazy, huge forts. And then that gave us ideas of adding more. So we added mushroom bricks, and we want to add more building materials in the future.
Well, and that loop that you're commenting on now, I don't think that it's not always recognized how important that is. Is like a team has a vision. That vision meets reality through Game Pass and preview, 10 million people play and continue to play, and then they're going to give you feedback, and that will actually change your production schedule, right? Because you're going to listen and watch what people do.
Yeah, even as simple as like sitting in chairs. I know that was a fun one that we put in like a year ago.
Tranquilísimos en los sofás.
Like, people just want to lounge around in their base, right? They built this huge, now it's something, it's to chill, right? One thing for our 1.0 release.
Hostias, sin aracnofobia. Hostias, sin lo de la aracnofobia, tú.
Really excited about.
Any hints or no?
Well, we did show off the mantis. So that's something that I know
Hostia, sin lo de aracnofobia.
Have been asking for a long time, to fight a mantis in Grounded. So we are delivering that experience, and we got a couple more surprises.
That's awesome. Well, congrats to the team on getting to this point. We're not quite there yet. 27th September.
Thank you.
I think for everybody who's played, myself included, I just love the craftsmanship and passion that clearly the team has in putting together such an amazing game. That's a great game to play either by yourself or with your friends. Can't wait to see it come out. And it's great to be here and get to show people more of the game. So thanks for all of that.
Thank you.
To continue the conversation on Grounded, we have Shyla Scovard with us from Obsidian Entertainment to give us all the backyard dirt on the
es uno de los grandes juegos que iban a enseñar,
which
obviamente.
releases on September 27th. Shyla, welcome to the stream. How are you feeling being here at Gamescom?
I am so excited. You know, this is something that I've missed. Being in the show floor, watching players play the game, there's nothing better than being able to get something that's been worked on so long and getting players to watch it. So for me, this is thrilling. I am so
There's a particular energy in the room today as well, is there not? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's great. And I think everybody's just glad to be back and playing games out in public again, so it's fun.
Totally agree. Right, let's move swiftly on to Grounded then, as that's what we're here for. So some folks out there might recognize it, as Grounded has been around and available in game preview for like 2 years now, thanks to Game Pass. And Phil mentioned something very exciting in a deep dive then with Adam, and that is that the full story is on the way. So what exactly does this mean, and how is it going to be integrated into a game that players have grown, pun intended, to love so much over the years without one?
Oh yeah, no worries. So there's a few questions that you get when you start the game, and that is, why am I so tiny?
Yes.
Whose backyard is it? And how did I get here?
So, all valid questions.
Right? You wake up and you're tiny, you need to know. These are important. So with this story
Tú, qué mal rollo lo de las arañas. Puta madre, tío. Me cago en la madre que lo parió, tío.
Find out how you got there and ultimately hopefully, be able to go big and go home.
I love that that's the thing that you guys say.
It's great.
So perfect.
It's the best one.
So a reminder to fans that this is actually going to be the largest update that the game has had so far, right?
Yes.
It's going to be absolutely huge. So I would love for you to
Tú lo verás como un juego de insectos. Tú lo verás como la película esta de... ¿Cómo se llama, tío, la película? Niño se hace chiquito y se mete con los bichos.
That's perfect.
I love that, like, of all the games that you can find in Germany this
película.
week, I do believe yours is the only one where people have begged to fight a praying mantis.
You know what? And if
No,
that's
Terra de Willy no está.
I love it. So, as someone who
¿Cómo se llama esta película, tío?
the mantis is the next step up.
¿Cómo se llama esta película, tío? La de bichos no es la de bichos.
There will be an expansion to the backyard, so there are going to be new areas for players to explore. Obviously, new
Pero ¿cómo se llama esta película, tío?
I wish I could go into specifics, but that's just something that we have a month away, so they could wait.
Absolutely, but there have been so many updates along the way. You mentioned new locations, but it's not the first time
Bichos, vaya bichos. Hormigas, no. ¿Hormigas es?
It started and it was basically an oak tree, and there were some areas that you can go explore, but all your stuff was around this tree.
No.
Over the years, we've expanded to a koi
No.
where we have
Ant
a giant
Bully,
named
eso.
Trudy II, who, if you look at her, has a
Ant
scar
Bully.
over one of her eyes.
Eso es.
Yes. I don't know why.
Por
I
eso
asked
eso.
someone once, and they just said,
Tú lo verás como un juego de la película de Ant Bully. Eres un chico pequeño, va a estar ahí entre insectos. Yo lo veo como un juego de terror. Me voy a morir con las putas arañas. Me voy a morir, es que voy a ver las putas arañas. ¡Cállate! Estoy hablando yo. Voy a ver las putas arañas y me voy a poner, me va a dar un vaído. Me va a dar algo. Me va a dar algo. Me va a dar algo. Voy a ver las arañas y me va a dar un cólico.
To make it something that they wanted. They added a sandbox which has a very angry crab face that I love because one of the first times you get into it, you're ziplining in and you just go right past this angry crab. So it's perfect. There's a picnic table which has a tabletop game that is called Minotaurs and Myrmidons. Volume 2, obviously.
Yes.
And so you actually get to go through the tabletop castle that they've built because whoever lived there left some miniatures and everything playing around.
So cool.
And then the most recent one that they just added was the upper yard area, which includes a wood pile and the termite den. So not only do you get a knocked over barbecue pit and you get to go explore that, but now you get to go meet the termites, which are always a blast.
Meet the termites. Love it. So how many updates have you done now? For those who may not have been following, how many are we up to?
I want to say about 14, which will be, 14 will be coming.
Yeah.
As many of our fans know, we do push out our updates onto a public test before making them go live. And this is one of the beauties about being on Game Preview and working with our community. So the one that will be coming up hopefully soon because it's available to test will be 14. However, I believe I've done 18 vlogs. So we've been updating for a little while now.
Absolutely. And it's been amazing to see both the community and the game itself grow so, for lack of a better word, momentously over the last couple of years. And as well as that,
Tú, es que la araña es demasiado. Tengo que concienciarme. Antes de empezar el juego, literalmente tengo que sentarme aquí, hacer así. Me tengo que sentar así. Y empezar a respirar profundamente para asimilar lo mal que lo voy a pasar con las arañas. Yo tengo que ponerme así.
That's perfect. That's what I'm expecting. And so to bring it to EXO and get a first-hand glimpse at not only the announcement, but players actually playing it for the first time, that was just great. And so to see it go from those few who were at that convention grow to 1 million in the first 48 hours. 5 million in the first 3. And then recently we hit 10 million. Like to just watch this grow and to watch the team work with the community to build this game. It's impressive. Like, it makes me happy every time I think about it. I'm just so proud of what this game has become to not just the team, but the community and players.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about all 10 million of those players, I got to say, you must get a ton of feedback and a lot of requests. So, two-part question here. Number one, how on earth do you go through all of that and work through all
Por eso appendiments a las
team is very dedicated to knowing what the community wants. And so when I say they read everything, they read everything.
Oh, everything is
A las 5 prácticamente.
They are on the Reddit constantly seeing what players are posting, what kind of bases or information that they're sharing with others. They are on our Discord seeing what's being talked about there. Twitter, Facebook, any place that people are talking about Grounded streams, they're there to see what ideas people are suggesting and what they can put into the game. And so in order to have that and have a way that we can parse through everything, we have an official Discord where we encourage players to go and join the Discord and join the suggestion channel.
That's a great idea.
It is, and it's very, what's nice is it's very a community-focused type of way of getting suggestions in, because they can go and suggest something, and then the community can vote. So if it's something people really want, they can vote it up. If it's not something that they really care about, they could just leave it alone. And once these suggestions reach a certain limitation, then they're put onto an Excel file, and then they're brought in front of the game director and the QA lead, and our community manager and player support specialist, bless their hearts, they go through everything with them, and they make sure that the community is being heard in front of the dev team.
Fantastic. So my follow-up question on that then is, I'd love to know how the community has actually shaped Grounded over the years, and if you can give any in-game examples that actually only exist.
Espera, lo he leído mal.
Shouted so loud about it.
Yes, so one of the ones, like Adam mentioned, sitting.
Well, yeah, we saw it just then in that clip. Who'd have thought sitting is what
Sí,
people want in their
cállate. Esto
game.
empieza a las 5:30.
Because we introduced chairs and sofas, and so
Esto empieza a las 5:30, no ahora.
and decorate them, they did. But then it would just be
Eso es, a las 5:30 es esto.
But we can't sit.
Don't you dare sit down. No.
So
Hostias, no me
and
culo.
we were able to bring sitting to the game, and so now people can lounge around. That was one thing that without the community, like without how often they requested it, wouldn't probably be possible. Ladders are another one, because people are building giant houses, they're building bases. We've seen bases take over the entire yard, and sometimes they build straight up. They don't want to spend their time climbing a spiral staircase, so they started suggesting ladders.
Ladders straight up.
And we did it. A lot of the
A ver, sí, que vas a poder construir lo que te dé la gana.
are quality of life suggestions. Because
Que
they're
eso
playing the game.
sorpresa no es.
They know what they want in order to make the game more fun for everyone. And so a lot of the stuff that we've seen come from them that help are the ability to auto pick up arrows when, you know, you're gonna shoot. I miss stuff all the time. The arrows fly around the ground. Instead of having to go one by one and pick them up, you can actually go and just walk over them and they're yours.
Saved you a click. I would call that the definition of quality of life when it comes to a game as well. Love to hear it.
So perfect.
Perfect. In fact, I am curious though, what do you think is the most unexpected addition to the game that you've seen so far?
Oh, so the most unexpected, and probably one of
Ha
my
empezado antes, no ha
favorites.
empezado menos 5
So we're
esto.
talking about quality of life, and I see this as a quality of life. Others
Tengo
may
hambre.
disagree, but
He comido muy poquito, pero yo con vuestro permiso.
And people asked for that.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Back when we announced the haze and we revamped it and everything else,
Yo con vuestro
we
permiso.
reintroduced new creatures in the yard, such as the infected weevil.
Voy a enchufarme una tortita de arroz.
Better because it explodes.
De estas que están más malas que barran. Bueno, estas no están mal del todo, la verdad.
Absolutely not. And then we also have larvae, infected larvae, and
Perdón,
their whole
no hago
goal
ruido
is
al
just
micro.
to ruin your day, and they're perfect.
I relate strongly to that, I won't lie.
They're perfect. They're
Como
my
mira
little
ese
babies, I
chaval, ¿no?
love them.
Descaradísimo.
But we didn't have a spider in there
que
at
recuperar
first, so they
fuerzas.
started asking for this infectable spider.
Ha sido una
and lo
mañana
and
muy
behold,
complicada con tu madre.
we have one now.
There you go. I guess if you want that, then go for it. One last quality live check I'm going to go before we move onwards. I'm sure many people out there like myself and watching the stream are incredibly proud of the builds that they've been making over the past couple of years. So I just want to double check with you. Can you put our minds to ease that when 1.0 finally releases, we don't need to say goodbye to all that hard work?
Yeah, no, so the team is very dedicated with every update that they do to make sure all the hard work all our players put into the game is safe.
Amazing.
Obviously, there are going to be some things that we may not be able to find because it is in game preview early access. But that is their number one goal, to make sure...
the intention is to make sure that is...
Yes, and so they are doing everything that they can to make sure that when this goes up,
¿Cómo?
everything can go through, your base will still
Qué guapo.
be there. That said, I would like to say that they would love to see people start a new
Eso sí un poco raro.
save, just to experience Grounded with the story from the beginning. So start over,
La luz mola mucho. La luz mola un montón.
learn about the
La iluminación.
Yes, yes.
De ir con la antorcha.
Because you can keep
De ir con la antorcha mola un montón.
other
¡Oh, qué
one.
guapo!
Keep it there. But start a new one,
Te
and that way
puedes
you can
tirar.
experience it, and then you'll be able to experience it because there are a lot of players who've been playing from day one.
Yeah.
The team has been able to make a lot of changes to the beginning of the game to where if they haven't started a game in a few months, it's completely different.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I love about being here is that we're talking to players, and I'm finding some who haven't played in months. They were just like, I'm done. Picked it up a few months later, and they were like, oh my God, there's so many changes. This is... And they've just been hooked because now they find some ease in this tutorial.
Well, that feeling of survival's come back again, right? I imagine, I mean, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but for the people who are endgame building, they're in these massive mansions.
Una más y no como más.
Every material
Por más.
possible. When story mode comes along, they're going to be able to dive right in and they're fully prepared. So it's whether or not people want to really go back to those roots and that survival and get themselves from the ground, well, grounded up again, I suppose.
Yes. And the thing about the story, too, is when this update does come out, the story is going to be integrated into the game.
Voy a hablar con esta gente a ver si quieren jugar al Grounded cuando salga. Sale el 27.
It's just going to be in the game, like quests and everything else. So people who
El 27 va a estar complicado coincidir todos. Estudios, trabajos, va a estar difícil. El 27. Coincidir todos. Pero yo lo intento. Yo hablo con la peña. Ahora me voy a morir. O sea, literalmente voy a ver la primera araña y voy a hacer... Esas dos parece que sale de un chiste ofensivo que haría yo. Llevo todo el rato aguantándome coñas. No vengas aquí a incentivar, por favor. No vengas aquí a incentivar. Llevo literalmente todo el rato, llevo 3 horas y cuarto agarrándome coñas, porque había coñas a patadas. ¿Vas a querer jugar al Grounded, Z? Mira.
Just automatically go to a final boss because
she's humongous. Surely the mother is the
Mira,
end of the game.
hay una opción. Espérate.
Mini boss players can encounter.
That says a lot about where it's going as well.
Yes, it's great. So, fun fact: when we first launched the game,
Mira.
there was a spider that lived on a flying discman in the hedge.
Si te baja la aracnofobia, literalmente las arañas son así.
Disrupt her, and she's just living her best life.
Así es una araña, literalmente. Y así se ven si no te la bajas, claro. Si no te la bajas, se ve así. Si te la bajas, se ve así.
BLT, bombardier parts, ladybug parts, and thistles.
So not a bacon lettuce tomato.
Yes,
your own version, love it. Yeah.
But you go and you build that sandwich.
En la pelea de este jefe, que lo han enseñado 6 veces, la han enseñado una vez. Con lo de aracnofobia abajo, y literalmente era pegarte con bolas de colores. Era bastante gracioso, la verdad.
So I'm approaching it from someone who, when I raid, I'm very much like a ranged melee type, but I like to surround myself.
Tío, así no te puede dar miedo una araña.
Is this the type of combat you can see folks taking in, that level of strategy? Also, to a degree, is there solo combat? Do you think you could take on the Broodmother by yourself?
Yes, so the one nice thing is, although
no sé que también tenga fobia a las esferas.
And all of the kids in the game, they are built the same. The way that we get to that and allow you to kind of customize your game is that we have mutations in the game.
Oh, okay.
And that is something that you can pick. So like for the Broodmother, there's a mutation called Reliable Friend. And for people playing with me, that is probably the best mutation to have because I die a lot. I just like to go in and charge and be like, hey friend, oh no, you're not my friend. And so with the Reliable Friend, they're able to pick someone up much quicker.
En tu habitación puedes tener la puerta abierta. Yo estoy hablando.
There are babies and ads that come in, and that could be pretty hard to pick someone up as you're being picked up by a few different spiders.
Pero no puedes salir.
No, that makes perfect sense. So there is a way to do it with friends and get yourself ready, get all the equipment ready. Is there any gear that maybe like you've eyed up? Because we were talking just before we were saying here, and you actually were doing that gameplay in the background of Bill and Adam's conversation. So as someone who's taken on the Broodmother themselves, what's your #1 tip that you could give us, maybe to prep and think about?
My #1 tip is that, like most people know, spiders are afraid of fire. And so if you get some spicy stuff on your weapon, spicy. So we have
estaban calzoncillos y no quería hacerlo. Claro, si cogía el ventilador, se le veía en calzón.
My favorite is the spicy, which adds a burning
Última tortita. Prometido.
Spiders do not take well to that. So that is probably the best weapon you can have.
Okay.
And for a ranged player like you, we do have arrows that are equipped with the spicy tip. So that
way
you can use that to fight and you'll be good.
Perfect. And then I can just run around the map, pick them all up again.
Yep.
Pew, 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 off I go again.
You're great.
Stunning. I love this. Right. The one thing that is really amazing about Grounded in particular is the fact that we could talk about the full release is coming in a month, as a reminder, September 27th.
Mirando,
But, like I said, the amazing thing is that you can go play it right now, right this second.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, for both new and returning fans, remind people where they can go play Grounded right now.
Yes. So Grounded
¿Cuándo
is
sale
currently
Minecraft
available on
Legends,
Xbox
tío?
Game Pass, which I do say I subscribe to, and it is. I call it the subscription we're subscribing to.
I call
Seis
it
y medio.
theft,
Joder,
so I'm
puta.
glad we
Me han
have
dejado para el
different
final.
words for it.
You know, but we mean the same thing. It is
We really
too
do.
good to be true.
The value is phenomenal.
And the fact that there are so many day one games, just like Grounded,
Se va a doblar.
And so
impressive.
many of the shows we have, the games even we spoke about today as well, all on Game Pass.
Como se mueve
No,
rápido
it's
para un
great.
lado.
So that is like the easiest way that I recommend people.
Dobla.
Because then if they're done with Grounded, there's so many other games that they can go and explore.
Absolutely,
And that's perfectly fine. We're all gamers. We all want to see what's out there.
Yeah.
If they don't want to do Xbox Game Pass, it is currently available on the Windows Store and on Steam. So you could purchase it now. This is the early access game preview price. We have announced that the price will be going up.
Sure.
So for people who are waiting for story mode before they actually go out and play,
Tiene una
I
gafa de
would
bandera de
suggest if you want to
España.
own it, buy it now, take advantage of this price. Otherwise, Xbox Game Pass.
Get yourself on Game Pass. Absolutely. That's the main thing. So before you leave, and I don't want you to, but I have to say that before you leave, let's talk a little bit more about the booth itself. As I mentioned, we're doing this amazing photo up behind me with the Broodmother. I'd love you to tell us a little bit about why that's here and why it's so important to the team to turn up in that way.
Oh yeah, no, it's great for us because we get to bring a piece of the game for players to actually experience. The beautiful thing about the Broodmother is that she's built to scale.
To scale?
To scale. So she is 17 feet wide, 7.5 feet tall, and thankfully we have her in a hunched mode, so she's not completely towering
El juego se ve
over
más
you.
grande, por lo menos.
But it's just amazing to have that and have that fan experience here, especially when we have an update coming out very soon that players can go and experience. It's nice to bring them here, say, hey, check out Grounded, and
A ver,
then
cosas
when the
guapas que han
update
salido
comes
hoy.
out,
Ha salido el anuncio del Lies
their
of
friends.
P, que
And
está
that is something that I
bastante
do want to
fresco.
mention that we do with this update. We
El
have something
anuncio
else that players have been
del...
asking for. And although it's not out in the public, it's out on the test
Extinction
play,
este, ¿cómo se
and that
llama,
is
tío?
shared worlds.
Okay,
Qué para los nombres, tío.
And that means, so if you and I want to play a game,
Un juego de
and you're like, you know what, I have
dinosaurios
stuff to do, and I'm like, you know, I
que
want to keep playing.
se
You can share
llaman
your
no
world
sé
with
qué,
me. Log off,
Extinction.
you leave, and then I can pick up by playing myself. And then when
Este.
you come back on, you join my game. And all the progress I've made is saved.
¿Cómo se
And
llama?
it's just a
Bonito,
way
a ver.
that the team has been able to get players to continue to play with their friends. And keep that momentum going. Because
Bueno, ¿cómo se llama
when
este
you
juego?
get on
¿Se
a
ha
roll
salido
in a
antes?
survival game, and you're like, we're building this house.
Yes.
And someone leaves, you're like, okay, I hope I can remember what I want to do.
Que es cooperativo.
Absolutely. And I think that rolls into the whole theme. We've spoken
Me cago
about
en
it a fair
Dios.
bit, but the accessibility of the game.
Yes.
And I think, again, we saw the Broodmother is another element that is brought into accessibility. And there's a key word for it. You told me about it, and I would love for you
Aquí tiene
to
que
say the
salir.
word yourself of what this is.
Bermuda Síndrome. No, gracias.
So back in the
Pero si es que no ha salido todavía Dino Crisis. Es del palo Dino Crisis. Este juego lo jugué yo hace 1000 años, chaval. El Operación Génesis. Me cago en la puta madre. El Peter Jackson King Kong también lo jugué. Y el Primal Carnage. El Tomb Raider. Salía un tiranosaurio en el Tomb Raider. A ver, le he buscado aquí. Este es el Second Extinction. Este juego sale... Cuando he dicho que salía, no lo pone. Pero está en pre-alfa ahora. O sea, ahora mismo creo que se puede jugar. Bueno, no sé. Esas han sido las mejores cosas que han anunciado ahora mismo, la verdad. A ver, la mayoría ya estaban anunciadas, pero... Ah, bueno, el de las ratas, el plague. Thank you, vamos. Se acabó. Mira que tenía ganas de la conferencia de Grounded, pero para mí ha durado el primer minuto, cuando estaban hablando sentados en las sillas. El resto ya ha sido un poco... enseñar lo mismo, la verdad.
taking a trip back in time to the 16th century to where my co-host Maxi chats with the folks behind Pentiment, the upcoming murder mystery adventure game set in Bavaria in the 1500s. But first, we have a video to share that might strike a little bit of a chord.
¡Juegos! Ah, no. Ah, vale, juegos que van a sacar en Game Pass. ¿Sabes, Z? ¿Sabes qué juego han puesto en Game Pass? Han puesto este juego en Game Pass, no sé si lo has visto. Han puesto el de The Stranding en el Game Pass. Y el Midnight Fight también. Estos son los que están anunciando aquí, ¿no? En próximamente. Ese juego es la polla, tío. Este juego es la puta polla, tío. Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher. Ahí está, Minecraft Legends. Forza Motorsports. Grounded. ¿Qué ponía? El primer mes, no por €1. Vámonos al Minecraft otro rato. ¡Ole! Vale, mi idea era meterlo en la pared. Pero claro, es que la cosa está que ya puse yo esto aquí. Y si yo rompo aquí... A ver, lo que puedo hacer es aprovechar la propia pared. Del palo que empiece aquí. Pero claro, si empieza... Aquí ya no lo puedo poner, obviamente. Aquí ya rompo esto. Aquí tampoco. Lo máximo que puedo hacer es que llegue aquí. Pero si llega aquí... Si hago así no se engancha. Me cago en Dios, ha enganchado. Engánchate. ¿Puedes ponerte bien, por favor? Tengo que hacerlo así. Así tampoco. ¿Cómo te va? Ahí. Puta madre. Soulo boulo. Vale, y ahora pongo esto por aquí. Oh. Y si hago algo así. Mierda. Ay, no, mierda, esto es uno menos. Qué canallita. Así. Así mejor, yo creo. Uf, pero aún así me queda un poco trócolo esto, la verdad. De todas maneras, está por encima de esto, así que puedo hacerlo luego así. La ventana no se mira. Porque da puto asco, la verdad. Bueno, así no está mal. Pican en la nariz después de meterme 5 rayas de cocaína, tío. No lo entiendo, te lo juro. Y aquí sería la mesa de encantamientos, pero claro. La mesa de encantamientos... Como es asimétrico, tengo que poner 2. Que no me disgusta, pero... Me toca la polla, un poquito, la verdad. Así mejor. Y luego ya, si aquí hay ascensores, pues ya subo para arriba. Aquí la cama. Y aquí el piso de abajo. A ver, por fuera me gusta, por dentro no tanto, la verdad. Por fuera me mola cómo ha quedado. La verdad. La verdad que por fuera me gusta cómo ha quedado. Puedes poner la mesa de encantamiento normal y la mejorada. Puedo hacer eso. Verdad. Sí que es cierto que para el servidor esta tiene como 13 de radio, 13 bloques de radio, más o menos 13, 14. Para la del server la haré de 20. La haré de 40 bloques de diámetro porque va a ser lo mejor, yo creo. Y a partir de ahí tiro para abajo. Porque si no, así se me está quedando muy pequeña. Esta parte de aquí está demasiado junta. Yo no la habría hecho demasiado junta. Aquí la tengo que separar mínimo 3 o 4 bloques más para que quede decente. Luego la parte de aquí atrás... La parte de aquí atrás no está mal, pero lo que no me gusta es lo de por dentro, cómo se han quedado los cofres. Uy. Por dentro cómo han quedado lo de los cofres. Se ha quedado como muy pegado. La verdad. O sea, si me refiero, la idea es esta. Y luego que haya por aquí abajo... A ver dónde pollas lo hago también. Ahora que estoy pensando. Porque la idea era hacer otra habitación con todas las cosas de crafteo, tipo la mesa y toda esa movida. Pero si tengo que andar subiendo hasta aquí arriba para ponerlas por toda esta zona, pues igual me da un cólico, la verdad. Ten cuidado con las estructuras, que hay gente que va a ir loca. ¿En serio? Van a ir fumados. Bueno, esto aquí me gusta. Por lo menos que se quede ahí por el mero hecho de quedarse. Y no digo David. ¿Quién va a ir loca, tío? ¡Hostia, Game Trailer! Bueno, la verdad que tampoco me estaba perdiendo la gran cosa. ¿Qué pollas es esto, tío? ¿Este es el juego que van a hablar ahora? Me pongo a jugar al Minecraft 1 hora y pico. Toma cabezazo. Pues listo. Ya ves, van a hablar del Pentiment, tú. Que el Pentiment a mí me importa lo mismo que vamos. Me cago en la puta, me tengo que comer la conferencia del Pentiment.
Because the game is set in Bavaria, I can finally bring out my inner Bavarian and say, Servus, nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to call out
O sea que la peña va a ir loca en el server.
you are the only two guests who have set a game in Germany. And Josh, du sprichst auch ein wenig Deutsch, oder?
Ja, stimmt. Und wir freuen uns, hier zu sein.
So he just gave you a race, basically.
Oh, wonderful. No, continue, please.
Yeah, no. He said nice to be here, but I think we would appreciate if we stick to English if you're okay.
Natürlich.
Okay, perfectly fine. So now that the game is set in Bavaria, and I'm a little biased here because I live in Bavaria, I've had my share of Oktoberfest, but I think what's really interesting, why did you choose that region?
En teoría va a haber un alcalde.
I think my interest in Germany goes all the way back to my childhood. My grandmother was born in Kempten, in the southwest part of Bavaria, and I started learning about my family history and our genealogy. When I went on to college, I studied German music, later German history, German language, continued studying German after I graduated. And then so I just had this interest in German culture and history. And I had an interest kind of in maybe exploring that someday through games.
So now that we know where the game is set, could you tell us a little bit more about the when, the who, and give us an overview of what Pentiment
Mira el poco de atrás, creyéndose interesante para la foto. Porque está Cosmo y Wanda con coleta, tío.
In the fictional Kearsarge Abbey and the nearby community of Tassin. Kearsarge Abbey is a Benedictine double abbey, very rare for the time, and also very rare for the time it's still producing illuminated manuscripts, which by the 16th century had been taken over by groups like the Guild of St. Luke. You play a character named Andreas Mahler. Andreas is a journeyman artist who is completing his Wanderjahre, or wandering years. So he's been traveling around Europe, getting experience working with masters, but he's making a little bit of money at Kearsarge.
La verdad que yo no tengo pensado hacer nada malo ahí.
And a murder happens.
Sí, queda hasta las 8 porque
that
acabo
kind of
esto.
throws a wrench into things. His friend at the Abbey is accused of the murder, and he basically is the only person in a position to try to prove that he didn't do it, but he has to figure out who actually did.
So Andreas Mahler sounds like a friendly guy. He's going to save his friend. Is that his only like friendly trait, or can we learn a little bit more about him?
No, so Andreas is a specific character. Obsidian is kind of known usually for making more blank slate or broad characters, but Andreas is a specific character in this place and time. So he comes from a family of artists in Nuremberg, hence the name Mahler. But his father was able to do a commission for the rector of the University of Erfurt, which gave Andreas the opportunity to get a university education.
Flanders.
But he dropped out. So he has something of a university education that allows you to pick your backgrounds for Andreas. But he eventually goes back to the artist life, the family business, so to speak. And he's just trying to wrap things up before he becomes a master.
Que me ha dado, que me ha empezado vacuna hoy, tonto.
And there are a few games that are set
Que sí,
for characters for a 25-year lifespan. So I would imagine Andreas, as you just described, like it's a pretty interesting character. But could you tell us what the fans can expect in the 25-year journey?
Yeah, I mean, I would say again, most Obsidian role-playing games will focus on a story that takes place over maybe a few months, maybe a year or so. It's pretty rare to have something that spans decades of time. And we really wanted to focus on seeing how a character like Andreas, who is coming into his adulthood,
vale, la buena noticia de esta conferencia, que me importa una mierda, es que después va Under the Waves, que salió ayer y tampoco tenía mala pinta, y luego a Minecraft. Luego a Minecraft. Let's go.
The craftsmen, and just seeing how they change over time. But it isn't just narrative, it also has a lot of impact on how we portray that through the art.
Creo que queda una hora exacta para Minecraft, ¿no? A ver.
Is reactive to this time that passes as well, and we really wanted to make sure that the characters didn't feel in isolation like they were growing.
Una hora exacta queda para Minecraft.
So the scenes are updated as
bueno,
well
no pasa nada, una hora y media,
over time. Some people pass away. So that presented some challenges in that we wanted still these characters to feel recognizable, like
Llevo 3 y media hablando de el aire. Una horita no pasa nada, una horita se espera.
But still be easily recognizable and still something that you can feel attached to. As well as with the scenes, you know, different scene states change, as well as each of our acts is set in a different season.
Es que esto para la peña de Game Pass, tío, es que es todo para Game Pass, todo para Game Pass. Todo lo que han anunciado hoy para Game Pass, desde el día 1 la mayoría. Desde el día 1 la mayoría, tío. Voy a cerrar la ventana porque yo creo que entra literalmente Satán.
Kind of, I would say, ancient texts. How did that period, time, and location drive the art style of the game directly?
Entra el mismísimo Satán por la ventana, tío. Andreas. Un gato. Hostia, el gato ese necesita operación ya. Madre mía, los dedos. Tiene que estar su mujer de contenta. Se ha escuchado un tiro. Pero si en esa época no habría ni escopetas. ¿Cómo se ha escuchado un tiro? Bueno, tranquilo. Misiones de sigilo también. Ah, que le tienen el pantalón.
When you're trying to represent how they look and, you know, find ways to adapt that art into the context of a game, it was really useful to look at paintings. One example is that Andreas Mahler is designed after specifically the self-portraits of Albrecht Dürer. You know, that was not only a painting that showed what art at the time looked like, but also how that artist viewed himself, or at least wanted to.
¿A qué hora va a empezar el server el domingo, Z?
At the time. Another really
no se sabe.
Core piece that we used to reference for building the scenes themselves was the Nuremberg Chronicle. That was a really large book with lots of different woodcuts in it that showed landscapes and people, all sorts of things. So the woodcut style from that, we used that text really consistently throughout making the art for the game.
And you can see that those details, they stand out. It's such a unique approach of the art style of the game, which is really great. And how does that gameplay work in that environment?
¿Z?
Yeah, so laying out the scenes based off of that.
Despierta. ¿A qué hora empieza el servidor el domingo? Rápido. Tengo que saber.
Some experiments on what felt good, if it was going to be sort of open floor plane navigation versus navigating on paths. So figuring out how the scenes were going to be positioned and how the paths were going to work definitely informed how we were going to have the.
Por la tarde noche, vale, puta madre.
One example was that
o sea, si es a eso de las 8 por ahí, me viene bien. Me viene muy bien. Si es eso, si es a las 4, me jode. Porque el sábado, Alpine, cuidado. The plan, trust the plan. El sábado salimos todos. ¿Dónde vais el sábado? Pingos.
Locomotion within the game.
And
¿Qué hay el sábado?
Like definite style really stands out to me, and I think I saw some tattoos that also have this type of font, Josh. Like, what are the fonts that you are using in the game?
Yeah, so fonts are a really big part of the game and the art that we wanted to have really custom made and bespoke for what we were doing here. So we worked with a partner studio to design
Esa chavala está un poco nerviosa.
Custom fonts for the game, and we wanted them to be
solo un poco.
for different types of people, both in different social classes, different cultural backgrounds. We have a peasant script, we have a special font that's just for the monks. And that process was really important. I think it was Josh's kind of idea. He wanted to incorporate this to round out
de verdad que ayuden a ese gato ya, por favor, necesita ayuda.
Yeah, I think we have 6, right? 6 different fonts?
I think so. Yeah, and we also put a lot of effort into custom features for rendering the fonts. So we have all these different typefaces. Most of them are actually scripts, so they're handwritten. And the way that we convey that, we stroke mask every single character. So every stroke of the letter comes in.
Tú que se le va a ver el pito que me banean.
And the way it comes in initially.
No se te ve, bro. Escóndete un poquito menos. Escóndete un poquito menos para darle la posibilidad de encontrarte, porque es que ahí no se te ve nada. La madre que me parió.
Additionally, people make mistakes, and they actually will make mistakes in real time, and you'll see them scratched out and redrawn. Also, even things like we use different special colors. This was found in a lot of illuminated manuscripts, for example. The word God you'll see a piece of dialogue written out, but God will be written last in red ink, which was the way that they would do it. And then finally, another feature is that our one printed typeface, because this is the birth of print in this era, that typeface is actually pressed in. So everything else is written in, but the Drucker type.
No niego el trabajo de este juego y todo el curro que lleva detrás, y que no haya gente que le guste este tipo de juegos así de lineales, historia, los gráficos que no tienen. Habrá gente que le guste, no es mi caso. Entonces me estoy aburriendo como Dios. Me está apeteciendo meterme esta puta botella por el ojete. Así. Bueno, así es muy fácil. Igual así. Igual así. Igual así. No sé yo. Igual sigue siendo muy fácil.
I mean, they even made jokes in that time period about how hard to read those handwriting forms were. So we have an easy read mode. So at the beginning of the game or any time in the game, you can say, I don't want the super complicated fancy fonts. I just want the easy read fonts. It replaces everything, makes it much easier to read. You can scale all the text up very large. We have a high contrast mode. We also have a text-to-speech option. That helps a ton. And then there are other features for like cognitive challenges, or even just if you don't know anything about history. So I think there are going to be a lot of people who see this, I hope, and they say, I love the art style, I like the idea of a narrative adventure, but I don't really know much about Germany or 16th century. So
hay una mano que no sale de ningún lado ahora.
Anytime you see a term, Martin Luther, Who was Martin Luther? Erasmus. Who was Erasmus? You'll see it underlined, and you can go into the margin, get a quick definition, enough to understand the context and go back in. That goes into your journal so you can reference it at any time. And then
gato con una bomba detrás.
Characters, we also
Ata
found
la
that people were
espalda,
saying,
pero qué
I
cojones.
can't keep all these people straight. So when a character is not in the scene, but they're mentioned, their name is underlined, and you can go into the margin, you'll see a picture of them to go like, oh, that's Brother Guy.
¿Por
Oh,
qué están
that's
hablando tanto de un juego que me importa
Mother
una mierda,
Cecilia.
tío?
Now I remember. So we have all these features
¿Cuándo
there
acaba
to make
esto?
it easier for people who might be challenged by some of these things.
I love that. That's like the
Espera,
doorway
¿qué?
of approachability that you're opening right there. And thank you so much for thinking of that from the start in your game. So, super
Thank you
excited
so
to see
much,
those
he dicho.
features as well. And when you
Van más
decide
rápido de lo que
to
deberían, porque
create
según esto
this game and have it set in the 16th
debería haber empezado esto a las
century,
5:30
I
y
must
son
think you do a lot of
las
research.
5:30
I know
ahora
you said you
y ya llevan un
studied
rato
German
largo.
history, but do you work with
Así
experts? How
que
did that
según
go,
esto
that
ya
Yeah, I contacted a number
van media hora por lo menos
people that I
adelantados.
knew because I did go to university for history, or
O
people
sea
that I'd
que
read about.
el Minecraft
Christopher
antes.
Hamill was a consultant for us for illuminated manuscripts. He's like world renowned for his expertise in that, and he's
Yo
very
quería
helpful for
un
understanding how a working artist was operating
un
at this
tráiler
time
de
period.
Avatar, tío.
Dr.
Soy el
Edmund
único ser
Kern,
del universo que está esperando ese
focuses
juego, yo creo, pero yo quería
on
un
a lot of
tráiler de
stuff,
Avatar.
but what we used him for was his expertise in sort of Austria and the Holy Roman Empire, social structure and legal issues at the time. And then Dr. Winston Black, who specializes
Hostia, pero ayer
in
salió un
medieval
juego,
and early modern
vimos un
medicine.
juego de
So we
puta
drew
madre,
upon all of
chaval.
them to help give
Estaba
a
muy
lot
chulo.
more layers
¿Cómo
of
era?
authenticity to
Shadow.
how we represented the time period.
Amazing. So I'm gonna expect a lot of details in there. I'm
Algo
gonna
de las
learn a
sombras,
lot. I
pero no
feel
me
like I'm
acuerdo.
gonna learn a lot.
No tiene pito.
So even though this is a very different type of game than the Obsidian is known for creating, are there any elements that you would say that continue the hallmarks of the Obsidian titles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we wanted to make something that was different and more approachable and sort of narrative focused, but we also wanted to give players some choice about how they define Andreas. One of the things that's nice about saying that Andreas went to university is that
Sinceramente,
you can choose
sin hate. A ver,
what he
igual
studied or
con esto me
really what he was
cancelan,
interested
con esto me
in.
cancelan,
So, you know, you can
con
say
esto
I was a
me
Latinist, I
cancelan.
specialized
O
in
sea,
grammar, so he knows
creo que
Latin, he
el
knows things about the
85,
Roman
por decir
Republic,
algo.
and that can come in handy in his investigations.
Y
Casting is
por no
actually
pillármelo de
going on
dos, el
Roman ruins.
85% de las
We're in
personas que han
Cologne.
salido
This is a common
en
thing in
este
this
directo
region. He can also choose to say
delgadas no
he studied the
estaban,
occult,
la verdad.
because some people don't realize that in this time period, books on magic were largely circulated among the clergy who were in university settings. So this gives you the opportunity to unlock
Absorber
these
una gran
aspects of
cantidad de
his
cámara, la verdad.
educational background, or is how he
Solo
lives
por
his
mero
life. For
volumen.
example, did you live as a hedonist, where you just indulge every pleasure, or are you a businessman who focuses specifically on making connections and making money? All of these things open up choices in conversation and how you can go through the mystery.
Hay un entrevistador
But
que
then
tiene la voz
also
muy
it's very
extraña. A ver
important
si
that
la
you feel
luego.
like you can shape the story. This is a personal story and the story of a community, but you need to be able to influence that. You need to ultimately decide who you think is actually guilty of these crimes. And that's a very ambiguous thing. We leave that open to you, and it's up to you to sort of see the consequences of it.
So it's more than just a mystery in general. It's like really an open environment, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, the reason why we don't call this like a detective game, even though there are elements to it, is it's a narrative adventure, but you are investigating a murder. But we want you to feel like there is ambiguity here. You're not a detective. There is no forensic science. So you are investigating a number of people who have motives, and it's up to you to really present the evidence that you feel is maybe the
Mira,
most
la opción
compelling,
entre mentir o
but
decir la
you don't
verdad.
have to. You could also just turn in the person
No me está
that
quedando muy
you
claro cuál es el
don't want
objetivo
be
del
around
juego, pero te lo
anymore.
están
The person you don't
desglosando
want
entero, la
as
verdad.
much. Or it could be the person you think the community will miss the least. But the thing is, because you're going to be returning to this
Hace un
community
ratito largo que
over
dijeron
many,
thank you,
many years,
Yo cuando dijeron
if
thank you, pues digo, bueno, se acaba.
someone punished for a crime, the
Bueno.
people who are close to them are going to remember that and they're going to hold it against
Sardilla,
them.
hay que hacerle un chequeo,
Maybe other people are
también.
glad that you did that, and they'll be totally fine with it. But that's part of the appeal, I think, of an Obsidian game, is that the story is more about living with consequences rather than a right or a wrong answer.
I can't wait, because that means also for streamers, when they stream the game, it can turn out into different choices. I think there's a lot to explore.
Yeah.
So what was the development like of the process in reality?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've always wanted to make a historical game, but this particular type of game I didn't really conceive of until about the time that Microsoft acquired Obsidian. I thought that a small narrative game, historical, with a small team would be a great fit for Game Pass. So I pitched my boss, Fergus Urquhart. I said, I'm going to make this game with a small team. And then I went to Hannah and I said, I have this idea for this game, and I have an idea for an art style. It's kind of blending these two eras.
Tío, no da el aire.
Time, but I don't really know how that worked. So.
Yeah, at that point I was really excited because this was a unique challenge, but I was coming from my concept artwork from an illustration background, so I loved the idea of this being like a living book.
No da el aire una mierda.
Mixing what I love about animation, what I love about games, and what I love about books all together into this project where we had to kind of dance this dance between being true to history and being representative of art that we were looking at from this time period, with the art that would be eye-catching, be easy to understand, and work really well for the format. So yeah, I was thrilled at that point and fully on board with this idea.
So it's super obvious this game means a lot to you. It's very personal. So what are you two most excited about for fans to play Pentiment?
Hostia, que lleva unas zapatillas botas de esas, tú.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm most excited about is this game has been kind of difficult to clock for people to figure out like what the genre is and what it's all about.
De esas que, hostia, algo estás ahí detrás. De esas que son tipo calcetín con suela, tío, que
types of people to the table, people that either might not think that they already enjoy history or the idea of a historic game, or people that love history and maybe don't game at all. I think we have this potential to kind of have people learn something new in this context and maybe expand what they already know that they like. And for me, that's something that's really exciting about this project and games in particular. We're at this point now where there's so many games, so games that can do something new and a little bit unexpected or just kind of confuse people in a good way. I love that.
Me voy a quedar más calvo.
Yeah, I think this story
Se me cae el pelo una
barbaridad.
Estoy mudando el pelo como mi gato, tío.
All these like really funny and cute and tender moments that I found are, even in this format, which is a very unconventional art style and it's all presented through text, has been really emotionally impactful for a lot of people that have played it. And so I'm really excited to see how it resonates with people, because I just think it's a very cool story, and it's also it feels like a very personal story, not only for Andreas, but also
con esta gente contándome durante 45 minutos un juego que no me importa una mierda. Que sí, respeto para quien le guste. Me parece horrible. No lo voy a jugar solo por cómo se ve. No puedo.
It's been really great. I mean, I think that when we announced the game,
what the fuck?
Like Hannah said, some people were kind of like, this looks cool. I don't really know what it is. I'll check it out later. And so but some people were really thrilled just by the subject matter and the art. So we had a lot of people coming in and playing it who were immediately like, yeah, I love this. But the other thing that I thought was cool is, even though this is a niche game, seeing people come in who admitted they were kind of skeptical or just kind of like, I don't know what this is. Yeah. They played through the whole demo and they walked out and they're like, I'm hooked. I want to find out more about this story. I love it. I love the presentation.
Que pinta puta madre, en verdad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see
pinta
people
puta madre el boli.
Play it and have a really positive response.
So last but not least, when can we get our hands on this game?
We're going to be able to play it on November 15th of this year.
So my broadcast is almost finished. I'm going to go and play Pentiment right after that. I'm super excited to play. Thank you both so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
So before we hear from the
newly
announced Under the Wave, let's look at a totally new collab featuring your favorite dodge brawlers and the heroes in a half shell. Dodgeball and Turtles, that's a level of like 90s cool childhood me could only ever dream about.
Se fuma otro porro y ya deja de ver, porque va cerrando los ojos. Literalmente se fuma otro porro y ya no ve nada. Ojo. Se puede venir juego cuco. No un juego de niños rata. Neon. Bueno, pase. Cuidado. Rato Pink. Y se llama Coco algo, se llamará, seguro. Susan. Susan. ¿Por qué Susan, tío? Goober. Ah, bueno, Goober tiene sentido. Tío, ¿quién coño se va a pillar la rata, tío, para jugar? Bueno, cuidado que viene la escuadra. ¿Qué cojones, tío? ¿Pero qué pinta la tortuga ninja aquí de repente? ¿Pero qué cojones pinta la puta tortuga ninja aquí, tío? What the fuck? Balonmano. El videojuego. Gnog City Mutants. 11 minutos para jugar al Minecraft. Como tiene que ser, hombre, ¿no? Yo creo prácticamente que tengo más ganas de que acaben las conferencias para volver a jugar al Minecraft. A ver, vamos a terminar esta zona, va. Aquí irían. Están en decoración las estanterías, ¿verdad? O deberían. Pues no, bueno, nada. ¿Cómo es librería? Hostias. He calculado mal. Es ahí. Ahí está. Ay, ahí está. Ahí está. Uy. Ahí, por ahí, eso igual, a ver qué tal. No, hostia, espérate que la he liado. No, no me gusta una mierda. Prefiero así. Ahí está. Frescolito, fresquito. Y ahora ya. Y debería dar 30 niveles, efectivamente. Y debería dar 30 niveles. Esto es lo que no me termina de convencer, tío. A ver, todo lo que hay en mi casa se puede reforzar a las malas. De que la cosa se ponga trócola. No me gustaría porque los cristales reforzados son horriblemente feos. Pero yo que sé, poderse se puede. Si se quiere y si se trabaja. Luego aquí está un huerto. Te metes por aquí. Uy, perdón, me pasa uno. Te metes por aquí y llegas al siguiente. Te metes aquí y llegas al siguiente. Y subes por aquí y llegas al último. Que espero que esté funcionando como debería. Sandías para un lado, calabazas para otro. Eso es. ¿Qué cojones hace una sandía en el lado de las calabazas? No he pensado en eso yo, la verdad. Bueno, ya está. Y es que tampoco se me ocurre mucho más que hacer. El problema es eso, como la gente vaya loca, pues a ver qué hacemos. Como la gente vaya loca, pues no puedo hacer gran cosa, la verdad. No, literalmente, como la gente vaya loca, mi casa va a ser esto. Ay, no, esto no. Mi casa va a ser así. Ya está. Así va a ser la casa. Pum, al toque, ya está. Así va a ser. Si la gente va loca. Porque es que si no, tío, es que no me merece la pena aquí dedicarme aquí no sé cuánto tiempo voy a dedicar entre pillar toda la arenisca, pillar toda la madera, pillar toda la piedra y toda la tierra para hacer la isla entera. Que por cierto, la isla entera, ahora que lo estoy pensando, tema de librerías y eso, en vez de haberlo hecho aquí, lo podía haber hecho abajo, porque es hueca. O sea, la isla es completamente hueca. Vale, he puesto algo mal. Bueno, no es completamente, pero todo lo de abajo está rellenado, pero por aquí es hueca. Vale, justo por aquí no puedo salir, ¿ves? Pero por aquí quizá, a la entrada, por aquí sí, ¿ves? Vale, por aquí exactamente hay un árbol. No quiero romper las hojas, pobrecito árbol. Ahí. Yo qué sé, tío. Es que me gusta cómo ha quedado, la verdad. Me parece que ha quedado bastante bonita. Sí que es cierto que se puede mejorar un poco, pero yo qué sé, no ha quedado mal, sinceramente. Luego, esta medida que vaya creciendo las enredaderas, estará más chulo y demás. Tema de animales, no sé dónde lo voy a hacer, la verdad. Igual hago otra isla al lado y pongo animales y cosas. Y cosas. O no sé, la verdad. Yo creo que ha quedado bien. Sinceramente. Sinceramente yo creo que ha quedado bien. Ahora, Ya depende. Y ya tengo poco más que hacer aquí. Ya la casa se queda, pues eso, como posible. Aquí puedo poner... unos paneles blancos, a ver qué tal. Me gustan. La verdad, me gusta cómo queda. Bueno, eso, que aquí ya hay poco más que hacer. La casa se ha hecho mal porque la isla era más pequeña de lo que tenía en mente, pero bueno, de los errores se aprende. Así que esta casa la próxima vez haré un buen diámetro de un 20×20 y se queda hecha. En un 20×20 real. No esto que son como unos 13, 14 para un lado, otros 13 para otro. Y a partir de ahí ya trabajo. Por cierto, mira, a ver si puedo... Espérate, voy a cambiar la escena porque... Por si acaso... ¿Acaso enseño los fotopitos que tengo aquí guardados? Que son... No son pocos precisamente. Pero... En total he emitido... Este mes... Si lo vi el otro día, tío. Que tampoco es mucho, ¿eh? Creo que es aquí. Sí. Mira. En total he emitido 79 horas. La verdad que en total he emitido 79 horas. Bastante espectacular, ¿eh? El miércoles fueron casi 6, 5, 3, tal. Y claro, empieza a contar desde aquí. Cuando me quite el pellizco del viernes este, que antes de irme de vacaciones, que streameé otras 6 horas y pico. El sábado streameé una hora y algo. ¿Dónde coño streameé yo? Ah, bueno, claro. No. El sábado streameé. ¿Qué streameé yo el sábado? ¿Se ha parado? No, esto no. ¿Se ha parado? No. O sea, sí se ha parado, pero... La putada es esto. Está la putada, que al hacer tantas horas es muy difícil que haya peña. Es muy chungo que haya peña. Pero bueno, poco a poco. No pasa nada. Y luego aquí... Mira esto. Esto es increíble. Esto es increíble. Esto es increíble. He hecho 2 likes nuevos del portal. El portal gamer ese está dando like a todo. Mira.
Míralo. Yo me acerco.
Cállate. 7 esta no es.
Compañera.
29. Con el mío 30.
Vamos a jugar un juego. Yo me pongo
29 likes con el mío 30. Porque ahí me le doy porque queda poquito. Y este clip que me parece increíble. No nada más, ¿verdad? No. Solo puedo coger aquí a este buen hombre. Me parece, me hizo mucha gracia, tío.
Miedo.
Hostia, 4 likes este. Esto es uno que son solo de Sophie. Bueno, de momento la mayoría de los últimos vídeos han pillado 400 views. Está bien, menos estos, que no sé qué coño ha pasado aquí. Estos vídeos han literalmente... Estos vídeos han estado con 0 visitas. Igual, no sé. Muchísimo tiempo, una locura de tiempo. Han estado con 0 visitas. Tú me estás rayando la cabeza la musiquita esta, te lo juro. Los juegos que van a ir el próximo lanzamiento es el Plague Tale Requiem, que este es el que han salido disponible el 13. El 13 de diciembre sale. Este es el 17 de octubre. 21 de octubre. El que llevamos 20 minutos viendo sale en noviembre. El Hello Neighbor 2 sale en diciembre. Este es el del Dreamlight Valley que sale literalmente el día después de mi cumpleaños. Otro que sale el día después de mi cumpleaños, el Time Sim World 3. Espectacular. Salen en Game Pass. Me muero. Su puta madre que me muero. Ay, Dios mío. Pero vamos, el que tengo muchísimas ganas de jugar son dos. Pero claro, para esos dos tengo que mirar cuándo me acaba el Game Pass. Tengo que ver cuándo me acaba el Game Pass, porque eso es un problema. Llevo el 55% solo del Hollow Knight. O sea, el 112 está pasado. Digo en cuanto a logros. Tiempo de juego 2 días y 6 horas. Su puta madre. El No Man's Sky, mira que jugamos, pero 2%. Claro, hay tantísimo contenido que es una locura. Está el Rise of... Ah, bueno, pero este juego... Este juego lo jugué yo para la Xbox, no para esto. Claro. El Cameron's Avatar, este era el juego que decía yo. Que estos juegos los jugué en la Xbox 360. Claro, estos juegos yo no los he jugado en PC. El Skyland, tú, aquí estoy viendo una cantidad de recuerdos de mi infancia. El Skylanders. La puta madre. El Skylanders. En la Irme Charena cuando juego yo ese. El de Walking Dead. Estos juegos son todos los que he jugado yo en la Xbox 360, el Far Cry 4, el What Simulator, me acuerdo que jugué un rato. Diablo 3, el Turok. Madre mía, el Turok, chaval. Kinectimals, el Infernal. También. Piratas del Caribe. Estos juegos, tío, salieron hace la tira de años. El Naruto le tenía, pero nunca lo jugué, la verdad. Sinceramente. El Naruto de Broken Bond nunca le jugué. Bueno, vamos a seguir viendo el evento. A ver si enseñan algún tráiler más. Vale, este es del juego de literalmente bucear. El videojuego Quantic Dream. Es una buena desarrolladora.
We leave so many things behind us. Objects, memories, mistakes. They sink in time. Touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts.
Se ve fresquito, la verdad. Si eso es in-game, se ve fresquito. Muy bueno. Se ve muy bien. For the deep. Deep.
Under the waves.
Under waves. Vale, voy a ver qué juegos tienen Quantic Dream. Quantic Dreams tiene Detroit, Become Human. Bueno, espera, quiero ver Wikipedia.
And before any questions run on, let me just say a massive congratulations on the reveal. Must feel amazing for you and the team to finally have Under the Waves out there.
Star Wars Eclipse. Todavía no ha salido. Tengo que ver los títulos, o sea, las portadas, si no, mi cerebro no asocia. Obviamente este sí. Ah, vale, el Beyond Two Souls, sí, ese sí sé cuál es. Estos son los juegos que ha hecho Quantic Dream. Dustborn, The Nomad Soul, el 99. Hate, Heavy Rain, Star Wars Eclipse. Este juego, ¿qué pasa con este juego? Hace 3 días. Llegará a partir de 2023.
You play a star, a professional diver, or work for an oil company. Yeah.
Excellent. Right. So I'm in, but let's dive a little deeper. My immediate reaction to the trailer there is that there's a real kind of emotional heart to the story here. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, sure. So Stan has kept some grief from the surface. So firstly, he decided to walk underwater to find some rest from the surface, to think about his own life.
A ver, es que se ve bien. Tiene ese toque cartoon que está guapo. Pero se ve fresquito, la verdad. Se ve bien fresco.
Yeah, you really get a sense of that kind of escape and that isolation for Stan when he's under the waves.
Tiene pinta de que va a ser el típico juego Death Stranding parecido, ¿sabes? Que te vas a sentir solísimo. Te va a dar esa sensación de ser diminuto. Si consiguen transmitir eso, está guapo. Chuf, chuf, chuf.
You know, as a diver, you sometimes have some disease like narcos, and one day on a routine mission, Stan will be confronted to the first strange event. So at this moment, it will be already the beginning of a journey of Stan underwater, and as Stan will move on those kind of memories coming back from his past,
esto es in-game ya.
The game will fall into some sci-fi things and yeah,
a lot
of eerie things also. Yeah.
Fascinating. Now, I've got to tell you, Ronan, this is really resonating with me because, you know, I grew up in Aberdeen, Scotland, right on the North Sea. That North Sea setting is really talking to me. My dad worked in oil, in drilling. What was it that drew you personally to that North Sea setting?
Yeah, it's funny because my father was a sailor, so I live mainly around the sea also. And yeah, for me it was a really great inspiration for me to talk about because yeah, I see a lot of things, for example, about pollution into the ocean. So we decided to set up the game in the North Sea because
a ver, es que este juego me va a matar, tío. Es que yo no puedo con estas cosas. Es que a mí el mar me da mucho mal rollo, tío.
We really would like to create strong messages about ecological things extra.
Es que a mí el mar me da miedo, tío.
And confront Stan to that kind of things. Yeah.
Awesome. And it's kind of a world we never see, right? Under the waves, literally. I guess it gives you so much freedom to create an environment for players to explore. So,
a ver, el juego está guay, mola, pero es que me va a dar mucho miedo. Así que complicado que el juego, la verdad. Yo a mí juegos de miedo, ver el visaje no me importa. El Dead Space, aunque tampoco es de miedo, no me importa. Me da igual, pero no me metas un juego de meterme en el mundo y debajo del agua y no ver a 3 palmos. No me metas así porque me muero. Me da mucho miedo esas cosas y me da mucho respeto eso. No puedo. Está así de simple. Si la idea está guay, me mola el juego. Yo lo veo así y digo, qué guapo. Pero está muy guapo, ¿verdad? Si esto es in-game, está muy guapo. Los peces ahí un poco raros.
Something else I loved was this sort of 70s retro futuristic vibe you've got going on with the technology and the underwater technology. Why did you kind of choose that art style, and how are you bringing it to life?
So it's all also come from my childhood. So when I was child, I visit a lot of boats with my father, and all the boats were in this kind of setup. And also I was a big fan of Jacques Cousteau sea documentaries, and as also the stories about really nostalgia, memories, and some stuff like that. We decided to be really inspired by those kind of old sea documentaries. So we fit this kind of rendering. We add grain on the pellicle.
Ahora sí que echa aire fresquito. Puta madre, ahora sí está puta madre.
Strong contrast between the yellow and blue. So we really would like to fit this kind of old memories, old vintage thing to be in a comfortable world. And for us, it's kind of Madeleine of Proust.
Yeah. Cool. The music in the trailer is incredible too, and such a great way of bringing the atmosphere of the game to life. Who's working on the music for you, and how are you using it to kind of raise those emotional states?
Yeah, so the music was composed by Nicolas Bredin, who is also a co-founder of the studio. So in general, in all of your game, we work closely with the composer, with the writer. So the idea was really to work on emotional music to follow the Stan stories through the game. So we work with old synthetism. We work a lot on sound design too. And the idea was really to be minimalist.
Gira.
In the music, and with also vibes from 70s. So with all the old synths, etc. And our main reference were Sigur Rós or Radiohead, very nostalgic music too. Yeah.
Cool. I really get the sense that there's a lot of personal connection to this game with you, but tell me more about the rest of the team. How is the process of creating Under the Waves been for you?
So we are quite an indie team. We are a dozen of people, very talented people for all the team, and yeah, we come from a AAA company. So with Nicolas Brodin, the composer, and Sébastien Renard, the writer, we have created Parallel Studio to really craft strong narrative game because we have a lot of idea. We had a lot of memories from our own past. So yeah, we decided to really create a game with many things from us. It's a really personal project from all the team. And yeah, we really would like to add this kind of things in the game. Yeah.
Right. Now you've also mentioned there's kind of an ecological message at the heart
Qué
of
curro
Undertale
tiene un
as well.
puto
Clearly
juego,
in the
tío.
setting with drilling and industry. So how are you bringing that to life, and how are you adding that into the world of the game?
Yeah, sure. So mainly the idea was to focus the story and about human impacts on the ocean, not to be just ecological, but to create a strong poetic message about life, the cycle of life.
Right.
Because to move into the life, we have to be confronted to the cycle of life itself. And when we take some breath from the life, we see nature, we see the life around us. So the idea was to create a poetic message around the story about the sea life, about the poetic sea life around you. And that's why we really decided to work on ecological strong messages in the game. So for example, you will be able to find some strong facts about plastic in the world. And of course, Stan will react about he will have a lot of questions about his own impact as a worker in our company. And to enhance these messages, we decided to find a foundation, an association, non-governmental association. So we work now with Surfrider Foundation to really bring their messages also in the game and to fit this message very closely. And so you will be able to find a lot of things about Surfrider in the game. Yeah.
Awesome. And the work that Surfrider Foundation is doing is so inspiring. And I know you've got a video to better introduce us to them. So let's take a look.
Vamos a verlo. Vamos a verlo.
Clean water. Inspired communities. This is what we fight for. On the ground. In the classroom. At the heart of the political debate.
Tiene una parte benéfica, tiene pinta, ¿no? Bueno, tiene pinta, no, coño. Tiene una parte benéfica, punto.
Take action to battle plastic pollution, protect water quality, and reduce climate change. Powered by a dedicated grassroots community around Europe, we are driving change at every level to ensure that our ocean and beaches exist for future generations to enjoy. We protect what we love. Since 1990, we are Surfrider Europe.
Desde 1990 lleva la puta empresa esa, dando problemas. Hombre, joder, que los mares estamos mal.
Hello everyone, I'm Remy from Surfrider Foundation Europe. All of us at Surfrider are very excited to announce that we are collaborating with Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream to amplify our actions of protecting the ocean and its users by bringing our messages to their upcoming game Under the Waves. As gamers ourselves, we really enjoy seeing how video games can carry meaningful messages. It's crucial for us to raise awareness of the richness of the ocean and its vulnerability. We are very pleased to do that in a whole new way, thanks to Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream. Under the Waves message is about the beauty of the ocean and the necessity to protect it. We strongly believe in it at Surfrider, and we look forward to telling you more about this collaboration soon. So stay
Qué francés eres, compañero.
For more information on our mission,
es muy
and
francés.
underthewavegame.com for more information on the collaboration.
Incredible stuff there, and such an important organization to support. So Ronan, tell us how Surfrider is working really closely with you on the actual development of the game.
Yeah, sure. We done a lot of brainstorming, so we take a lot of facts from Surfrider, for example,
facts,
etc. So we decided to really add those messages and facts in the world, so the player will be able to scan the area and find some information. We'll be able to find
15 minutitos para Minecraft,
more complicated
15 minutitos para Minecraft.
Facts through your
facts.
logbook. and we have also done a really strong work on the backstory of the game. So one of the main characters is directly linked to the Surfrider. And so yeah, we decided to work closely with them, not to just have an ecological message, but really to fit the narrative side, the poetic side, and yeah, the real experience side is about ecology and the beauty of the ocean. Yeah.
Right, and I think you've even got some Xbox achievements inspired by Surfrider,
sure.
right?
We have added a lot of achievements. For example, collecting a lot of plastic. So we think video games could be a really strong medium for that kind of messages, and for us, it's really important to move with that idea. Yeah.
Totally agree, Ronan. Okay, when can we play Under the Waves?
Under the Waves is for next year in 2023.
Excellent. Ronan,
No dice cuándo.
Amazing game, looks incredible.
2023. Ahí está.
Thank you for your time.
Lo he cortado a tiempo, chaval. Estaba empezando a gotear ya el pedazo de cabrón ese tío. Mira. Agua. Estaba empezando a gotear ya, chaval. Lo he cortado al momento.
Maxi is standing by with Harrison Hoffman from the Xbox Cloud Gaming team.
Throughout the show, we have been highlighting great games that you can get your hands on later this year into the next. But for this segment, we're going to change it up a little bit and welcome Harrison Hoffman, who will walk you through the future of Xbox gaming without having to have an Xbox console. Now, I know I just said what I just said, but could you explain to us what that really means?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're showing here today is the brand new Xbox app for Samsung Smart TVs. So this is an app that comes pre-installed on all 2022 Samsung Smart TVs, and all you have to do is launch the app, sign in with your Microsoft account, pair a Bluetooth controller. We actually support both Xbox as well as PlayStation DualSense and DualShock 4 controllers. And you can just
Han enseñado un mando de Play en la conferencia de Xbox.
Right here, right now. Could you walk us through a little bit what that app looked like?
Yeah, for sure. So right here, we're on the home screen of the app. So the first thing that you'll notice when you come in here is we've filled the top of the screen with your recently played games. So we know from our experience with the console that the most common thing that people do when they come back to play is just jump right back into something that they were playing before. So we made that really, really easy. Now, if you want to find something new to play, you can just kind of scroll down from here. So you may have heard recently we made Fortnite free to play on Xbox Cloud Gaming. So again, all you need is that Microsoft account, and you can just jump right in and play Fortnite. But if you have an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, that's when you unlock, hundreds of, high quality games that you can just play right here inside the app. So you can see some of the game selections that we've curated for folks here. Some of our most popular games: Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Sea of Thieves, all the ones that you'd expect. And then obviously our recently added games. So
no entiendo por qué está enseñando el Game Pass.
Games to Game Pass, and I just kind of come in here a couple times a week and see what's new and just jump right into it. So 2 Point Campus, Turbo Golf Racing, Cooking Simulator, all ones that have come out really recently here.
Can we jump into a game right now?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's check out Grounded. So I'm super excited for the 1.0 release of Grounded that's coming.
Pero no hay consola, o sea, la gracia tiene que lo están jugando desde la nube. O sea, lo puedes jugar desde la tele, chaval, ya, pero ¿qué es esto lo del Game Pass, tío? Lo puedes jugar desde la puta tele. Cojones. O sea, literalmente la Smart TV puedes jugar, una Smart TV conectada a internet puedes jugar a lo que te dé la gana. De Game Pass. Bueno, qué puta locura, chaval.
So you can see we're getting into this game, and we'll just go ahead and get the game started. And what's happening right here is this game is running on our
no sé quién meter en su partida, qué perro.
being streamed down to the TV in real time at 1080p.
No sé quién meter en su partida. ¿Qué tendrá? Una construcción en mitad de su mundo, tiene una construcción de una polla kilométrica, en plan, altísima.
Alright, so here we are at the beginning of Grounded, and you can see I'm running around, and one of the most important things when we were developing this app is making sure that the gameplay feel is right. Like, the latency between when you do something on your controller and what happens on TV has to be super low, and you have to feel like you're really in control of the game. So you can even see as I'm coming around here, how responsive this is. Like, you can see I'm just,
Claro, eso es muy importante, tío. Si das a la A y tarda un segundo en responder, a la mierda, el juego no puede jugar. Es injugable.
Let you take a shot at this.
Can I take the PlayStation controller?
Yeah, you can take the PlayStation controller. So
Ojo, Play.
Let me swap controller for microphone here.
Oh, wow. This this is the first time for me playing an Xbox game with a PlayStation controller. But I know what you mean, like the input.
Bastante what the fuck esto. Bastante crossover, tremendo crossover.
I mean, it depends on the internet that you have at home, but this is a big step for gaming without having to have additional hardware.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously,
o sea, tú imagínate, o sea, esto es increíble, tío. Tienes Game Pass en tu ordenador, o simplemente tienes Game Pass. O, coño, tienes una puta Smart TV en tu casa y te puedes pillar el Game Pass y con tu mando de la Play jugar al Game Pass en tu tele, tío. O sea, me peta el cráneo, te lo juro, tío. Qué locura, menos al Forza Horizon. A ese juego no vas a poder jugar. Ese juego solo en mando de equipo.
Yeah, so obviously multiplayer, a huge part of the Xbox experience. So that's why whenever you're in a game, you can hit the Xbox button.
Está viciadísima, ya no suelta el mando.
My controller back.
I can take this for you. No, we're handling this fine. We're great. Okay.
Exactly. So you can come into the guide here to see all of your friends. You can see what they're doing. You can invite any of them into your game. If one of them invites you to a game, you can come in here to
son las 3 allí. Las 3 y 6 son allí.
Well, just join right up.
Son las 6.
Also, achievements, a huge part of playing on Xbox. You got to be able to unlock those achievements and get your gamer score. So you can do that here. All the achievements that you unlock on your TV are reflected across the Xbox ecosystem, so I can come in here and just
claro, necesitas un buen internet, pero vamos. O sea, qué barbaridad. O sea, qué barbaridad. Que puedas jugar al Halo con un mando de la Play en tu tele, tío. Es que eso me rompe, tío.
This new game called Turbo Golf Racing lately, and this game is brand new on Game Pass. It's actually in game preview. So let's just hop right into this. And this is one of those games that, you know, when I saw it come up on the recently
qué puta barbaridad, tío.
You know, I don't have to download it. I don't have
lo del Game Pass es lo mejor que le ha pasado a la industria de los videojuegos, en mi opinión. Lo del Game Pass es, no a la industria, sino a nosotros, a los consumidores, es lo mejor que le ha pasado del mundo, tío. O sea, es lo mejor con diferencia el Game Pass. O sea, las posibilidades, coño, yo me estoy pasando el Dead Space con el Game Pass. Yo no he jugado nunca al Dead Space, yo no me he pasado nunca al Dead Space. Me lo estoy pasando ahora gracias al Game Pass. Es una barbaridad, tío.
So how often would you switch a game in one session, for example?
I mean, it kind of really depends on the mood that I'm in. Like sometimes I want to go and just try out a bunch of different games. Sometimes, you know, I'm super invested in a game that I've been playing for hundreds of hours, and that's just kind of what I'm into. And that's just the sort of flexibility that you get with cloud gaming here, just being able to jump into any of these games without any hassle. And, you know, obviously,
literalmente es
over the years, people have gotten, I bounced it off the tree there. Obviously, over the years, people have gotten super used to, you know, streaming their movies and TV shows from apps on their TV like Netflix and Disney Plus. So, like, we really just want to make it as easy to stream an Xbox game to your TV as it is to stream like a show.
Es que es eso, tío. Es que es lo mismo que Netflix. Es que Game Pass ahora mismo es lo mismo que Netflix, tío. Y supongo que, no, bueno, no sé si con cualquier mando, igual cualquier mando, ¿no? Igual un mando de los chinos de 5 euros no te lo detecta.
Follow me this way. I will follow. We will go to the next station. I'm thankful we're having 2 stations right here. Okay, let's do it. What are we having here? Flight Simulator.
Okay, so what we have here, Microsoft Flight Simulator. So obviously this game has a huge history on the PC, and you kind of always need to have, like, you know, a high-end gaming PC to really be able to enjoy this. Well, recently, you know, we brought this game over to Series X as well, and it's now playable on the cloud. So there's no big downloads here. I don't have to have expensive hardware. I can just come in here and fly and explore. So I'm just,
o sea, no necesitas, básicamente está diciendo, no necesitas un pepino de ordenador, ni necesitas tener que descargarte un juego durante 6 horas, porque literalmente lo puedes jugar en tu tele. En tu tele, conectar a internet en tu tele. A mí me peta el cráneo, tío. A mí me peta la cabeza, loco. Qué puta barbaridad.
Yeah, I mean, this game is beautiful. It's just such a technical achievement too, and, you know, all of these textures are just streaming down from the cloud in real time from our Azure data centers, and that's really what makes this whole game possible here.
And when is this coming out? This is out right now, right?
Yeah, it's actually already out. So if you have a 2022 Samsung Smart TV, this comes pre-installed. If you just go into the gaming hub on your TV, then you'll be good to go.
Thank you so much, Harrison, for walking us through this. And I have to say, we've really come a long way from blowing in cartridges, wiping off our CDs to get into gaming. But one thing never changed, and that's the importance of community. And I love to see how platform is evolving, lower down barriers, and brings everybody together. And there's one franchise that brings the community together like no other.
Ese chaval me cae bien, tío. Me cae bien.
I'm handing it off to my co-host Graham, who's going to talk about the upcoming Minecraft Legends.
Se viene. 1 minuto 50. Se espera. Aquí, vamos, Se espera el Minecraft Legends. Se espera aquí, Mira la peña jugando, Ahí se están echando uno. Ah, no son lolillos. No están jugando al lolcito aquí. ¿Qué están jugando, tío? ¿Qué están jugando ahí? No lo veo. Y aquí están echándose aquí tremendo vicio, Aquí está el Grounded, que eso sí lo hemos visto. La araña esta enorme, que es literalmente el boss del principio, y te la han enseñado 75 veces. Y aquí, no sé qué, aquí no es. Menos de 1 minuto para Minecraft Legends. 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 Cuatro horas y media para que merezca la pena esto. También quiero ver el Age of Empires. El Age of Empires me mola. He jugado alguno. Creo que el último que jugué, ¿cuál fue? ¿Cuál fue el último que jugué, tío? ¿El 4? Creo que el 4. Cuidado. Se viene full screen. Mojang. Haz un juego decente, por favor. Ya está bien. Ya está bien, haz un juego decente ya, por fin. Por favor. Que no sea Minecraft, obviamente. ¡Uy! ¡Uy! Un tejón o una... ¡Uy! ¡Uy, qué parguela! ¡Mira los creepers cómo cargan, cabrón! Es un poco trágico también, ¡Hostia, qué guapo! ¿Qué es eso, minigolems? ¡Ay, qué cajitas que disparan! ¡Ay, ay! Que hay cajitas que disparan.
And that when fiery foes seem never ending, that is when the world needs legends the most.
Watch out, everyone! The piglins are coming! And we're going to talk a lot about those wee guys.
Let's go.
But before we do, I should introduce not piglins, but a couple of the team members responsible for the highly anticipated Minecraft Legends. Welcome to the game's executive producer,
Let's
Dennis Reese.
fucking
Welcome,
go!
And creative director, Magnus Niedfors.
Yes.
Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very
much for joining us today. Hey, welcome back to Gamescom.
Yeah, it's great.
Feels
It's
good
so
to be
exciting.
back, right?
I know. It's nice to be back here in Germany with sausages and video games. It's excellent.
All the good things at once.
Those are a few of my favorite things.
Yeah,
Sausages
exactly.
and video games. Right, so you announced Minecraft Legends at our Xbox showcase back in June, right? So
Yeah.
give us a reminder of what we should expect from Legends.
Well, Legends is an action strategy game based in the Minecraft universe that really encourages you to go out and explore the world and use all of these resources that you gather to help defend the overworld, which is being invaded by these horrible piglins. And
¡qué guapo! Se ve muy chulo.
I think players are really going to enjoy getting out and playing.
Se ve guapísimo, cabrón. Hay fortalezas y vas a tener que raidearlas tú. Hostia, puede estar muy bien esto, Puede estar muy bien esto. Míralo, 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 míralo. Esto es in-game,
Nice. So it's not the same Minecraft that we're used to, but clearly still set in the Minecraft universe.
También te digo, llevas poca cosa, ¿no? Para rushear eso.
But it must be so exciting to take that universe in a different direction, right? So why did you choose to do that with Minecraft Legends?
Well, with Minecraft, we really like to, at Mojang, we really like to create games that we love to play. And we're really passionate about strategy games. And years ago, people are sitting around talking about how they could bring a strategy game into the Minecraft universe. And, the more talk, and it turned into something that we really wanted to do. It was,
Pero tú no atacas como personaje. Así, vale. Hostia, ya ves que si atacas.
And it's kind of
¡hay un caballito blanco!
Universe, you do kind of have this kind of blank slate, right? To create all these different experiences, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Must be fun to play with.
Cargas tú y cargan. Hostia, qué guapo, nene.
Minecraft is such a treat. It's like it's for everybody in so many ways. We do have, the original game that we usually call vanilla. We have done Minecraft Legend. No, sorry, we're doing that now. We have done Minecraft Onions.
Yeah.
And now we want to bring yet another game to broaden the experiences that player can experience within the Minecraft universe.
Un segundo que me llaman, tardo poco.
Lo siento. The sort of seed for Minecraft Legends developed, like, how did you build the team around it? Who did you bring together to work on the game?
Well, we knew that when we started to go out and build this, there were a couple of problems we had to solve. Number one, Mojang isn't a strategy game developer. It's not something we do. And number two, as Magnus mentioned, a real Minecraft or original Minecraft is called vanilla to us. And for us, vanilla is really important, and the studio focuses mostly on vanilla. So we had to go find a partner, one who knew how to build strategy games, and one who really had a passion for Minecraft. And so we started looking around, and we uncovered Blackbird Interactive.
Okay.
They were known for making the strategy game. Well,
enséñame más. Quiero ver más del juego.
And they were pretty newly formed,
los programadores programando, haciendo cosas de programadores. Guapísimo el juego, ¿no?
The more we realized how passionate they were also about the Minecraft universe, we really thought they could be a great partner for us. And so that's when we started moving forward.
Right. And when we started to work with them, they also, you said they were already passionate, but they were also eager to learn what's the secret behind making a Minecraft game. So it's been super interesting to work on them, like their creative team, just tossing ideas around. And could it be this? No. Could it be this? Yeah, great idea. And we are kind of like just throwing ideas back and forth, what's good for Minecraft and what's not good for Minecraft.
Right.
Yeah.
It must be great to bring new people, new ideas into that kind of Minecraft melting pot. That must be a ton of fun, right?
Oh, so much fun. And actually, the team started very small. Just a few of us kind of getting going. And then once we had a good idea as to how we wanted to progress, it slowly got larger and larger. And then, new people with a lot of new experience came on board. And I remember Magnus, actually. Magnus came on, 2-3 years ago? And when he came on, his experience with open world games completely changed how we wanted to think about Legends. And we were able to take a lot of his experience and apply it to Legends to really create a better experience. And that's the story across the board with lots of the folks from the team as it grew. And I really enjoy it. It's been a great experience.
Wow, Magnus.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Ya está bien, tío. Es que los juegos de Minecraft en general estaban siendo un poco costra en general, quitando Minecraft. El Minecraft Story Mode ese. El Minecraft ese. El ¿cómo era, tío?
Come a little bit from a different background.
Yes, I made open world games. I can
bring that experience. But Minecraft is so different. So it was a lot of super fun learning for me as well, coming to Mojang. Really of course I played it almost since day one because you know, back in the day, Mojang was a studio across the street from me, so like we've known it. I've known it for a long time, but just, you know, getting to know it for real, working with all the creative people, both at Mojang but as well as Blackbird, you know, just that's what I like to do as, you know, in my creative leadership. I kind of like to lead the teams, you know, just get them together. But there's so much creativity going on, and you know, get that snowball effect of just talking about ideas and so on. It's so fun.
That's awesome. He even listens to me, the executive producer, every once in a while.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
What a team. That's amazing. No, speaking of the team, though, one of the things that fascinates me about this is that Blackbird are in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Magnus, you're in Sweden.
Yes.
Dennis, you're in Redmond, near Seattle, right?
Yeah.
So you've got 3 completely different geographical locations. How do you pull all that together?
Well, it's, you know, a lot of work and dedication from the team in general. But that's the thing. We've managed to change our hours when we need to. And, you know, also BBI has been very accommodating when we all need to travel to a location and be on site, work together. We just make it work. But really it comes down to that passion. And working together, let's say it's fun. We really enjoy each other's company. And, you know, what started as just sort of work relationships really has become more friendship. And so you're willing to endure some of that time zone change so that you can, you know, enjoy spending time. I stare at Magnus on his screen so much.
Yeah, you're crazy. You kind of like, I don't know when you go up. It's often before I normally go to bed, so I don't know. But
yeah, but you're up pretty late too, so it's like we just make it work.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, like.
Parece que va fumado el de la camiseta de Mojang. Parece que lleva 30 porrazos encima. Pero exagerado.
I think it's all that struggle that you, as Dennis said, you make friends in real life and so on, and just get along together and have a good time. You know, struggles makes people come together in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you talked about Minecraft Legends as an action strategy game, right? Why did you choose that genre? And, you know, tell us what that means from a gameplay sense.
Well, so what we wanted to make sure that when we choose any games within the Minecraft universe, that, you know, they're unique and different. And really, you can look at Legends, for example. We did that where we
míralo.
to bring a dungeon crawler experience into the Minecraft universe. And so in doing so, we wanted to make it feel very Minecraft. And that's what we did with the strategy game here with Legends, is we really wanted to make sure that we are authentic to what Minecraft was as we bring it into, you know, a strategy experience into the universe. And, you know, I mean, that's...
Van con varas de Blaze.
In the beginning, it was
Vamos para adelante.
Hey, we should have a
¡A
strategy
la carga!
Buah,
Dios mío, cómo me voy a gozar yo este juego, cabrón.
Another aspect of Minecraft is that we always have a hero character.
¿Cómo me lo voy a gozar?
So the hero
Madre mía, los golems de hierro, ¿no? Están chetadísimos.
You usually control a strategy game by a mouse pointer or something like that.
Right.
So
¡Que se muere la caja! ¡Se ha muerto la caja!
Letting the player feel like they're part of the game world is super important in all our games. So that kind of founded, hey, how can we combine these two types of game where you're one part hero-centric but one part controlling armies and so on. That's really been really interesting. And when we kind of started to realize that, it's, hey, this is quite new. And as a game maker, when you find something you feel, this isn't, well, like there's not 10 games like that out there, then you feel like you're something onto something special. So actually it was the thing that brought me really into this project was kind of my first day. 2 of the team members just sat down directly, described the game to me, and I kind of like almost in that day felt like, wow, we have something great here, because I haven't heard anything like this before. And then we just kept rolling with that action strategy idea.
Okay. So. This might sound like a silly question, but right, action strategy. Where do you find the balance, right? Because action is quite immediate, it's quite visceral. Strategy is a little bit more step back, assess the situation. So where's the balance in Legends?
El de Mojang sigo diciendo que van por
it's hard to balance games always, but I would say it's hard to draw a pie chart of you spend 73% in strategy mode and this percentage in another mode and so on. But it's like, I'm surprised how well it actually fits together now, like because they go into each other and they complement each other in a really good way. one thing that we wanted to do from the beginning is to make a strategy game that works well on console.
Right.
That's hard with the traditional. Like, it's actually strange to think about it, but the pace of a strategy game is often higher than an action game because you're so quick of scrolling around, maneuvering around with your cursor and so on, click, 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 and you do very, very many actions in a very, very short time in a strategy game normally. So having a hero at the center that can't be there, actually, surprisingly enough, brings down the tempo of a strategy
Está guapo,
game, which
Está
is very
guapo.
well suited to make it play
Lo que no sé es
well
cómo
on
se
consoles
conseguirá
by
las
controller.
unidades. Oye, luego los
So, like,
esos están muy rotos.
adding those two types, it was kind of a surprise. I wish I could be smart and sit there and say, yeah, we thought about that from the beginning. But sometimes you need to
¿Cómo pegan, tío?
That's something that we discovered as we
Has perdido.
Exactly.
No lo enseñes, pero has
One thing I find
perdido.
really interesting about this is, you know, you made the point, you're not controlling a cursor, you're actually controlling a character. You have to deliberately traverse the environment and, you know, physically move within the game, right? So how do you handle that within the game design, like actually getting around the world?
Well, it was actually really great because it's easy to navigate as you go about and run through the world. You are on a horse within Minecraft. You know, that's possible in vanilla, but here you're always on your horse.
Right.
So you're able to navigate all types of terrain quickly, get to where you need to, execute your commands, and then also there's other areas in the game that you, as you're running through the world, you'll uncover.
Se puede llevar a los animales también.
Like, for example, we have speed wheat, which gives you an instant speed rush, or actually mushrooms within the world, which allows you to jump extra high, and then you can
Los Alay te traen los recursos, tú, qué guapo.
in you know, quick or you know, strategic ways.
Oh, and let's, given that you've gone in a slightly different
Y los Alay te
direction
construyen
here,
también. Bueno,
a
bueno,
different
bueno.
genre. You know, what inspirations did you pull from within, you know, other things you've done within Minecraft as well, but then maybe some external influence as well, other games?
Yeah, well, for me, like, I really look not to external games to make this reference, but more to internal. Like, you know, dungeons, Minecraft Dungeons taught so much to the art organization on how to bring a new game that is not your traditional Minecraft.
El Minecraft Dungeons, eso
dungeon crawler to the players. And like, I personally think we learned so much just from that game alone that we're applying to Legends to make sure that we can bring another game in the right way. I would definitely say that's a great reference.
Yeah. Well, inspiration on the creative side, obviously, as you mentioned.
Es que lo del Minecraft Dungeons
Minecraft in
no
general,
tiene mala,
like
yo qué sé.
all our games, we want to stay true to, you know, creative people are so fluffy and it's hard to tell, but that Minecraft feel, it's like hard to describe in another way. Otherwise,
but you know it immediately.
Exactly, we know it immediately. But other than that, it's, I don't want to point out the special game because, as we have been talking, it's kind of a unique combination. It's not like any other game out there. That's rare. But of course there was a few games like this in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Not very many, but technology now makes it possible to push that even further. We can have more troops and so on. So I can't say there's a one game or several games, but you know, just play a lot of games and enjoy them, and you will draw inspiration from so many things. One thing as a creative, I think it's unusual to hear that people, but I like to think about you should draw inspiration from things that you don't think is that good either. So when you play games that you feel like, I'm missing something here, what can I do to make this a better game as well? So it's kind of strange to be inspired by bad things, but that's actually true for myself.
Yeah, that's a super constructive way to be inspired, right?
Yeah.
It's building on something. That's awesome. So when you think about the player you're aiming for, is it more of the sort of classic Minecraft player, or is it more of a classic strategy fan?
Yes, it's all of the above. Yeah, you know, that's one thing, is that we really wanted to create an experience that if you're not a strategy game player, that you can enjoy.
Right.
And if you are a strategy game player, then, you know, we'll give you a great experience that you can enjoy as well. And I think that we're really nailing it. Like, we're actually, it's coming along. I was not a traditional hardcore strategy game player, but I found myself really, really enjoying what we're creating, to the point where I've started experimenting and playing some other games now, and it's kind of broadened my my exposure to the genre. And so I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other players, similar to me.
Right.
Yeah. It has been important to obviously to get as a
Tío, va emporrado, tío. Va emporrado.
I think, again, with Minecraft, it's possible because we are already reaching out reaching so many players and so on. So obviously, all the players who knows Minecraft now get a new way of enjoying Minecraft. But at the same time, it's super important to remember that even though a lot of players play Minecraft or have played it in the past and so on, this game is also totally possible. You don't need to have played Minecraft. You don't need to know what Minecraft is to enjoy this game. You can come in, and this game will help you to understand what the Minecraft universe is and bring you into the wonderful, thing we have going on there.
Excellent. I want to talk more about the hero. We touched on the hero earlier.
Yeah.
I just find it really fascinating. Like, how did you center the experience and this idea of action strategy around that hero character?
The hero coming into the world and that element of exploring, I mean, it's very Minecrafty, right? So applying it here was just something that we wanted to make sure we did. And I don't know, Magnus, you could probably touch on a little better than I could.
As you say, the hero is important, but it's kind of like because it's important in all our games. Like that's the center. We want that to be a extension of a player almost.
Right.
So the kind of like there is a story told about hero coming into this legend and so on.
Okay.
The game structure is relatively open, so you can play it however you want, in the order you want to, and so on. And we'll push on the story depending on what actions you take with your hero.
Supongo que para llevar perros.
You move through the story in the campaign, but at the same time, as we want that to be the core of the game, it's not in gameplay everything. It's so much more about that you are a character coming to this world and uniting everybody who is here against the threat that the piglins are. So you need to come here to make a lot of friends, and they will together with you help you to defeat the piglins. So it's not about getting stronger or you're not getting a new arm or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more or less make friends, play around with them, have a good time, and defeat the piglins together.
It's a great message, though, isn't it? It's like it's almost like you're building connections, you're building alliances, you're uniting people against a common enemy.
I didn't think about this, but I said before, it's kind of like game dev. I said, struggles makes you come together and you're able to overcome obstacles. And that's kind of what you do in the game as well as the hero. There is a struggle, the piglins are attacking, we need to defend, so everybody comes together, and then we defeat the piglins.
So. I love that. And it's with your team as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You're bringing this team together from lots of different places.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very cool. All right, it's time to talk piglins.
Ah, yes.
We want to talk piglins. I mean, what's their deal? And why did you choose them as the bad guys?
What's up with them?
What's up with the piglins? Piglins exist in vanilla, and they were great for us to bring them out into Legends and expand on them. And so, there's sort of different versions of what piglins exist in Legends compared to what they are in vanilla. But they're, these horrible, mean, kind of ugly, cute characters that look like they really stink, but it's just they sort of invade and they're just causing nothing but problems. And here they are in the overworld, destroying it, and that's where you, the hero, comes to play to try to unite that overworld and take them back. And that's definitely a big piece.
Yeah, as you said, they are ugly cute, right?
Yeah.
So they're so charming, and we felt that from the beginning. Like of all the mobs that we have, we like all our mobs in the Minecraft universe, but the pigling had such a potential to be kind of like the bad guys in a game, where it was easy to see, wow, we can make this version of a piglin, we can that so we have expanded the range of piglins in many different ways. As you saw the trailer when we started up, many new types of piglins.
Están diciendo que los piglins eran cute, pero porque ahora son tan malos. Pasan al poder.
Actually, there's one of them we just debuted here in the trailer that you just saw. It's called the Pigmadillo, and it's the one that comes out of the portal and then kind of hunches up into like a cube and rolls at you.
Pinta muy bien, tío, me gusta. Me gusta lo que veo.
One of the more fun ones.
Me gusta bastante lo que veo.
Bruiser. It's another one you've seen in the trailer. It comes out and has like two kind of razor blades on its arms, and does, you know, some really wicked moves as it
a ver qué tal acaba.
attacks you. But yeah, that's a very fun one.
Siempre se ve lo mismo, tío.
So
Enseñan otro tipo de cosas, tío. Como pelea una vaca, por ejemplo. Mira, esa tiene pinta de ser mucho más sencillita, por ejemplo. O sea, mucho más sencillita que la anterior.
Here at GameCom, so we have been presenting a horde of the Bastion, and so the different hordes differentiate both in look, but primarily in the game how they play, how you play against them, and so on.
Y hay mucho más fáciles.
Think about how you engage.
Así que más fáciles, más difíciles.
In different ways. So they look and feel different, and it's just fun to engage with them.
Right. So what kind of units do you, as the hero player, then bring to bear against the piglets?
Well, I mean, for example, you know, Magnus referenced how the Horde of the Bastion has a lot of structures. So one of the units you're going to want to use on your side is one called the Cobblestone Golem. That's very good against structures. So you can take the Cobblestone Golems and attack and get a lot more results, a lot better results.
Vale, están diciendo que cada unidad tiene un fuerte y una parte fuerte y una parte débil. Por ejemplo, los golems esos son muy buenos contra estructuras. O sea, que a partir de ahí ya vas a tener tú que plantear estrategias y decir, vale, tengo 30 golems o veo esta mazmorra que tiene un montón de estructuras y me renta muchísimo más llevar golem que llevar otras cosas. Por ejemplo, igual los zombies son mejores contra los piglins como tal, pero no son tan buenos contra las estructuras, ¿sabes? Y a partir de ahí estableces una estrategia. Está bien, me gusta la idea. Me mola bastante la idea, sí.
Which friends you bring with you in each fight and so on, and also the way you lead them. Like you can lead your friends into battle in so many different ways.
Yeah, I love exploring the bases. Yeah, like get to the high ground, look at the base, and evaluate what is the best way I want to attack this base. Yeah. And then use the tools, your units, as you see fit to go and do the best results possible.
Yeah, it's good variation. So a lot of gameplay variation, a lot of different units. We will show more as we go along and up until the launch of the game. So
it's great. You know, as you're talking through there, it feels like, yes, you're taking the genre in a new direction, but it's also giving you a new direction to talk about the lore of Minecraft world and the mobs that we already know and maybe love, and finding out more about them. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like part of that Minecraft feel I'm talking about. You could call that for lore, but we want to have a little bit of a mystery going on around what's going on in Minecraft and so on. And that's how we work with it. So we are kind of like doing things in the different games where you can find hints of what's going on in another game, and especially our community, they are so good at kind of like trying to figure out what we want them to figure out and so on. Like, so we bring some secret messages and they try to decipher them all the time. And it's like,
I want to be clear, when we announced the game, I mentioned that Jens had a shirt on, which was a hint as to what Badger became today. None of us are wearing any sort of hints about future games, so just letting you know.
I've been very closely examining Magnus' t-shirt here, trying to figure out.
Va fumado.
Take a freeze frame of that.
No me cabe duda, va fumado.
Or don't.
No sé cómo se ríe ese.
Magnus, Dennis, thank you so much for your time. It's been great just to talk about Minecraft Legends. When can we see more? When can we hear more?
It's well, you can learn more by following us all our social channels, Twitter, so on. You can also at Minecraft.net follow up on a newsletter, so you will get that. Wow, that's loud.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something
exciting happened.
Yeah. Minecraft Live.
All right, Minecraft Live.
Yeah, later this year we will have Minecraft Live.
Great, can't
wait.
We'll
come there and tell quite a bit more about the game. So.
Okay, more secrets to reveal.
More secrets to reveal.
Fantastic. Hey, brilliant seeing you both. Welcome back to Gamescom. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a good one, gents.
It's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Me ha gustado.
Show with learning everything you want to know about Age of Empires. Maxi and I had a bit of fun walking around the booth earlier today. So let's take a look.
Me ha gustado, me ha gustado, me ha gustado, me ha gustado. Se han teletransportado.
I love it. It's so good to be back. Well, 3 years away, but it's amazing. We're here. We're back at Gamescom, and the best thing is, community's all getting back together again. We're playing some games. It's great.
And we want to show you that booth. So let's start here. What do we have right here?
Well, yeah, I mean, lots of change in the last 3 years, but Sea of Thieves is still here. Season 7 just released. So much good new stuff in there, and of course, you can play it on the show floor here at our booth. But there's more as well, right?
There is more, and we're going to check it out right now.
Let's take a look. You can't be a proper pirate without some pirate ink. So welcome to the Sea of Thieves Tattoo Studio here. Oliver, how you doing, mate? Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine. Basically, we're doing airbrush tattoos, so you can choose any of the game designs, achievements, thingies, and have them spray painted onto your arms, heads, legs, wherever, shirts.
Keep up the good work. And Maxi, I think you got one done earlier, right?
Finally, I can brag off. It's amazing. It has glitter on it. I really recommend glitter. I don't think it's going to get any better than this, but let's check out the other stuff.
Yeah, let's do it, Maxi.
This is really amazing. If you want to have a memory to take to your home, you can do photos, photo opportunities, you can do a short video, and this one is a Sea of Thieves version.
What the fuck?
Absolutely. So we better give it a go, right?
Y el pavo de la borrada salió un rato al principio y ya no sale más.
This is a trigger warning. If you have arachnophobia, close your eyes right now.
Absolutely. There's no danger dumplings here, folks. Say hello to the grounded brood mother. These guys don't look too scared, do they?
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. So Grounded 1.0 is going to come out in full campaign mode with the first boss encounter, the brood mother, on the 27th of September.
On Xbox Game Pass, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh my God, it just touched me.
Graham!
Come on, let's get out of here.
Let's go.
I like it. Now, one of the most exciting games on the booth, especially for the German crowd,
El Pentiment, el grandioso juego que tengo tanta ganas de que salga.
Bavaria is my home state. I live in Munich. And
Míralo,
it's Obsidian
qué
medieval
gameplay.
narrative game, and you play Andreas Mahler over a 25-year lifespan and just solve mysteries.
Great. But listen, there's even more to play. Let's take a look. You see? Told you there was more to play.
It is. I see you suck at parking, like your Frontier, Planet of Lana, Incolinati. Amazing.
It's great, isn't it? And in the 18+ area over the back, we've got a Plague Tale Requiem.
Este es el Plague Tale Requiem. Tiene buena pinta, tío. Tengo que terminar el primero.
But that's not it. We even got more to play, so if you're here, super excited, and let's go on with the stream.
It's great to be back, everyone.
¿Ese está jugando al Minecraft Legends? Halo. 5 minutitos de pausita técnica. Cinco minutitos de pausita en el que voy a aprovechar para bajar a por agüilla, Au. Me he dado con el radiador. Madre. Joder. A ver, tiene muy buena pinta el Minecraft Legends. Tiene muy buena pinta. Voy a vender un vicio del copón. Bueno, voy a por agua. Tardo poco. Ahora vengo. Me he comido un bollo porque tengo obesidad mórbida. Estoy gordo. Me he comido un bollo. Vamos a ver el Age of Empires, a ver qué tal. Agus, está ahora mismo, ¿cómo van? A ver.
¿Sabes lo que te da? Atrapar. O sea, no es como, yo que sé, otros nombres de...
Bueno, no sale.
O sea, es que Swain
Vaya.
es como...
¡No! ¡Lo he perdido!
Bueno, Swain es un señor muy raro. Tío? ¿Qué hace la sombra del amanecer? Pues...
Ah, coño, lo están haciendo también en The Game Awards. No, ¿qué coño están haciendo en Game Awards? Están repitiendo el streaming del otro día, creo. Yo estaba viendo lo correcto. A mí que no me maren. Este es el Age of Empires. Que me he perdido un poco el tráiler por ver cómo iba Bisons. Sorry. Hostia, qué guapo a la vez de la canción.
When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
I swear I could watch
25 de octubre se puede precomprar.
But alas, we are coming to the end of the show today, so we wanted to make sure we go out with a proper bang, or in our next guest case, an ancient battle. And what better way to do that than to talk Ancient Conquest with Bert Beekman, studio head from Forgotten Empires. Hello and welcome, Bert.
Hello.
Hey Charlie, good to be back at Gamescom after all these years with Age of Empires.
Absolutely, yeah. And I tell you what, before we dive into anything, I do want to ask you how good it feels to be back with the German fans, because I know how much Age really resonates with them.
It is amazing. Yeah. Like, there's such a massive fan base here in Germany. Like, just walking around all the halls with your Age of Empires shirt, people are just stopping you like, wait, Age, where can I play Age? Where can I find Age? And they have stories to tell as well. Like, hey, I played this for years. I played it as a kid. I'm still playing it. It's amazing.
It's such an amazing franchise. And I have got to say, we did do Xbox Fan Fest last night, and I was over in the corner playing it for 90 minutes instead of talking to anyone. And I don't regret a second. It feels at home when I'm playing Age, you know? It's just so lovely and warm.
A perfect good use of your time, yes.
Yeah, that's what I think. Right, exactly. Okay, let's dive into it and start talking about it from there. So in the trailer we just saw, we saw that there are 2 new civilizations on the way joining Age of Empires 4, and they are the Ottomans and the Malians. So we're going to talk about both of them, but I want to kick things off with the Ottomans. So what have you got to tell us about them?
Loads. So let's start with the history, because in the end, everything in Age of Empires is grounded in history, right?
Absolutely, yep.
So we're looking at the Ottoman Empire, what was all happening in Anatolia in the Middle Ages.
Yep.
If you think about that, it was an empire that lasted a very long time. It was very based on military, very militaristic, very organized, a lot of military science going on, very regimented army that really controlled a massive area.
No me quedo como claro.
Very long time. And then the question was, how do we turn that into a game? How do we turn that into Age of Empires? And it was really like, okay, we have all this military piece. That sounds like something we can translate. And I actually want to dive straight into the gameplay. So, for example, the Ottomans, they have the military school. It's a brand new building. They can build it in the Dark Age.
Straight from the beginning.
Straight from the beginning.
Argentinos.
I don't know what this building does yet, but that sounds like a game changer, that it's immediate.
It's actually a game changer.
Absolutely. Los putos argentinos, chaval.
So you build a military school, and it automatically trains a unit that you select. Like you have all the units in the Ottoman roster.
Wow.
And you can select which one you want to create for free.
I feel like there's a but coming, though, right?
There is a but coming. There is a but coming. The training goes very, very slow.
Okay, but I suppose the sacrifice of a slow training is free armies.
You still get the free army. You
and
still get the
especially
free
for
army.
those folks who want to go for combat victories, if you're not draining your resources, you can just build this, well, this massive empire of meanies to go beat everyone up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's, and that's also kind of how the Ottomans play out. Like, you jump into the game as the Ottomans, and it's really all about the military and the military conquest and winning through very military means. That's how you win as the Ottomans.
Yes.
What's also nice about the Ottomans is, like, the first time I played it, like a pretty advanced version already.
Es un DLC.
It's like you feel straight at home. Like, you have played other Age of Empires 4 civilizations, and they're all quite different from each other.
Yeah.
But you get the hang of it quite quickly.
Yeah.
So it really resembles the rest. You feel at home, and
there's not a steep learning curve on it.
Not too much, no.
Oh, okay.
Much. So
can you tell us any more about any of the military units or any of the buildings that come with the Ottomans?
So we had the military school, right? And they can trade all
Elefantes.
the units, and they have quite a few unique units as well. First they have the Janissary, a bit of a fan favorite. Like, the Janissary was in Age of Empires 2, was in Age of Empires 3. It was always like the way that the Ottomans got their gunpowder earlier than any other civilization in the game.
Tactical advantage, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
And it's the same here in Age of Empires 4, so we're continuing this tradition.
Yep.
They can build a Janissary. It's a hand cannoneer that they create in the Castle Age, so before anyone else. So yeah, you can rush to your guns.
Yeah, they really do. They definitely have that combat edge, right?
Oh yes, they do.
Amazing. So what I want to know though is, if I was to go over that booth over there, or when I play it when it comes out, what's the strategy behind them? Is it literally just to build an empire constantly, or is there a pace to it? Like, how would you recommend fans approach it?
There's one completely novel thing that the Ottomans have, and it's the Imperial Council. And that will play a big part into your strategies and how you kind of play the Ottoman civilization. The Imperial Council is kind of, as you build your empire, no matter how, like researching technologies, going to the next age.
Me estoy muriendo de calor, hermano.
You kind of gain experience points. You get viziers that look at your empire and say, like, this has my approval. I shall grant my services to you.
Yeah.
And those viziers can then say, okay, I'm going to give you tactical advantages. Like, hey, I'm going to make sure that you can conscript some Janissaries from the town centers, and you can use those to your advantage in your next attack.
Oh, okay.
So it's really like you have to pick, like, do I go for something more military, go something more economical, something more building up?
Yeah.
A lot of options there.
And I know you guys like to do something a bit zany, so is there anything a bit different about the Ottomans? Any other characters we want to talk about?
There is definitely one unit.
A ver, es que a mí el Age of Empires creo que lo jugué un rato, una vez, me acuerdo. Age of Empires 4.
Apologies for my Turkish accent there. But it is it's a cavalry unit, but it doesn't fight.
O sea, yo jugué al Age of Empires
so it's a drummer cavalry.
hace relativamente poco.
The beats he's drumming, he kind of has an aura around him to improve nearby units.
Está, yo que sé, me lo pasé bien. Por ejemplo, en XCOM, creo que en Xbox.
Everyone's getting a different vibe and going for it,
Yes, exactly. Like, I don't know, with rock music, you go faster, with metal music.
Hermano, si don't.
Angry, I'm not sure.
I think so. It'd be like an attack buff, wouldn't it? If you put like some Slipknot drums on or something like that.
There we go.
Están aquí hasta el 4.
Very angry Janissaries next to you.
Que te lo puedes instalar para jugar.
Very good. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to jump from them now to the Malians. Do they have any little drummer boys? But if not, what do they have going for them?
They have a
está bien.
But a lot going for them.
Okay.
I kind of want to start in the history again. So
100%. We said this is a game about history. Let's always.
So when we look at the Malians, the Malian Empire actually was a massive empire in Western Africa. The most famous Malian ever was Mansa Musa. And the reason he was so famous is because he was the richest man to ever have lived in the history of humanity.
Oh wow, what, up until like even now, or just?
Up till now.
Oh,
up till now.
Can I just say, this is literally better than going to school. I learned so much about history playing this game, it's absurd.
There are stories about him that he went to, he liked to travel, like he liked to trade with his trade caravan through the deserts and visit
Los elefantitos. Mira cómo salen de los
arbustos. And he was
arbustos.
known for going to those towns, spending so much gold, because he had so much gold, that he completely crashed the
A ver, hacerlo tan de cerca pierde un poco, porque claro.
So, that's Mansa Musa. Anyways,
no es un juego totalmente realista viéndolo desde cerca, de verdad. Obviamente Total War le pega una paliza. Pero Age of Empires tiene cosas que Total War no tiene. El tema de fabricar las unidades, tal, las propias bases, ¿sabes?
and it then automatically extracts gold from the gold mine.
Automatically?
Yes. You don't need villagers, and it also doesn't subtract gold from the gold mine. So technically, it's infinite gold.
An infinite gold hack?
It is. Yes.
But it's not a hack, it's actually you've just put it in the game.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. So, famous words, yes.
That's huge though, especially for some of the late game builds where gold comes into play really heavily, or if you're in a map that's absolutely infested with enemies and you can't get to the next gold mine, that's humongous, wow.
There is a catch, however, there's always a catch. There's always a catch. Yeah, I'm so sorry. You can build those golden pits, like the pit mines, all over the map. But you need to be able to protect them.
Well, of course.
And that's quite difficult.
I feel like if I was an Ottoman up against a Malian, I would go for that first.
You would, but then the Ottoman is trying to rush you, and then what? So it's like this. You get the the pit mine, all the way out in the map. How are you going to protect it? It's very, very hard.
And this is where the strategy of the game.
And this is where, exactly.
Exactly.
That's
this
where
is the to
thinking.
and fro. Exactly.
Exactly.
So, can you tell me any more about
O sea, tío, hay un pavo pegando. Es que se ha visto antes, tío. Estaban los pavos con la espada pegando a melee a los arqueros. Y estaban los de la espada pegando a melee y los arqueros tirando de flechas en la boca.
They don't have a standard roster.
Okay.
I say that. They have a standard archer. That's it.
We'll give them an archer, yeah.
Everything else is different. For example, they have a spearman. That is actually Donzo is their name. It's a unique spearman. It's different because he has 2 spears. Now
I like them already.
You like them already, but there's more to it. It's not just like he's fighting with 2 spears, but he takes his first spear, throws it.
Yeah.
So the first ranged attack, and then he can fight the rest of the battle.
And there's no animation for him to go pick it up or anything.
Unfortunately not. It will be brilliant. I'd love to see that, but
or if he missed and he had to go, oh God, no, let me go get it again.
Or if he misses it, like, oh, come
on. That's brilliant. Okay, I like some of that. Do we have time to talk about building?
Con las dos flechas. O sea, con las dos lanzas.
I want to give one more unit and one more building because they're actually very interesting. We have the Musofadi. Musofadi is it's kind of a hunter unit.
Okay.
And her special ability is that she can go into stealth mode.
Oh, interesting. All right.
So it's kind of this man-at-arm unit that can go into stealth mode, sneak around the map, everywhere, and then just like surprise attack.
Are we talking like full stealth, or when they're in forest units it's stealth, or?
So yeah, Age of Empires 4 indeed has a stealth forest, but this unit, she can go into stealth anywhere on the map.
Anywhere, okay.
As soon as she attacks, of course, she reveals herself. So it's not
vale, esos han sido los que han salido antes de los arbustos, he dicho yo. Míralo cómo son.
Then they reveal themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of the story behind the hunter woman. Actually, Musofadi is Malian for power woman. So we have a very cool tidbit.
Them
there we go.
Yes, okay. And you say that they're aligned with a building in game as well.
Yes, indeed. So they're hunters. That's kind of their background. And you can also, one of the landmarks that you can build is the Hunter Fortress. And every infantry unit that is kind of around this fortress also goes into stealth mode. So
I don't even know what to say about that. Is that something that you found in your historical textbooks? Is that people would disappear around it? What was the logic behind adding that?
Sí, bueno, para la peña que le mole. A mí es que un tío con una camiseta de G2. Es verdad, tío. Mañana juega. Mañana juega G2.
And that's kind of the story behind that.
A ver, espérate, quiero mirar una cosa primero.
Este Heraldo, yo creo que si esto se ponen de acuerdo desde el principio, ese Heraldo no da el cabezazo.
Vamos a ver qué es lo que pueden rascar.
Ahí lo ha pillado. Cuidado, papitero, Cuidado, papitero, que te pilla con el hacha.
Vale, esto. Y lo que iba a mirar era el...
So, we spoke a little bit. Well, actually, I'd say we spoke quite a lot about the Malians and Ottomans. Sounds like there's more to come. But they're new to Age of Empires. But the list is pretty long of how many civilizations there are now, right?
Yes, we're now with 10 civilizations.
Yep.
So we had 8 civilizations that launched last year. We had
High Life, tío,
the
está por ahí
English,
en YouTube,
French, Mongols, Chinese, many more in Europe and Asia. And now we're expanding to Africa.
Es que 30 World Premieres se hicieron en la opening, tío. Es que qué pena que no hubiese podido streamearlo ni verlo, tío. 30 putas World Premiere.
You know, I mean, I really loved playtesting the Malians. Because there's one more that I really loved about playing them.
Iba a buscar, tío, iba a buscar algo, pero no me acuerdo. No, da igual, ya me acordaré.
My gold mines, my little mining towns. And at the end of the game, okay, I won against AI. I'm not bragging, but
a win is a win, my friend.
A win is a win. I looked at my empire at the end of the game, and I was like, this looks good. This actually looks like a big Malian empire. And it felt so good that you've built something.
Yeah.
You destroyed something, of course.
Yeah.
But like the victory felt even better.
Yeah, I think aesthetic goes a very long way.
It goes
I
so
would
far.
love for you to start grading us on the aesthetic. I'm very purposeful when I build about where I.
Ah, mira, esos son los que salen por sorpresa. Mira, están saliendo ahí de la nada, literalmente.
A little housing area and a little suburb and whatnot. So
exactly.
I'm totally with you on that one. But I totally agree. The way that you could just build and create very realistic, authentic villages is incredible. I do want to touch a little bit though on the fact that it has been 10 months since Age of Empires 4 came out. How much has the game evolved since then?
Míralo, chaval. Los han reventado con los cohetillos. Los cohetillos con las escopetillas.
So there have been many updates, many patches in many various ways. Like we've had features, new features coming in. Like we've had color pickers for people. We had more remappable hotkeys. We've had loads of balance changes. We had new maps, new zoom levels. Like yeah, loads.
The list just goes on and on and on. And I'm going to take us back in time now, if there's anyone out here who didn't know, that Age of Empires was first released in 1997.
Yes.
And I'm curious how the developers keep building on a franchise to keep it new and fresh when the focus is on history. It's just so incredible.
I mean, there's just so much world history and anything goes in Age of Empires. Like if it happens, we can probably put it in the game in some way.
Yeah.
And if we're just looking at the last 12 months, like we've had the release of Age of Empires 4.
Yeah.
We've had 2 expansions, 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, and 2 DLCs for Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition.
Wow.
So it's...
And the fact you've got definitive editions as well. Just, people want so much age.
People want so much age.
Give me age.
There's more and more age to come. So that's we've got that squared away. And it's... Also thinking about, like, the franchise has been going out since 1997.
Yeah, 25-year anniversary, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Judite, se ha muerto uno de Grounded ahí al fondo, escribiendo, vaya pedazo de malo eres tú, Tú te has muerto, payaso.
It's the best time to join Age of Empires because there's just so much going on. So even if you're like, hey, 25 years, I've never tried it, try it now.
And I will say it's a very wholesome game with a community that's deeply devoted and beloved the game so much. And I wanted to ask what it's like to work on a franchise that is not only positive. We've seen so many games just on the show today that everyone loves and is really positive. But you're with someone that's been positive for 25 years and people love it. What's that like?
I mean, it's amazing. Like, just looking at my own personal history, I've been working on the game for 10 years now. I started to play the game when I was 10 years old. If you told 10-year-old me that I would be sitting here today, I wouldn't have believed it.
I'm going to stop you there and say, if you told 10-year-old me I'd be sat here talking to you about it, I'd weep and I wouldn't believe it, but I'd probably ignore you and keep playing
there you
games.
Go. So. and that's the beauty about it. Like, the community is so large, so vibrant, so active.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
It really is.
Yeah,
it's such a treat. So what we're going to do is going to talk a little bit now about looking ahead, new stuff like that, and how these civilizations are introduced. So you're dealing with ancient armies and deciding which ones to add to the game. And so I'd love to know a little bit more about what the process is on deciding which ones you're going to go for and how to keep it historically correct and authentic. Because I know that's something you guys really, really care about.
Yeah. So let's take the Malians as an example. So first thing you do is you go to the library. And you go to the section of Western African history. You take anything you can.
And you all become bookworms.
Basically. You start reading. You start picking apart like the facts, the military battles, interesting things that happened, interesting buildings, interesting military tactics that they employed. And you just put everything together. And from that you start to distill gameplay and think like, oh, hey, we talked about the hunter woman. We can do something with that. We can do something with that. And like that you kind of just evolve it. You have your design, you put it in the game. And at that point you kind of want to see like, hey, what do I have here? Is this still a bit authentic? Is this still a bit real? And we talk a lot to experts in the field. Like, we're not going to say that we're experts.
Napoleón estaba por ahí,
Not at all.
100%, o sea, era...
Exactly. And we love what we're doing, but we need to have a pro voice in there that says like, hey, what you're doing is...
Yo había que echarle pito a la vida para ser el primer caballo de la formación triángulo.
What kind of voices answer that for you? Is it researchers, historians, universities?
We get in touch with universities, we get in touch with experts like... There are people who specialize in weaponry of Western Africa.
Yeah.
Well, you can talk to those people about these specific weapons. But more practically, like, for example, the languages that we have in the game. Yeah. If you play as the Malians, you start in the Dark Age. They speak their ancient Malian language, but as you advance through the ages, they speak more and more modern languages.
Now, that's a dedication to authenticity that I truly respect.
It is amazing. It feels good to just like feel your empire evolve as you're playing.
Yeah.
Yes. But again, I don't speak Malian. We need to go with...
You need to go ask someone who does.
Exactly, exactly. And that's kind of the balance we try to find. Yeah. Because in the end, it's still a video game, right?
Yes.
It is a video game. It needs to be fun. But we want to make sure that the civilizations that are in the game are represented in a way that is respectful.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you give that back to the community. And I'd love to talk to them a little bit now because I've seen how personally committed they are. Myself included, I'm part of a group called the Court of Ages, which is a bunch of women.
Hermano, me está aburriendo que flipas.
The most wholesome place ever.
¿Cuánto tiempo queda, tío?
I'm curious to know how the Age of Empires community have actually impacted or helped Age 4 along the way.
Loads.
Good to know.
Yes. Loads. Let's keep it at that. No,
que la Age of Empires me mola, pero no puede para que estén literalmente tanto tiempo hablando.
Do you like this? Here's a beta. Here's an alpha version. Let's play. Let's develop. Let's give feedback, and let's build a game that we all want to play in the end. And that also continues today. Like we have the Age of Empires Insiders. You can go to ageofempires.com, sign up as an insider, and just register for future betas. You can go to the Age of Empires forums, like all the developers are there.
They're just waiting to talk to you.
Yeah, we talk there a lot on the forums. And just like, we have Pro Council, we have other councils, we have so many groups of players that just provide feedback. And we work with everybody to try and make and bring the best into Age of Empires.
Amazing. And I feel like I need to be the voice of the community here, and I feel like I have to ask you, we know about the additional and the Malians. Can you maybe give us a hint about maybe any upcoming ancient civilizations that might be added? I've got to try, but I've got to try.
Yeah, cheeky. So, first of all, Age of Empires is, of course, more than civilizations. We have more maps coming, more features.
Course. Yeah.
That is coming later as well with this new civilizations. I can't say more than that, but all I can say, Age of Empires is alive.
Yes,
and,
very much.
Yes.
Alive, well, and thriving.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. So I will do that and say, with it being alive and well, are there any events or updates coming up that we can look forward to instead?
Yes. So, first of all, just to rephrase, the 25th of October, the Ottomans and the Malians will be coming for free.
Keyword free.
Free.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
To Age of Empires 4. So if you have bought Age of Empires 4 in the past on any platform, you will get the new 2 civilizations for free.
And does that include Game Pass?
Son gratis. Es una expansión y es totalmente gratis.
Everybody gets the new civilizations.
Yes!
Speaking about things that are for free, right now, at this very moment, you can play Age of Empires 4 for free on Steam.
Wow, okay.
So if you were ever on the fence, like, hey, will I like that game? Go try it out. Go to Steam.
Why not?
Go to Age of Empires 4. You can try it out. Everything is unlocked, so you can play the whole game.
Ahora mismo lo puedes jugar. Gratis.
Steam. August 29th. Sorry.
It happens. We're live. It's fine. There's a lot of dates going on in your head.
There we go. So you can try it for free, and if you like to buy it and later, it's now on sale as well. 50% off on both the Microsoft Store and Steam. So you can pick it up as well.
Opportunity. I'm really looking forward to all of those. I'm curious though, as I've been walking around Gamescom, I've been seeing loads of people repping Age of Empires swag.
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to maybe showcase what's available online or maybe for folks while they're here?
Well, we have one more announcement, and then it's probably going to be the least sexy thing that we will see in this broadcast.
No, I'm sure, but it'll be great.
There we go.
Going?
So we're going to unbutton a bit, and we're going to show.
Oh yes.
We are going to be celebrating
25
years of Age of Empires later this year. So the 25th October. It's been 25 years since the original release.
25 and 25.
We're going to be celebrating with all the games in the franchise. Everybody's invited, and it's going to be lovely. It's going to be an online global event. There will be more announcements. So I would say as a developer, but also as a fan, like you want to tune in. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely. And you got your Twitter, at Age of Empires to find out more information, website, so on and so forth.
Exactly. Just look Age of Empires on any social media. You'll be definitely kept up to date.
Amazing. I'm also curious. I shared a picture on my Twitter last night. I mentioned I was at Gamescom. there's some Red Bulls around. Are you up to something with Red Bull at the moment?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So Red Bull Wololo Legacy is coming up. It's a big tournament where we're covering Age of Empires 1, 2, and 4. And we also will, end of October, that will culminate in the large finals in a castle here in Germany.
That's pretty cool. Yes. I do have to ask though, are we playing the game or is it just people going whoa, whoa,
whoa, los dos mirándose en plan.
We are playing the game, but I definitely want that to be a tiebreaker or something.
We need to have it in there as well, just to add some spice, you know?
Yeah. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. So yeah, the best players in the world all gathering together in a German castle here, playing Age of Empires. For many, it's a childhood dream again.
It sounds like it's come true, honestly. And I have got to ask, the shirt it's catching the light so well right now. Yes. I do need my own version. Is there a way for folks to get their hand on that shirt?
Yes, this shirt is available on the Xbox Gear Shop as well, alongside a lot of other Age of Empires t-shirts and merchandising. Perfect. So a lot to pick up there.
Amazing. I know what I'm doing next. Right, well, Bert, it's been phenomenal to have you here. I've loved talking to you. And, of course, everyone else who's tuned in today, that is the end of the show. So for any segments you might have missed from today's live show, or for those who just want to relive today, I know I certainly do, you can go back and watch the full show on Twitch or YouTube and keep the conversation going using the hashtag #XboxGamescom on social. But that is it for me. This is the end of our epic live stream here from the Xbox booth at Gamescom. This has been so much fun, but Maxi and Graham, let's close this out.
All right, everyone, it has been such a pleasure being back at Gamescom with you this year, surrounded by these amazing Xbox and community.
Minecraft Legends, let's go. A ver, yo qué sé, ha sido un poco largo, se me ha hecho bastante largo. Se me ha hecho muy largo, la verdad. Se me ha hecho larguísimo. Se me ha hecho larguísimo, pero largo como mi tremenda morón. No, se me ha hecho muy largo. Ha habido cosas bastante guapas a mencionar. Ha salido una buena parte de lo que hay de juego de Minecraft Legends. Se ha visto también el Lies of... Espérate, que lo tengo aquí apuntado antes de que se me vaya a la cabeza. Hemos visto lo del Flying Simulator, que obviamente tiene bastante buena pinta, sobre todo porque se ve espectacular, se ve que da gusto, o sea, se ve loco, se ve increíble. Luego también hemos tenido, justo después de ese, ha sido lo del A Plague Tale, que la verdad que se ve bastante bien, o sea, tiene buena pinta, me apetece probarlo, pero para probarlo primero me tendré que pasar el primero, pero bueno, ya veré. Si me lo paso, no me lo paso. Luego hemos visto también el DLC del Sea of Thieves. Sin más, el Sea of Thieves me gusta verlo, pero no lo juego apenas. Por no decir que no lo juego nada. Entonces, pues bueno, pues quien le guste, pues que lo disfrute, porque la verdad que él tiene buena pinta. Luego el Lies of P, que es el que literalmente es un Souls-like, muy Souls-like, o sea... Tiene esa temática así como medio futurística, rara, pero como muy mecánico, no mecánico de jugarlo, sino mecánico de que son máquinas a lo que te enfrentas. Entonces se veía bastante bien, tiene buena pinta, seguramente si sale en algún momento lo pruebe. Sí, bueno, si sale, que va a salir. El Gunfire Reborn, para jugar con amigos, básicamente. El High on Life tiene muy buena pinta y probablemente me lo pase aquí porque me gusta y me hace gracia, entonces probablemente me lo pase. El Planet of Lana, lo mismo, tiene buena pinta. Han dicho que durará 5 o 6 horas, así que probablemente me lo pase en un solo directo. Grounded también tiene buena pinta, también intentaré jugarlo con amigos. El Pentiment, me ha dado exactamente igual, sinceramente. El Pentiment, pues sin más. A quien le guste se lo habrá gozado porque dentro de la estética tenía... O yo por lo menos creo que tenía buena imagen el juego. O sea que se veía que había pasta ahí metida. O sea, se veía bien. Luego está el Under the Waves, que se han visto bastantes cosas. Se ve que es un juego muy bonito, en el que se ha puesto mucha pasta y que tiene buena pinta, sinceramente. A mí es que el mar me da miedo, entonces no sé si lo terminaré probando o no, pero bueno. Luego Minecraft Legends, que ha sido espectacular. La verdad, se ha visto un montón de cómo funciona las mecánicas, el estilo. Se ha visto un montón y me parece increíble. Y ya el el Age of Empires. Yo qué sé. Nada supera el primer día, porque el primer día fue increíble. Fue de locos el primer día. Pero bueno, ha estado bien. Ha estado bien. Me gusta, la verdad. Y nada más, ya nos veremos mañana, porque esta noche no voy a streamear. Estoy hecho polvito. Estoy reventado, tío. Voy a dejar esto subiéndose y ya mañana le meteré cañita por la mañana. Así que nos vemos, guapos y guapas. Nos vemos. Espero que lo hayáis pasado bien. Chao, chao, amigos. 5 horitas y media de puro streaming, de ver cosas. Guapos, y nos vemos mañana. Chao.